Hello.
Welcome back, dear viewers, to the conclusion of my video series covering Rings of Power Season 2. As with my previous Autopsy videos, this one is an exploration and summary of the entire season as a whole, where I will be looking at the characters and their arcs, the structure of the various narrative threads and how the writers twist and bend time and distances to fit their needs, as well as looking at some of the storytelling devices they utilize in an attempt to tell a coherent story. If you are new to the channel, I have individual videos covering each episode of the series. If you have not already watched them, I would suggest checking those out first, if you want to have the full context for everything I am about to discuss in this video. But with that, it is time to get stuck into Rings of Power Season 2 for the final time. As always, I am going to quickly make a couple of corrections to statements that I made in my previous videos where I was either mistaken or was too harsh with my criticism. The first correction relates to the map Estrid was carrying when Isildur bumps into her in Mordor. Almost everything about this scene is contrived as hell, but in my confusion I also highlighted a problem that doesn't exist. The idea that the Numenorians would pack up their camp and leave a map somewhere with a big circle around Pelargir does make some amount of sense on the off chance that any stragglers, like Isildur, were too slow to get to the encampment. This would be a means for the Numenorians to inform any latecomers that they should go to the recently established safe settlement known as Pelargir. However, the fact that the Orcs didn't ever investigate the remains of the encampment, find this map and attack Pelargir remains somewhat of a problem, as this was only avoided by pure chance. The second correction, I was too nice to Adar's damning exercise in episode 7. I previously thought that this was mostly nonsense, but I have since been convinced that it is complete and utter nonsense. The third correction, I claimed that it was hilarious and ridiculous for Theo to expect the Numenorians to know who he is, but it is somewhat reasonable for him to expect this, as Bronwyn previously made some kind of deal with Miriel off-screen in Season 1. I know that we didn't see this because Season 2 just invented that this is something that took place, but the fact that Theo was expecting someone from Numenor to arrive with supplies means it is probably reasonable for him to say, "Hello, I'm the son of Bronwyn." I will also withdraw my criticism regarding the trial by Abyss. I claimed that everyone who faced this trial would have died, because obviously, and that this should have caused members of the faithful to have their faith challenged, as they would be receiving periodic reminders that their gods do not care about them whatsoever. However, it is entirely possible that everyone fed to the Cthulhu monster was a murderer or similar, and they were eaten, which would then mean this would be perceived as the Valar choosing not to save them because they were unworthy. This would rely upon Cthulhu and or the Valar being a perfect judge of character, and it would rely upon the Numenorians having a flawless legal process, which only resulted in those who were truly unworthy of life being given this trial. But if the trial was reserved for the worst kinds of criminals, then their subsequent deaths in this trial would strengthen faith in the Valar, not weaken it. Of course, this does nothing to excuse Pharazôn's decision to execute Elendil in this manner, nor him proceeding after Miriel takes his place, because Pharazôn does believe in the existence of the Valar, and he does not, presumably, believe that Elendil and Miriel are genuine traitors. Therefore, based on the information he has, he should expect that Elendil or Miriel would survive the trial. We could say that, well, surely he wouldn't expect that they would survive because regardless of all of this Valar stuff, they are facing down against a giant Cthulhu monster, and so the odds of them surviving are slim to none. But to that I say that if Pharazôn had any doubts at all that they would die, he should not have proceeded. Which essentially means that we can divert my criticism at the world building and instead aim it squarely at Pharazôn. We also now have confirmation that Medania putting the ring on in episode 5 was just some freak accident. This was not a part of Sauron's plan, which means that he accidentally made a ring that transports you to the unseen world.
There's a scene in Celebrimbor's workshop where Medania, having put on the ring, goes into this other realm.
We know that there are some rings in Middle-earth that make you invisible. This is them stumbling across that in like lab accident form. Stumbling across that, stumbling across that, stumbling across that.
You goddamn moron.
Which means this was not, as I had previously attributed, some carefully planned scheme to manipulate Medania and Celebrimbor. The final clarification I need to give is regarding Sauron's magical abilities. Sauron traps Celebrimbor in a mind prison at the end of episode 6, and at the start of episode 7, Celebrimbor says, "Yeah, I'm nearly done making the rings, and the city is under siege." In my desperate efforts to make this make sense, I proposed that Sauron has bent time itself to his will, and that time had passed slower inside the Forge for Celebrimbor than for everyone else outside of the Forge, therefore allowing Celebrimbor to forge the rings seemingly overnight. But it turns out that all of this theorizing was completely unnecessary, because the writers have confirmed that the siege went on for weeks in real time whilst Celebrimbor was forging the rings.
He's isolated in the mind prison, but the audience knows something more is going on, and then you're dropped into, oh my god, the city's been under siege for weeks.
This means that what Sauron did to Celebrimbor was purely to affect his perception of his surroundings. He did not stretch time or anything that complex, but this creates major problems elsewhere regarding character and logistics, which I will get to at various points throughout this video. I don't typically acknowledge explanations offered via behind-the-scenes interviews because if the explanation is not in the work itself, then I don't care what the writers have to say about it. But in this instance, there were always two possibilities, and my interpretation involving the time prison was actually less damaging than what the writers have now confirmed to be true. But I will get to that in a little while. Now, on with the show.
You start the Jackson films, and those first 5 minutes are so tantalizing. It began with the 4 great rings, and 3 were made for the elves, and 7 for the dwarves, and 9 for men. Instantly, a million questions and ideas come into your head. You're like, well, who were those elves, and who were those dwarves, and who were those men? Why would they take the rings? What was going on in their kingdoms? What were they tempted by? What did the rings do? How did it help them? How did it hurt them?
As one might expect in a show entitled The Lord of the Rings, The Rings of Power, there is a lot of focus given to the various rings, and so before we start discussing the details of the plot and characters, I am going to explore what we know about the nature of these rings, how they work, what they do, how you make them, and what all of this has to do with Sauron's evil plan. At the end of Season 1, Celebrimbor forges the 3 elven rings. It is unclear how long this actually takes, although it required significant trial and error, during which Sauron was present. They did not actually begin to forge the rings until after Sauron revealed his identity to Galadriel and departed for Mordor, and for reasons that I will cover later in the plot section of this video, the absolute shortest amount of time that it could have taken them to forge the rings is 11 days. The Dwarven rings are forged in between episodes 3 and 5 of Season 2, and it is probably reasonable to assume that this overall process took longer than the minimum 11-day forging of the Elven rings. This is because there are multiple new variables this time around. Celebrimbor is working with Anatar, who will have influenced the forging process. They both will have needed to develop the rings and decide what they are actually making, what magical properties they are supposedly going to be imbued with, and work out how to craft them. And finally, they are making 7 rings this time rather than 3. I find it highly unlikely that they accomplished all of this in just 11 days, but even if they did, we still have major problems with lining up the various timelines around the forging of the Dwarven rings, as I will get to later in the video. And finally, we have the 9 rings for men. Some progress is made involving the other smiths, but the majority of the work appears to be done solely by Celebrimbor working alone. And now that we have confirmation from the writers and showrunners that the siege went on for weeks, this means we can conclude that it took weeks, so presumably a couple of months, for Celebrimbor to forge the rings for men. Focusing on the Elven rings first, the 3 were crafted at the end of Season 1, using 3 components that we are made aware of. Mithril was presented as the most crucial, as the objective of Gil-galad's plan in Season 1 was to use Elrond to get Mithril from the dwarves. We are told that Mithril contains a power as pure and light as good, and as strong and unyielding as evil, and it is treated by Season 1 as the necessary component in saving the elves. The second component was gold and silver from Valinor, provided in the form of Galadriel's dagger. The reason for this was that the purity of the lesser ores was crucial in order for them to be forged into an alloy with the mithril. It is not explained why this is the case, but this certainly sounds like it makes sense, as if you were to combine mithril with some shitty material you found on the floor, you would risk diluting the properties of the mithril. The final components are the 3 gemstones, of which we know virtually nothing. We know that Celebrimbor wanted to use the gems to capture the essence of Middle-earth, although what this means and how he intended to do this is unknown. The 3 elven rings take different forms, but the purpose they each serve is seemingly identical. They are used to dispel evil. One supposed limitation of Sauron's abilities that we are told multiple times is that he cannot corrupt things unless he touches them, and in Season 1 he did indeed touch the Mithril. As he does the same thing when he assists Celebrimbor in crafting the Dwarven rings, it is entirely unknown why he did not corrupt the Elven rings, as the plot leads us to believe. As mentioned, the primary purpose of the three is to fix the Tree of Symbolism, which they do. However, the mechanics of how this happens are at best shaky and at worst contradictory. Círdan approaches the tree already wearing a ring. Galadriel puts one on, followed by Gil-galad, and only then does the tree become healed. The visuals are indicating here that all three rings must be in use to repair the tree, and all three must be in close proximity. However, from episode 4 onwards, Galadriel's ring is not in Lindon. From episode 7 onwards, Gil-galad's ring is not in Lindon. This means that, as far as we can tell, only Círdan's ring is necessary to keep the tree from dying. But okay, maybe the Tree of Symbolism is just that, symbolic, and it doesn't actually mean anything in a literal sense. The tree could die from being gooey, but provided the elves defeat Sauron, it doesn't actually matter what happens to the tree itself. The problem with this is that Galadriel's ring spends episodes 5, 6, and 7 not being worn by anyone. And in Season 1, it was stated that the entire reason why they needed to make 2 rings instead of 1 crown was that they were trying to put too much power into one single object. Yes, this claim was made by Sauron, but presumably Celebrimbor agreed, and principally the idea of splitting the incredible power of 1 crown into 2 rings so that the power can be properly contained and used does make an amount of sense. All of this means that multiple rings being in use is absolutely necessary to undo the evil corruption that is spreading throughout Middle-earth, but there are apparently no adverse consequences for Galadriel's ring being out of use for half the season.
In your view, what is the power that's in these elven rings? What is it?
So there's 3 that are described, by Tolkien. He talks about making, healing, and preserving all things unstained. So they're a little esoteric. They're not Captain Planet, where they each have certain things, or they're not X-Men, where right. One of them can shoot lasers out of his eyes or whatever. But the idea of healing is a thing that we think can be both physical and spiritual and emotional, and so we play with sort of each of those things with the healing, making in terms of inspiration, and then preserving all things unstained is powers will I think start to play with a little bit more as you move forward in the series.
You're also seeing how the rings are preserving the elven vitality and their kingdom, represented by that tree, which is ultimately a symbol of what Tolkien said that these elven rings in particular did, was preserve their world and sort of prevent the decay of time.
Now onto the magical effects of the rings. Galadriel sees multiple visions, as does Gil-galad, although whether Círdan does is unknown. These visions are more than just glimpses of the future. They instead contain detailed knowledge, information that Galadriel otherwise could not possibly have known, and information which drives the entirety of her actions in Season 2. She specifically learns that Sauron is in Eregion, that Celebrimbor is in danger, that Sauron intends to craft 3 rings for elves, 7 for dwarves, and 9 for men, that Sauron awakened an evil presence in Tir Gorthad, and that Eregion will be attacked. Giving the bearer detailed information about the plot of Rings of Power has absolutely nothing to do with undoing evil or healing corruption. The only way around this is to say that in acting upon this information, Galadriel is combating the evil that exists in Middle-earth, and so, in a roundabout way, the ring is indeed undoing evil. If we accept this line of reasoning, however, we are essentially saying that the ring is the script, and it is directing Galadriel towards her enemy. Needless to say, this is a cheap gimmick that is exploited by the writers for full effect, as the information Galadriel receives in these premonitions is the singular reason why she and Elrond head to Eregion, which then results in them seeing Adar's army approaching. Put simply, given the absurd state of the world, the impression given is that had Elrond and Galadriel not been present when Adar's army arrived, Eregion would have been razed to the ground without Gil-galad or anyone else even noticing.
Oh no.
Círdan's ring is shown to have an immediate and disturbing effect on fish, although this effect is not acknowledged by either Elrond or Círdan himself. We see the fish swimming around the ring as they are drawn to it, and one fish jumps out of the pond when Círdan removes his hand, thereby showing that creatures seemingly lose their survival instincts and will throw themselves at death in order to be near it. This is no doubt not what was intended with this scene, but unfortunately what was intended is not particularly relevant. Círdan's ring drives fish to kill themselves. and this is not alarming to either character. Galadriel's ring is shown to heal Camnir, the map guy, and it is unclear if Galadriel knew that it would do this, but either way, it is able to fully heal his wound after he is shot by the Orcs. I take no issue with the ring being able to do this. The issues become apparent later when the characters forget that the ring can do this. After Galadriel falls off the cliff, Gil-galad fails to heal Galadriel with his ring, and we are told that this is because of the evil wound she received from the Crown of Morgoth. She is then successfully healed when Elrond uses Galadriel's ring to help, indicating that there is some kind of limitation to this power. The Crown of Morgoth is so evil that it out-evils the goodness of one of the rings, and so a second ring is needed to fight it. This makes some logical sense, but further confirms that the 3 rings are individually weaker than the crown that was originally planned in Season 1, which makes the effect on the Tree of Symbolism more confusing. The final effect we see from the Elven rings is that when Adar wears Galadriel's ring, he is suddenly a good person.
I got better.
There could be some magical bullshit going on here, but unfortunately it is very difficult to determine exactly what is happening because the quality of the writing in Rings of Power is so poor that it fails to communicate the most basic information. If it were as simple as Adar becomes a goodie because he is wearing a ring of good, then Galadriel would obviously recognize this, and she would know that the only reason he is apologizing, the only reason he is proposing to team up with her, and the only reason he vows never to make war again is because the ring removed his badness and replaced it with goodness. If this is what actually happened, then it very obviously does not excuse Adar's recent actions, and so Galadriel should hate Adar just as much as she hated him in Season 1, if not more so, because he has just demolished Eregion. So I have no idea if Become a Goodie is a property of the Elven Rings, because Galadriel does not behave as I would have expected if this were the case. Now regarding the 7 Dwarven Rings. These rings were crafted in between episodes 3 and 5 of Season 2. We never receive any specifics as to what materials were used. The only material mentioned in this case is mithril. The purpose of the 7 is similar to the purpose of the 3. They are intended to allow the dwarves to heal their mountain and undo the corruption that is spreading throughout Middle-earth. Unlike the 3, it is unclear and unknown why the dwarves need 7 magical rings to help them. Celebrimbor specifically made 3 elven rings for reasons that don't make sense, but a reason was at least given, and these were forged specifically to deal with a problem that Celebrimbor was aware of. Conversely, Sauron has told Celebrimbor that the dwarves of Khazad-Dum are in trouble, and so they decide to craft 7 rings to be distributed amongst all of the dwarven kingdoms. The state of the other dwarven kingdoms is unknown, both to us and Celebrimbor, and if Sauron knows that the other kingdoms, like Khazad-Dum, were hit with an evil earthquake, then we can add this to the list of things that Sauron knows about, because the plot requires it. All we know of these other realms is that there are rumors of dark omens across all the dwarven realms, although what actually happened to them, and how these rumors spread in this amount of time, is unknown. One other rather large problem with this is that mithril was shown to have inherent anti-evil properties. This was in fact the entire reason why it was a necessary component when crafting the Elven Rings. If you recall, Khazad-Dum being the only source of mithril was a major plot point in Season 1, and throughout both seasons it is revealed that Khazad-Dum is full of mithril. In other words, if mithril has anti-evil properties, Khazad-Dum should be pretty impervious to evil. We also see that the Dwarven Ring grants King Durin super strength, as he is able to throw his son across the room. This is never seen anywhere else in Rings of Power, and so it is unclear if this power also exists within the other rings. One possibility is that the rings enhance your will, and allow you to become better at doing whatever it is that you are doing, which would also explain the ring allowing King Durin to map out the entire mountain, but this is essentially a fancy way of saying that the rings do whatever the writers need them to do, and so it doesn't help to explain the mechanics of how they actually work. Regarding the mapping of the mountain, this doesn't seem to be part of some complex scheme by Sauron to have the dwarves accidentally dig down to the Balrog, as this would require that everything go perfectly according to plan, and would also rely upon Sauron having detailed information regarding Khazad-Dum itself, and so I must instead conclude that the Dwarven Rings allow them to detect nearby treasure because this is necessary for the writers to advance the plot. But random, you may be thinking. We see that Sauron knows about the Balrog, so surely this was all part of some kind of plan. Well, yes and no. In order for this to have been pre-planned, Sauron would have to have known about the Balrog. He would have to infuse the Dwarven rings with the power to detect treasure without Celebrimbor questioning it, and he would have to infuse the Dwarven rings with the power to turn the bearer into a crazy person without Celebrimbor knowing. Sauron's plan is incomprehensible, as I have already been into, but what we know for sure is that he intends for the Dwarven rings to be distributed amongst the Dwarven kingdoms so that he can work his evil magic on them. This is a long-term goal. If Sauron wanted to turn King Durin into a crazy person so that he digs directly to a Balrog and then dies, then this necessarily gets in the way of his long-term goal. Because by this point, it has become clear to Durin, and should have become very clear to everyone in Khazad-Dum with a brain, that the ring drove King Durin utterly insane in a matter of days. And so they would obviously not distribute the remaining rings to the other dwarves. But, of course, we already know how the story goes, which means the writers are going to have the dwarves distribute the other rings regardless. One obvious point of comparison we can draw is how Rings of Power depicts the Dwarven Ring's corruption of King Durin, and how the Peter Jackson movies depict the One Ring's corruption of Frodo. The One Ring is built up as being incredibly important and powerful during the prologue, and the extended edition shows us directly how it can betray its bearer in a very literal sense. We see early on the effect that it has upon Bilbo, as Gandalf convinces him to part with it. Gandalf's reaction to Frodo's attempt to give the ring to him is particularly effective, because until this point, Gandalf has been shown to be very wise, although I don't recall any dialogue explicitly telling us how wise he is. Take notes, writers of Rings of Power. And showing us this early in the story that even a character as powerful and virtuous as Gandalf is terrified of the consequences of him even touching the ring, informs us of just how corrupt this thing is. When in the presence of the Nazgul, Frodo becomes drawn to the power of the ring, a particularly clever scene, as the audience's understanding at this point in the film is that if Frodo were to put on the ring, he would become invisible, and therefore may be able to use the power of the ring to escape from the Nazgul. However, he would be disobeying Gandalf's direct instruction.
Never put it on, for the agents of the Dark Lord will be drawn to its power.
As is revealed later in the film, the Nazgul would still be able to see Frodo, even if he was wearing the ring, and so had he given in to temptation and put the ring on, he would have been captured immediately, and the quest would fail before it had even begun. Frodo continues to be drawn to the power of the ring whilst in the prancing pony, and he inadvertently catches the ring on his finger, showing us clearly that the ring very much has a will of its own and is an antagonist in and of itself. In Rivendell, Elrond knows the evil of the ring and remarks upon Frodo's resilience in carrying it as far as Rivendell. We repeatedly see the corrupting influence the ring has upon Boromir, something that is far more fleshed out in the extended edition. Check out my video on that topic if you want to hear more, because I can't really elaborate here in any concise manner. We learn that Gollum was driven mad by the ring. We later see this in a flashback in which the ring immediately turns Gollum and Deagol upon each other. Galadriel and Haldir recognize the presence of the ring as a great evil. Galadriel, under great effort, manages to resist the offer of the ring for herself, further building upon the idea presented earlier in the film with Gandalf. At Amon Hen, Frodo fears Aragorn when he demands to know where the ring is, thus showing that Frodo is becoming paranoid following Boromir's betrayal. Right at the start of the Two Towers, Frodo tells Sam that the ring is getting heavier, giving us a clear progression of its corruption, and suggesting that the closer Frodo gets to Mordor, the worse the ring is going to get. Frodo maintains that the ring is treacherous, and that in spite of it corrupting him, he has not consciously begun to deviate from his quest. We see that Frodo does not sleep, and he spends hours obsessing over the ring. It is beginning to have a dramatic effect on his behavior when he is in private, although for now, he is able to maintain his composure when in the presence of Sam and Gollum. The first time we see Frodo being physically affected by the ring is when the Nazgul flies above them in the Dead Marshes, and the ring appears to cause Frodo intense pain. As in the previous film, he is drawn to its power, but is prevented from using it by Sam. We later see the effect that the ring has upon Faramir, and when he tells Frodo that the ring is to be delivered to his father Denethor, we understand exactly why Faramir would make this choice, although once again the extended edition properly fleshes out his desire to impress his father. In the cases of both Boromir and Faramir, the ring corrupts and exaggerates what was already present. In Osgiliath, we start to see more extreme behavior from Frodo, in which he behaves almost as if possessed by the will of the ring. So far, we have seen him physically affected by the ring when in the presence of Nazgul, and he has started to obsess over the ring when in private. But this is the first time he is outwardly not behaving as his usual self for a prolonged period of time. He approaches the Nazgul in a trance-like state, almost leading to him giving the ring to the enemy, and once again, he is prevented from doing so by Sam. This leads to Frodo drawing his sword on Sam before he comes back to his senses. The Two Towers is in fact the only film in the trilogy in which Frodo does not put the ring on, but the severe psychological toll it is taking is still very effectively communicated throughout the film. In The Return of the King, we start to see that the weight of the ring is no longer purely psychological. It is now having a visible effect upon Frodo's skin, as his neck is shown to be scarred from wearing it for so long. When they arrive at Minas Morgul, the ring once again takes control of Frodo and attempts to draw him into the fortress. This shows us that, at this point, Frodo is absolutely not in control of his actions and he is no longer capable of completing his quest alone. This then adds to the impact of the later scene in which Frodo is deceived by Gollum and he tells Sam to go home, as Sam has prevented Frodo from using the ring and or giving it to the enemy at least 4 times by this point, and so without Sam, Frodo is well and truly fucked, regardless of the Gollum factor. When the Witch King screams, this again causes Frodo physical pain, but this is dialed up further in intensity than it was in the Two Towers, again giving us a clear progression of the impact the ring is having. Gollum leverages Frodo's weakened state to drive a wedge between him and Sam, building upon the paranoia that was hinted at earlier in the series, which is exacerbated by the growing power of the ring itself, again, showing us that the ring is exploiting and exaggerating something that is already present within Frodo. Later in the film, Sam temporarily pulls back when holding out the ring for Frodo to take. And again, we have 2 factors at play. Is the ring having an effect upon Sam? Or is Sam rationally thinking, wait a minute, Frodo is kind of fucked, I probably shouldn't give it back to him, I can take it from here. Frodo explains that he must carry the ring because the ring is his burden and he doesn't want Sam to be destroyed by it. Frodo has already accepted at this point that he will not survive. In an extended scene, Frodo collapses whilst they are disguised as orcs, showing that he is at this point incapable of even standing up because of the intense corruption of the ring. He later begins hallucinating, and he collapses again after meeting Sauron's gaze for the first time. Frodo ultimately fails to destroy the ring, as he has been gradually broken and corrupted by it over the course of the prior 11 hours of film, and so we are fully able to accept that Frodo would fall in this manner. The ring is eventually destroyed by accident as Frodo and Gollum fight over it, and its destruction was not as a direct result of a conscious decision Frodo made. In The Lord of the Rings, Frodo deteriorates over the course of about a year. Conversely, King Durin becomes utterly insane within a few days or possibly a couple of weeks at a stretch. As I will get into later in this video, the longer this process takes, the more logistical problems pop up elsewhere in the story. What we know for certain, however, is that the Dwarven rings were forged. King Durin would have no reason not to use the ring immediately, given that he agreed off-screen to accept it. Meanwhile, Sauron begins working on the Rings for Men immediately, and the next point at which the stories intersect is when Prince Durin returns to Eregion to ask Celebrimbor why the ring has turned his father into a shit clown. This means that King Durin healed the mountain and became a crazy person in less time than it took Sauron to convince Celebrimbor to help make Rings for Men, which, given Sauron's ridiculous levels of urgency, does not work in the slightest, hence the claim that King Durin went insane in perhaps a week. Additionally, the manner in which the ring affects King Durin's behavior is utterly laughable, because unlike the One Ring, the Dwarven ring appears to download a new set of character traits directly into the king's brain, rather than twisting something that was already present. As Prince Durin says,
Greed is not his way. It never has been.
And yet, suddenly, not only is the king greedy, but he is psychotically greedy. He appears to just want to print money by mining the contents of the mountain immediately and taxing everything at 100%. The writers do attempt to dial up how insane the king becomes, as later in the season he attacks Na'vi and his men, and proceeds to dig into the mithril mine himself, which is a progression of this corruption. But the problems are twofold. Firstly, this still happened incredibly quickly, And secondly, their starting point was already absurd, and so the king's actions becoming more absurd the longer he wears the ring only makes this ridiculous change in his character even more comical. Finally, the rings for men are depicted as far more complex than either of the previous sets of rings. Prompted by his belief that men are easily corrupted, as well as the revelation that the dwarven rings went wrong, Celebrimbor devises a new process involving new tools and alloys to ensure that the 9 are free from any potential corruption. Setting aside how little sense this makes and how it does not address either what he believes to be the reason why the 7 were corrupted, nor does it address the actual reason why the 7 were corrupted, this tells us that this process will likely have taken longer than forging the 3, and certainly will have taken longer than forging the 7. The rings for men are not completed, as Celebrimbor steals them and gives them to Galadriel prior to making the finishing touches, although whether the rings are still usable is entirely unknown. Both Sauron and Celebrimbor intended for the 9 to contain Mithril. Using Sauron's blood instead was Plan B and became necessary after King Durin refused to part with any more Mithril. It might make an amount of sense to suggest that the 9 are far more evil and corrupt than the 3 or the 7, because these ones literally contain a piece of Sauron. But the problem with this idea is that if this were the case, tricking Celebrimbor into using his blood instead of Mithril would not have been Plan B. Sauron would have ensured that all of the rings were forged using his blood, as this would have only helped him achieve his goal, but instead he leaves his blood out of the equation until the very end of the process. Additionally, men are known in Middle-earth to be weaker-willed than elves and dwarves, and so it would not be necessary for Sauron to do anything different with the 9 than he did for the 7. Especially given how quickly King Durin turned into a crazy person, which means we can only expect that when the kings of Middle-earth that totally exist, I promise, finally put on their rings, they will turn into Nazgul within about 10 seconds. Anyway, we never learn what the rings for men actually do. We never learn what Sauron wants them to do. We never learn if Celebrimbor fucked around with them once he realized Sauron was evil. We can, however, make a few educated guesses. The 9 will be given to the various kings of men, although which kings of men I can't even begin to guess, because Rings of Power doesn't really have a race of men. It has the Numenorians, and it has a bunch of assholes running around in the woods. I am expecting something similar to what we got for the Dwarven kingdoms, in that we will get 1 or perhaps 2 characters we know of, who will each receive a ring, perhaps characters such as Kemen and Theo. And the remaining 7 will be distributed to other people who will spring out of the ground when the writers realize that they need 9 kings of men, rather than 2. In summary, the Rings of Power themselves are just as confusing, inconsistent, and underdeveloped as the show itself. They are universally used as plot devices, either through injecting information into characters' heads, or more generally as MacGuffins. This is a rather glaring weakness because of how hard Season 2 in particular focuses upon the rings themselves, and yet we receive very little concrete information about what they actually do, and what little information we do receive is often contradictory or nonsensical.
The whole season, in a way, is really about, now that the Elven Rings are here, what do they mean? And the whole season is exploring that Sauron brought some knowledge into their construction. Does that mean they're inherently tainted? And Elrond comes to believe that no. And Galadriel has bet that no. And by the end of the season, they're both united. These rings will protect us and protect the world.
As yourselves, would you keep the rings if you came into contact with them?
If I knew that no good can actually come of it, then no, I don't think so. I don't think I would.
I think I would keep hold of it, because I think that's the power of the ring.
Wow.
You'd like to think that you wouldn't, but none of us have been put in any circumstance which is really that life and death, and so you just don't know.
You'd keep it there, just in case.
Just in case.
Just in case.
The rings in Rings of Power frequently behave like the One Ring did in The Lord of the Rings, even though this does not make sense in universe, and as a result, it is entirely unclear why Sauron even needs the One Ring, given what the Dwarven rings are capable of doing. Season 1 of Rings of Power opened with a prologue explaining the history of the setting, or at least explaining the parts of the history that the writers are allowed to talk about due to their contractual limitations. Season 2 also opens with a prologue, but rather confusingly, the sequence of events as seen in this prologue does not appear to fit with what we were shown in Season 1. Season 1 tells us that Morgoth, the great foe, destroyed the Silmarils, which were the light of Valinor. This prompted the Elves to sail to Middle-earth and battle against Morgoth's forces, leading to Morgoth's defeat. The Orcs then spread to every corner of the earth under the command of Morgoth's most devoted servant, Sauron. After this point, Galadriel's brother Finrod hunted down Sauron, but was killed in the process. Consequently, Galadriel decided to hunt down Sauron herself, and after centuries, she located the fortress in Forodwaith. At some point during this process, Sauron experimented on orcs to create a power over flesh, as Galadriel finds the evidence of these experiments at the start of the story. Conversely, Season 2 tells us that Sauron gathered the orcs at some point after Morgoth's defeat. The title cards tell us that this is taking place at the dawn of the Second Age of Middle-earth, and if we reference the source material, we know that the First Age ended with Morgoth's defeat. We don't actually need to reference the source material to get an idea for when this is taking place, however, because Sauron specifically tells the orcs what they need to do following Morgoth's defeat, and he informs them that he is their new master. Even without the explicit reference to the dawn of the Second Age from the title cards, this dialogue informs us that this scene is taking place very shortly after Morgoth's defeat, as this is Sauron's attempt to take control of what remains of Morgoth's forces in the wake of his defeat. We have no reason to believe that he would have waited, given his objective. Sauron would immediately have summoned the remaining orcs to Forodwaith so as to enact his evil plan. He wants to experiment on the orcs to create a power over flesh so as to enslave Middle-earth, claiming that many orcs will die as a result. The orcs apparently already had an idea of who Sauron was, as they were not receptive to his appeal that they serve him, and some of them had already decided to assassinate him prior to this scene. After an unsuccessful attempt by a singular orc, Adar stabs Sauron in the neck, and the orcs kill him. Over an unspecified amount of time, he then regenerates into the Halbrand form we know from Season 1. There are major discrepancies between these two versions of the story, and before I go through the contradictions, I just want to highlight how these prologues are different with regard to their framing. Given the overall quality of the writing of Rings of Power, I consider it highly unlikely that the writers considered this when they wrote it, but the prologue in Season 1 could be understood as being from a subjective perspective, Galadriel's. She could be an unreliable narrator, and she could be giving the audience the sequence of events as she understands them to be. The prologue in Season 2, however, is not from any particular point of view, and as such we can accept this as the objective truth as to what actually happened. This doesn't do much to bridge the gap between both stories, however, as I will cover now. In the beginning, we can follow the prologue from Season 1. Morgoth attacked Valinor, the Elves fought back, Morgoth was defeated. This ended the First Age of Middle-earth, and the Second Age began. At the dawn of the Second Age, Sauron unsuccessfully attempted to take control of the Orcs, and he was killed. This is where the two prologues diverge. The Orcs may have spread across Middle-earth, but they were at this point under the command, or I guess fatherhood, of Adar, not Sauron, as Galadriel claims in Season 1. Finrod then decided to hunt down Sauron, unaware that Sauron was already dead, which presumably means that he found Adar instead, at which point it was Adar who killed Finrod and marked his flesh. This does all line up, in spite of the fact that the writers essentially lie to the audience in Season 1, which will have caused much confusion. If what we see happen in Season 2 is the objective truth of the matter, then there is no reasonable way that Galadriel or Finrod could have known that Adar killed Sauron as shown in Season 2. However, I don't believe that this was ever properly thought through, as there is never any in-universe acknowledgement that Adar is the one who killed Finrod. In fact, it is heavily implied by the show that Sauron killed Finrod, as we see him taking Finrod's form when tricking Galadriel with illusory bullshit.
My brother is dead. Because of you.
If Sauron were indeed not responsible for Finrod's death, he would surely have responded accordingly, as this would both have caused Galadriel to doubt herself and would have potentially diverted a portion of her animosity for him onto Adar, something that could only have benefited Sauron. In other words, if Sauron did not kill Finrod, then he has absolutely no reason not to tell Galadriel the truth. Regardless of Sauron behaving in a wildly suboptimal manner, it is nonetheless entirely possible, and given what we get in Season 2, probable, that Adar killed Finrod, not Sauron. Subsequently, when Galadriel took up Finrod's quest, she was unsuccessful in locating Sauron for centuries because, unbeknownst to her, Sauron had already been defeated and he was a blob of spaghetti underneath Forodwaith. The second discrepancy here is that Sauron must have already been experimenting on the Orcs prior to his death in Forodwaith, because Galadriel finds the evidence of these experiments in Season 1. This would suggest that Sauron had already begun to use the Orcs for his nefarious purposes prior to the prologue in Season 2, and it is entirely possible that his mistreatment of the Orcs is what prompted the Orcs and Adar to turn on him in Season 2. These experiments must have been conducted after Morgoth's defeat, but prior to Sauron's, and as we are firmly in the realm of magical bullshit here, I can't even begin to speculate as to how long this all took. But Season 2 does not give any impression whatsoever that any substantial amount of time has passed between Morgoth's defeat and Adar assassinating Sauron. Therefore, I can only say that it is possible that Sauron conducted experiments on the Orcs prior to gaining their consent, and it is also possible that this took place prior to his defeat. But if this is the case, I can't explain why Sauron did this, as it could only have pissed off the rest of the Orcs, and rather predictably, this leads to Sauron's death. So far, despite the writer's best efforts, things are seemingly making far more sense than they did at first glance, although this all relies heavily on the writers misdirecting the audience by lying to them, leveraging Galadriel's voiceover and the accompanying visuals to inform the audience of something that didn't actually happen, and further reinforcing this mistaken recounting of history later in Season 1 without ever acknowledging or even suggesting that this is a false recounting of history. And it also relies upon Sauron having already experimented on the Orcs prior to the dawn of the Second Age. This means that when Sauron regenerated into Halbrand, he was unaware of Galadriel, or at least he was unaware that she was hunting him. When he later meets her on the boat, he could have used his magical powers and learned everything the writers needed him to learn about her and her mission, but prior to them crossing paths by accident, Galadriel was a non-factor in Sauron's story. Which means he did not, as I previously suggested, choose the form of Halbrand so as to seduce Galadriel. This was just a happy coincidence. But, unfortunately, the writers did not do their homework. There is still a problem, a rather unassuming problem, but a problem nonetheless. A problem that blows a big hole in my frantic efforts to pummel Rings of Power into something that resembles a coherent story. That problem is manifested in the unforgettable form of Waldreg. Waldreg is the descendant from a long line of Sauron worshippers. We learned in Season 1 that Horden, the neighboring village to Tirharad, was known by the Elves to be occupied by the descendants of people who were particularly loyal to Morgoth. Conversely, it is very clear from Season 1 that Waldreg is specifically loyal to Sauron, not Morgoth, referring to him as he who was lost but shall return. Sauron had a plan to blow up Mount Doom and create a land for the Orcs. Presumably, Adar learned of this plan because it was seemingly information that was out there, and he decided to search for the evil sword and enact Sauron's plan, but for different reasons, as Adar wanted to give the Orcs a home. All of this is to say that in order for Waldreg to be from a long line of Sauron worshippers, for Waldreg to believe that Sauron was lost but shall return, and for the evil sword to exist, Sauron must have been a prolific presence in his own right after the defeat of Morgoth. But as Season 2 tells us, Sauron was assassinated by Adar very shortly after Morgoth's defeat, which means this does not make any fucking sense at all. One other minor point in favor of this not making any fucking sense at all, Sauron promised Adar children, indicating that Adar wanted the Orcs to be free, and that he wanted to be their father, which tells us that Sauron was running things for a period of time, but actually, no, he wasn't.
I found it so interesting that we actually took a step back in time and saw Sauron trying and failing to sort of bring together the Orcs. Can you talk about when you decided to explore that story and whether that was supposed to be part of Season 1 or if you at least knew in Season 1 that you were going to explore that in the future?
Yeah, at one point we wanted to include some of that material season 1, but we felt that the storyline benefited even more if we kept it for the top of season 2. So yeah, we did know this backstory. So we've always had a plan for the general, high-level trajectory of characters and storylines.
I think it is pretty clear that this was not properly thought out by the writers, as both prologues appear to directly contradict each other, even if we are unduly charitable to the writers. Even if we rather baselessly speculate that Galadriel was an unreliable narrator, and even if we accept that Sauron's magical experiments on orcs took place over a weekend, we still cannot account for the Waldreg factor. It is possible that the writers realized their mistake and that this is why they killed Waldreg at the earliest opportunity, but that would require that the writers read and understood their own script.
Tolkien didn't have one-dimensional characters. We were never going to create a one-dimensional character.
Fuck you!
Now it is time to assess all of the characters in Amazon's Rings of Power and find out where they ended up on the tier list. As with Season 1, it doesn't really make sense to use a conventional tier list because this is Rings of Power. And so the categories we have are as follows. Non-character is the tier for characters whom I just refuse to call characters because they are so thin that they are transparent. This tier is not for the worst characters, as in the ones who do the most damage to the show. This tier is more so for the most inconsequential characters. In Season 1, this tier included King Tar Palantir and Nori's sister Dilly. Breaks the Show is the tier reserved for the absolute worst of the worst. These characters are contradictory to the point of absurdity, and their characterization results in all related narrative beats becoming an irredeemable clusterfuck. In Season 1, the 3 characters who occupied this tier were Sauron, Elrond, and Isildur. Terrible is reserved for characters with serious flaws or inconsistencies. In Season 1, this tier included Malva, Theo, and Galadriel. Bad is simply for characters who are bad, but may potentially have a redeeming quality or two. However, they are flawed in some way, and their inclusion makes the show worse. In Season 1, this tier included King Durin, Elendil, and Bronwyn. Inoffensive is for middle-of-the-road characters who just kind of exist. They don't have any notable good or bad qualities, and they consequently do not detract from, nor do they improve, the show as a whole. In Season 1, this tier included Pharazôn, Miriel, and Adar. Mostly functional is for characters who, generally speaking, serve their purpose and don't have any major problems, although they do not reach the staggering heights of good. This tier is for characters who have a clear purpose within the story, and their actions, for the most part, make sense. In Season 1, this tier included Finrod, Valandil, and Disa, and this was reserved for the best characters of Season 1. And just in case we need it, I have added a good tier, should Season 2 give us any characters who genuinely stand out amongst the rest. I used this tier in my Hobbit autopsy, and it included Dwalin, Thranduil, and Smaug, and I am guessing that no character in Rings of Power will come close to those characters, but we will have to wait and see. As was the case in Season 1, the character with the lowest screen time is the Balrog, with 2 minutes and 21 seconds. The Balrog was awoken in Season 1 because some silly sausage dropped a leaf on his head. He then did nothing for a while until King Durin came knocking on his door. The Balrog was like hell to the fuck no, and tried to eat him before deciding actually no, and allowing the king time to decide to stop being fucking bonkers, and have an emotional goodbye with his son. The Balrog then kills King Durin and accidentally causes a cave-in, trapping himself in the depths of his inadequacy so that he can be rolled out later in the series. The overwhelming majority of you guys are saying non-character, which I can absolutely appreciate, so let's stick him in non-character for now. The Dweller, also known as Feminem, is back in Season 2 and does absolutely fucking nothing in her 2.5 minutes of screen time. This character is resurrected, and I can't tell you why. She serves zero narrative purpose. The Dark Wizard says, hey, what news? She tells him that Sauron is doing some evil bullshit in Eregion, and also Gandalf is really weak and vulnerable, but also I can't stop him. This character doesn't even exist for expositional purposes. She is a plank of wood for the Dark Wizard to talk to, and the only purpose she serves is to inform the audience that the Dark Wizard is approximately aware of Sauron's actions elsewhere in Middle-earth. A fact that is irrelevant to Season 2, and if it does ever become important in later seasons, the transmission of this information could easily have been inferred. I don't think there's any argument to make here other than non-character, honestly. Diarmid, the Goodman, who is really nice to Sauron, appears for 3 minutes and 59 seconds. He exists to be nice to Sauron, and to get the plot device into Sauron's hands. He is a refugee who has recently escaped an orc massacre, but he remains optimistic and has decided to sail across the sea to reach a better life. He is open and honest with Sauron and seems to want to convince this man he has never met before to change his ways and find a better life. He is curious about Sauron, maintains that all evils can be forgiven and atoned for, and he believes that in order to be a good person, you must simply choose good. He is shown to be a terrible judge of character because he mistakenly believes that Sauron is a good person. Diarmid essentially functions as an angelic being of pure contrivance that the writers have dangled in front of Sauron so as to justify his temporary change in behavior and to steer him in the direction of Galadriel. His personality is such that it is entirely to drive the plot, making him nothing more than a plot device.
Lord Wahoo says he breaks the show thanks to what he does to Sauron. No, I mean, I think that's Sauron's fault, not Diarmid's. Rags says, does the soundness of his actual advice weigh into his ranking? I feel like he should be lower because of that. It would be more a question of whether or not we can believe that a person like this would give the advice that he ends up giving. Because the whole, like, you should just be good, you've just got to be good. Why aren't you good? Like, that's as bare bones as it can possibly be. Yeah, with that taken into account, I'm thinking that we're going to stick him in inoffensive. I'm going to go with the crowd on this one.
Damrod, the legendary hill troll, appears for 4 minutes and 17 seconds before he is unceremoniously killed by a grappling hook. He is singularly interested in murder-fucking Sauron directly in the balls, although why he wants to do this is never even alluded to. He is, however, totally cool with not murder-fucking Sauron in the balls just yet, because Adar said words to him off-screen. He doesn't like orcs and will arbitrarily kill them. He seems to take pleasure in the mayhem of the battlefield, but he will listen to Adar and follow Adar's plan. He goes out like a bitch and is something of an anticlimax given the fact that the writers chose to give him any amount of setup, and what could have been a fun, awesome centerpiece for the Battle of Eregion ends up being entirely forgettable.
Atanal Kar says terrible, he had one job and he failed spectacularly. That's quite true. He did basically nothing in the battle. All he did was just slam the siege weapon into the wall, I guess. Which, I don't know why they didn't use catapults, god damn it. Tim Mulder says terrible. First he wanted to kill Sauron and then he just forgets about it. Yeah, you're right. I think that he has enough characterization, though, to where we're going to place him in bad. I'm not going with the majority here. I think that non-character needs to be for characters who do not have any characterization, not characters that have what I would describe as bad characterization.
Snaggleroot and Winterbloom are two Ents who appear in episode 4 for 4 minutes and 47 seconds and 5 minutes and 30 seconds respectively. They were both summoned by the deforesting of the other Ents, caused by the movement of Adar's army. They are both, understandably, quite pissed off about the whole thing, Winterbloom in particular, because she apparently raised many of the trees herself. After discovering the damage to their forest, they, rather confusingly, decided to attack anyone nearby who harms trees, electing to either abduct them or murder them outright, depending on their mood. The purpose they serve is to act as an antagonist/mystery box for the Pelargir Plot in episodes 3 and 4, or in other words, they exist because the writers needed Isildur to do something in Season 2. They also set Arondir on his quest and allow him to jump from his storyline into Galadriel's, although why they decide to suddenly trust Arondir is not explained or explored in the show. Snaggleroot and Winterbloom, or at least the Ents in general, will no doubt appear in later seasons when Kemen decides to destroy the forest surrounding Pelargir, although neither of them are particularly memorable, and they are both forced to act in a very specific way so as to allow the plot to happen.
The weakest part of them, I think, is that they just randomly decide whether they're going to kill people or capture them, and I have no idea what they would have done with the people that they captured had the plot not gotten involved and they ended up releasing all of them. They just seem to want to squash a bunch of people and then grab some of them and hide them for a bit and then, starve them to death? Release them and be like, I hope you learned your lesson. True says, I would say inoffensive, there's nothing to them. Josh says, the motivation to kill or not kill is inconsistent. Definitely, that's my biggest sticking point with them. Shady Puffer says they don't like axes, that's character, right? I mean, in Rings of Power, it just might be. I was going with inoffensive, but I think that because of the whole kill, not kill thing and the random trusting of Arondir, I think we're going to go bad. I think we're going to stick them both in bad.
Daemor is the first member of the company of Elrond to die, and he appears for a total of 5 minutes and 4 seconds. Daemor carries a sword, and we can assume that he is rather good at using it, given that he was chosen by Galadriel to accompany them. He notices that the spooky forest is indeed spooky, and then he dies immediately and accomplishes nothing.
I mean, there is no discussion. He's the definition of a non-character. He exists to say a line and then die, so I think we can move on. He actually has less characterization than either the Balrog or Feminem, so we're going to put him right at the bottom.
Brank, also known as Skeletor, appears for 7 minutes and 10 seconds. He serves as the primary antagonist of the Rhun Plot in his efforts to hunt down the Harfoots, in exchange for the Dark Wizard healing the curse upon his flesh. Brank and his minions are one of the most hilariously underdeveloped parts of Rings of Power. They were once kings, they have some kind of turbo leprosy, and they have now banded together as desert-roaming nomads. Absolutely none of this is explained, and we can't even speculate as to how any of this happened. Where their kingdoms were, why they are no longer kings, and what happened to their skin is never mentioned. The turbo leprosy exists because Brank needed a motivation for hunting the Harfoots, but the backstory that Brank and his minions used to be kings is brought up about 10 seconds before they are deleted from the story, and so I can't even begin to speculate as to what this means or why this was inserted. Brank, like many characters in Rings of Power, is a fucking idiot. He is established at being skilled at tracking, but is also terrible at tracking. He is seemingly very willing to kill, but also leaves the Stoors village to get the Dark Wizard to do his job for him, rather than torturing or killing anyone himself. He also disobeys the Dark Wizard for absolutely no reason, thereby ensuring that the Dark Wizard will not heal him, and he dies unceremoniously, never to be mentioned again.
Ethan says Skeletor is a complete retard. Yes, you're not wrong. John says he accomplishes nothing and acts in nonsensical ways and then dies without consequence. Terrible. I absolutely think that he is among the worst characters. Well, I don't even know if he's among the worst characters in Rings of Power, but he's definitely going in terrible.
Hagen, the adorable little goober, appears for 7 minutes and 42 seconds. He is more of a plot device than a character, in that he exists to motivate Estrid, but his mere existence acts as the writers pulling the rug out from under us in an entirely nonsensical manner. It is heavily implied that Hagen worships Adar, except that actually no he doesn't, I guess, and when he sees Isildur cucking him, he walks over and stands near him, but never actually says anything. This isn't portrayed as him being too emotional to challenge Isildur and fight for the woman he loves. It instead appears as though Hagen is an empty sack of meat who was told to stand next to the other actors for some reason. We learn from Estrid that Hagen does genuinely love her, and after Isildur leaves Pelargir, he clearly wants to continue their relationship, despite Estrid pining after another man's noodle. Hagen does not deserve Estrid, but he is also barely a character, so I can't say I feel any sympathy for him.
You guys are all saying cuck tier. God damn it. Do I actually need to make a cuck tier? I'm not making a cuck tier. We're gonna do this. That's all you're getting. I mean, I guess, yeah, he ends up in terrible, because the only characterization he gets is contradictory garbage.
Waldreg appears for 8 minutes and 22 seconds, despite being tragically killed off in the first episode of Season 2. Since creating Mordor, Waldreg has gone up in the world, and now has the privilege of welcoming newcomers to Mordor. It is also now his job to personally ask people to swear allegiance to Adar, and to make sure that everyone knows that Mordor is called Mordor. Waldreg is a bit of a meme, but honestly, he's a fucking idiot. He was established in Season 1 as being fully devoted to Sauron, and he ends up as Adar's minion due to a misunderstanding. He learns in Season 2 that Sauron may have returned, but then he takes no further action, remains a minion of Adar, and doesn't consider it alarming that Adar intends to kill Sauron. Waldreg is somewhat entertaining because he is characterized as a man who relishes in being evil for no reason other than that he likes being evil, although why the writers decided to have the character of Waldreg play the role of pure fucking evil rather than, oh, I don't know, Sauron, I have no idea.
I mean, the memes are saying that he's good, but the problem is I have to filter out the memes because Waldreg is not a good character.
It's all coming together.
Oh, god damn it. So much perfect S tier in the chat. What the fuck? I mean, I think that Waldreg is bad. You guys, for the memes, are trying to bump me up to inoffensive. He's very, very entertaining in how evil he is, which makes him... Honestly, I think he's probably the most entertaining character in Rings of Power, which I think is why the memes... The memery, I think, works for that reason. I have to disregard the memes. I'm sorry, but the Waldreg tier, he's going in bad. What I will do, though, is I will put him at the top of bad. I refuse to put Waldreg in good. We are not putting Waldreg as the best character in Rings of Power. Rags says random murdered Waldreg just like Sauron did. Hey, well, was it really murder? I mean, it was Waldreg kind of brought it on himself. He welcomes people to, I know that he welcomes people to Mordor, but unfortunately that's not enough to get, the good category is not the welcome to Mordor category.
The Dark Wizard, also known as Rasputin, also known as Saruman, except not really, appears for 8 minutes and 44 seconds. Yes, the writers heavily imply that this character is Saruman because he repeatedly calls Gandalf old friend.
Old friend, old friend, old friend, old friend.
And given Rings of Power's immensely frustrating tendency to conceal the identities of certain characters for purely meta reasons, only to reveal them and be like, wow, wasn't that fun? Anyway, let's move on to the next one. This means that the writers are telling us that the Dark Wizard is Saruman. Except that apparently no he isn't. Quote, we can say definitively, he is not Saruman. Definitively, 100% he is not. Which means the writers were either knowingly lying by misdirecting us in the show, or they are now lying in interviews, or they are making shit up as they go. Anyway, to say that this character is confusing is a misuse of the word confusing. He is established as an incredibly powerful sorcerer who wants to ally with Sauron and take over the world. His minions are excruciatingly incompetent, and when it is revealed that they accidentally lifted the veil on the wrong person, the Dark Wizard decides to ally himself with this person, presumably to ensure that he doesn't get in the way of his evil plan. The Dark Wizard is very evil, but makes no effort to hide it. He is terrible at manipulating people, and he draws from information that he can't have because the plot requires it. His backstory is unclear, as his claimed backstory is presumably a lie, but it also makes zero sense. And so the fact that it makes zero sense means I am inclined to accept it as the truth, because this is Rings of Power after all. He and the other Istari lived in Valinor with the Elves. At some point after Morgoth's defeat, Gandalf convinced them to go to Middle-earth and defeat Sauron together. The Dark Wizard arrived before Gandalf, for some reason, and decided to team up with Sauron instead. He saw a meteor and was like, oh boy, that must be Sauron, and he sent out his minions to recover him. Unfortunately, he was mistaken, and this meteor man was actually Gandalf, and so the Dark Wizard hastily cobbled together a plan B, that he would manipulate Gandalf into siding with him, which goes directly against what the Dark Wizard claims was Gandalf's original intention. This is utter nonsense, and I have no faith that any further clarification later in the series will help to fix this.
Sam says, I would say breaks the show, but his plotline is so unimportant that I don't give a fuck. I don't think that he breaks the show yet, although I think he potentially will break the show in later seasons. The reason why I'm not inclined to put him in breaks the show is because there is still a lot that we don't know about him, and so I can't concretely say that he actually breaks the show. Yeah, Mr. Dark Wizard is going in terrible. He's absolutely a terrible character, and I think I'm going to put him... We're going to put him in between Cuck and Skeletor, I think.
Merrimack, also known as Nobody, also known as Simple Jack, also known as the writers wasting my fucking time trying desperately to be funny, appears for 9 minutes and 52 seconds. We spend as much time with Merrimack as we spent with Denethor in The Lord of the Rings. Merrimack doesn't have a character, beyond that he appears to have the mind of a child. He is goofy and silly, and he struggles to say things sometimes, he can't count, and he is ignorant that he sometimes has smelly breath. The reason I named this character Simple Jack is because he is simple, and there is nothing more to him. He is a caricature, he has no depth, and he has no purpose other than to fill up time in a TV show.
He definitely doesn't break the show. I would have put him in terrible, but probably towards the top end of terrible, because the problems with him, I think, are in his simplicity, and the fact that he just seems so out of place in, honestly, even Amazon's Middle-earth. Josh says bad, but I want him in terrible. I think he's somewhere in between the two, so what I think we're going to do is we're going to put him at the top of terrible.
Beric, Isildur's Chad of a horse, appears for 10 minutes and 11 seconds, and in that time he is shown to be far more intelligent and far more useful than Isildur. He has a psychic bond with Isildur, and he will run into enemy territory, even braving the infamous Black Forest to find his master. However, he also allows himself to be abducted by wild men, and he doesn't put up any kind of a fight. And when Isildur turns up to rescue him, it appears that Beric was totally chill with his new life as a wild horse. I can empathize with Beric in this regard, as the wild men almost certainly have more grey matter between their ears than Isildur, and so Beric's decision to abandon his master makes sense. And although his change of heart after Isildur rescues him was somewhat disappointing, this can be explained by Beric having a psychic connection with Isildur, meaning that Beric is a victim in all of this, and he did not choose to become bonded with a piss muppet.
I genuinely think that I would put Beric in good, because the writers accidentally do a very good job of making me feel sorry for this horse. Oberon says the acting award goes to, yes, actually Beric might be one of the best actors in the show. Lydia says no, he's responsible for the worst and most pointless arc. You are absolutely correct, but that is not Beric's fault. The fact that he has a psychic connection with Isildur and the fact that he is really, really brave and he goes out of his way to rescue his master that he didn't choose, that's admirable. It's admirable and it's consistent, and I think that for that reason, Beric's going in good.
Commander Malindol, the commander of the Elven military forces in Eregion, appears for 10 minutes and 35 seconds. Commander Malindol is an idiot. He would be an idiot if, as I had originally assumed, Eregion was bombarded by trebuchets for a few hours, and during this time, Commander Malindol neither organizes any kind of counterattack, nor does he attempt to speak with Celebrimbor, the Lord of Eregion, or Anatar, the new Lord of Eregion, indicating that he is content with just standing there for hours on end dodging artillery fire. But Commander Malindol is a unique strain of idiot, because as the writers have confirmed that the siege went on for weeks, not hours, whilst Celebrimbor was forging the rings, this means that Commander Malindol just kind of stood there and did nothing for fucking weeks while the city burned to the ground. Given that people like Galadriel and Durin knew about the Dwarven Tunnel going into the city, Malindol simply must have known about it, because he is the guy in charge of their defenses, and yet he makes no effort to evacuate. He simply does nothing until the start of episode 7 when Anatar tells him what to do. He also likes to leave mutilated corpses in the street for all to see. He abandons the front lines to make sure that Celebrimbor is still behaving, and he accepts Anatar as the new Lord of Eregion despite presumably serving Celebrimbor for hundreds of years, if not longer. His final act is a hilariously misguided attempt to arrest Sauron, and he dies because, obviously, that is what will happen when you try to arrest Sauron.
I mean, he either breaks the show or he's a non-character, so we're going to stick him in. Breaks the show. He is our first character that breaks the show. Because, Jesus Christ.
Gundabale, also known as the Gund, appears for 10 minutes and 43 seconds. There is an idea underneath what we actually got. The idea of a village leader who is highly attached to the sentimentality she has for her home, to the point where she would rather die to protect it than leave it. The idea that this character would convince Nori, who holds the opposite view, that homes are important. The idea that after losing her village, she is forced to embrace Nori's way of life instead. The problem is that none of these beats land because the writers are incapable of maintaining any degree of character consistency. Gundabale is characterized immediately as an arrogant, self-important, derogatory, and bad-tempered cow, and I have no idea why this decision was made given where her story goes. It is very difficult to empathize with such a character, because I can't imagine being in the same room as her for more than 5 minutes without wanting to leap headfirst into a Balrog.
Terrible! Seems to be the consensus. That is what I'm thinking. It's difficult to hate a character in a TV show that is as bad as Rings of Power, but some characters are just so hateable, and I don't understand why they characterize them in this way. She's going in terrible. We'll put her above the cuck as well.
Camnir, also known as Map Guy, appears for 11 minutes and 3 seconds. He was chosen by Elrond and Galadriel to accompany them, although his only purpose as a member of the company seems to be as the Map Guy, as although he does carry a dagger, unlike Daemor and Vorahil, he was not selected to fill one of the 2 available slots of swordsman, and he is clearly not experienced at all in combat. He has some knowledge of the history of the Elven-controlled regions of Middle-earth, as well as their geographical layout, although as this knowledge would be expected from an elf, this is not remarkable. He is shown to be in awe at Galadriel's actions because he is a character in Rings of Power, and he entirely drops out of the story by the end of the episode in which he is introduced.
The overwhelming majority of you guys are saying non-character, and I have to agree. He is a non-character. He is more of a character than Daemor. Actually, I think we're going to put him at the top of non-character.
Valandil, also known as Afrock, appears for 11 minutes and 27 seconds, and the destruction of this character is one of the things that pissed me off the most about Season 2. Valandil is a very simple side character. In Season 1, he was a relative high point. He was characterized as very competent and having a strong moral conviction. Usually it would be pretty difficult to fuck up a character like this, but Season 2 has lost the battle against itself and has reduced this character whose only real trait was that he was competent into an idiot who doesn't act in accordance with his interests and who fails to recognize very obvious risks, ultimately dying as a result. Valandil eavesdrops on the discussion in the pub regarding a plot to usurp Miriel, and although he does step in momentarily and suggest that Eregion should not be considering such a thing, he then leaves and does nothing with this information, which leads to Miriel and Elendil being caught off guard during the ceremony. He later attacks Kemen, quite understandably given Kemen's behavior, and this kind of hot-headedness is in line with how Valandil behaved in Season 1. However, he is inexplicably overpowered by Kemen, and later drops his weapon at Kemen's feet before turning his back on his opponent rather predictably, leading to his death. Now that Valandil is dead, there is no repairing him. He was forced to be an incompetent buffoon with the survival instincts of a lemming, so that the writers could kill him off for maximum drama.
I was thinking bad, you guys are saying bad, we're going to put him in bad. I think he's going above Damrod, but we're going to put him below the Ents.
Círdan the Shipwright appears for 11 minutes and 50 seconds in episodes 1 and 2 before he is promptly dropped from the story. Círdan, as we are told explicitly on more than one occasion, is old and wise. This fact is then leveraged by the writers to allow the plot to happen, as Galadriel is able to locate Elrond and the rings because Círdan is infamously both old and wise, and later the writers have the character who is both old and wise do something unbelievably stupid. The intention being that the audience will more readily accept this action because the character is old and wise. The problem is that you can't repeatedly tell us how intelligent a particular character is and then portray him as an unambiguous fucking moron. Círdan is established as a perfectionist. He strives to create beauty but believes that true perfection only exists in Valinor. He has some kind of psychic ability, as he is able to detect the presence of the rings before Elrond reveals them. Círdan places a high degree of trust in Elrond's judgment, as he is willing to destroy the rings based entirely on second-hand information. He then changes his mind for unspecified reasons and decides not only to hold off on destroying the rings, but also to put one of them on, in spite of the fact that he knows as much as Elrond does about their creation. This is beyond reckless and idiotic, but because the writers wrote down Círdan is old and wise, the audience is meant to accept this as a smart thing to do. He later reveals that he considers things born of evil to be no less beautiful than things that are not, before drawing an absurd parallel between Sauron trying to subjugate the free peoples of Middle-earth and a poet overindulging in alcohol. He is aware that Sauron was involved in the creation of the rings, that the elves do not fully understand the rings, and that the rings exert a power over all forms of life, but rather than concluding that the rings must be destroyed, he concludes that they must use the rings against Sauron. This is very similar to the ways in which we see the One Ring corrupt various characters in The Lord of the Rings. The difference is that Boromir, as great a man as he was just a man. Conversely, Círdan is presented not only as an elf, but as the oldest elf in Middle-earth. Additionally, it becomes clear that Sauron does not have any direct control over the Elven Rings, which means Boromir had an excuse for becoming corrupted by the power the One Ring promised, both because of his relatively limited knowledge and experience as a mortal man, and because of the intensely corruptive nature of the One Ring, whereas Círdan has no such excuse. Because he has thousands of years of worldly experience, he is known as the Wise One, and the Elven Rings are not corrupting him in a supernatural manner. Círdan should have destroyed them as he intended in Episode 1, and why he changed his mind I cannot even begin to answer, other than by saying that his brain was removed, put in a blender, and then placed back inside his skull.
Robert White says he doesn't destroy the rings despite being told by Elrond that they were made by Satan. Breaks the show. I think we've got to go with breaks the show here. I think he doesn't quite break the show as much as this sponge, because he also, we need to remember, convinces Elrond to do what he does, in that he convinces Elrond to change his mind off screen. Because if that doesn't happen, then the entire plot changes. So he's used as a plot device, and the way that the writers use him as a plot device is by having him act in a directly contradictory manner to how they have told us that he should act. So yeah, Círdan breaks the show. We're going for it.
Rhiann, also known as What Are They, appears for 13 minutes and 6 seconds. Rhiann is not characterized. All we know about her is that she is good at archery and she doesn't know what barrow wights are. She accomplishes nothing narratively, but for some baffling reason she is given a dramatic send-off during the Battle of Eregion when she attempts to destroy the Ravager, is immediately pincushioned by about 7 different archers simultaneously, and although her fire arrow does land in the barrel of nitroglycerin that the Orcs have for some reason, she fails to destroy the Ravager. Rhiann has almost as much time as Saruman did in The Lord of the Rings.
I don't think there is any argument that this character is anything other than a non-character. She is like the definition of a non-character, possibly even more so than this guy. I don't think she has enough character to put her anywhere other than non-character.
Tom Bombadil appears for 14 minutes and 5 seconds. With the exception of his appearance in a Finnish adaptation of The Lord of the Rings,
Ettekö tunne minua? Olen Tom Bombadil.
This was the first appearance of Tom Bombadil in any adaptation of Tolkien's work. And so it was the opportunity for the writers to do something that had never been done before. They succeeded. Tom Bombadil is the most irritating character in the show. He is clearly meant to be this incomprehensibly powerful being who is so far beyond Gandalf that trying to understand him is a futile exercise, but the way this character is written means he is also a self-obsessed, uncaring, arrogant prick. The purpose he serves is to set Gandalf on his path for the rest of the series, and his guiding Gandalf towards both his name and his staff is a culmination of Gandalf's journey for the first 2 seasons. The quest Tom Bombadil outlines indicates that he cares about people, but his actions demonstrate that he doesn't care about people. He also seems to believe that time is of the essence, but also doesn't care to do things quickly. Additionally, this character clearly thinks he is hilarious, but his arrogant tone and the manner in which he speaks down to others means his often light-hearted mood and quirky mannerisms come off as demeaning, as if he goes out of his way to make Gandalf feel like an idiot. Tom Bombadil was a misguided attempt to inject humor into this mostly dour and monotonous story, and using him to set Gandalf on his quest raises far more questions than it answers.
The Pebble Institute says he is everything wrong with the show. The bastardization of the source material, the smug time-wasting, the insane decision-making, the torturous key jangling, etc. He is awful. I could not have put that better myself. That's a very convincing argument. Critical Meme Theory says he sings about himself in the third person. He totally breaks the show. John says this character is so bad that it makes me question my own purpose in this world. Nothing could have made him worse, and he breaks not only the show, but also my will to live. He's going in Breaks the Show.
Na'vi, the Delve Master, appears for 15 minutes and 17 seconds. Na'vi is okay, making him probably the best character in Rings of Power. His biggest failing is that it takes him a while to decide to betray the king, but this can be somewhat hand-waved because we don't actually know the state of Khazad-Dum, and so it is unclear what ramifications there would have been for Na'vi if he had wisened up sooner. Na'vi is mostly competent, and it is believable that he would have the role of Delve Master. He is loyal to the king, only turning against him when the king becomes even crazier, and says that he wants to dig and get rich to profit from the war that is starting right now. Na'vi is passable, because there isn't any part of his characterization that is broken. He is only a victim of broader problems that affect every character in Rings of Power, such as the incessant need to speak as if he is in a movie trailer, and his various references to logistical absurdities, such as the king digging directly to the Balrog. These are problems that can be aimed at the world building rather than Na'vi as a character, because everything he says, as absurd as it sounds, does actually turn out to be true.
You guys are saying somewhere between mostly functional and inoffensive by the looks of it. Graham says mostly functional, a serviceable miner who knows his job and his place. I don't know why he threatens the dynamic duo with his pick before offering to join them. Aside from that, a decent enough dwarf. King of Moorland says inoffensive, does his job without breaking anything. If he had appeared in Season 1, he would be a character that I would say I want to see more from him, which is what I said about Disa in Season 1. Because as bad as Season 1 is, it's like there are small things that I'm like, I want to see more. Given what Season 2 has done to those things, I am not going to say that I want to see more of Na'vi in Season 3 because they're going to destroy Na'vi in Season 3. Like, there's so little to Na'vi, but what little there is, I think that I am willing to put Na'vi in mostly functional.
Vorahil, also known as Overconfident McDagaman, appears for a rather surprising 17 minutes and 30 seconds, although a big chunk of this is during the negotiation scene in which he is only present as a bodyguard for Elrond. Vorahil is overconfident, and he has daggers. He is implied to be very skilled, however he is also an idiot who tells the orcs their battle plans for no reason, and he doesn't realize that he has seen a spooky demon when he has very obviously seen a spooky demon. Vorahil is probably the most characterized out of the company of Elrond, which truly speaks to how pathetic these characters are. All four of them are vapid, emotionless faces who exist to wear armor and hold their weapons, and I cannot imagine these characters chilling by a campfire and having a chat. Every line they speak is expository in nature, they do not have personalities, and they only exist because Galadriel and Elrond needed people to come with them.
Definitely not. Boromir says he is overconfident and he has daggers. Non-character. That's basically it. Sekko, yeah, this is a good point actually, so we need to bear this in mind. His open discussion of battle plans in an enemy camp is just so insane and stupid, therefore terrible. I guess he has to go in terrible, because he only really does one thing, and it's terrible. We are going to put Vorahil in terrible, but he's going to go at the top of terrible, because there is just not enough of him to where he gets dragged down even further. He's sort of teetering around the Damrod. He's in Damrod's orbit.
Lord Theo of Pelargir appears for 17 minutes and 43 seconds, and in that time he does almost literally nothing. Theo was a terrible character in Season 1, but he at least had a rudimentary arc. In Season 2, he tells Arondir to go fuck himself after Bronwyn dies off-screen, helps Isildur rescue his horse because Isildur told him about aqueducts, gets abducted by a tree, is rescued, and is disappointed that the Numenorians don't respect him as the Lord of Pelargir. This is not a character arc, although the writers clearly consider it to be. Theo's journey in Season 1 had led him to accept Arondir as a surrogate father, but cutting ties with Arondir in the way that he does is incomprehensible, and appears to happen entirely because Arondir suddenly doesn't understand human emotions. Theo is shown to be rather stupid, as his plan to rescue Isildur's horse is to wander up to the wild men at night and say, "Hello, fellow Adar worshippers, how are we doing on this evil evening?" Given the behavior we saw from the wild men, this sequence of events should have resulted in Theo being killed, or at the very least abducted. But because of the plot trees getting involved, the writers managed to avoid having the wild men murder Theo, because the writers have decided for some reason that actually, the wild men are just misunderstood. Towards the end of Theo's story, at the end of episode 4 of 8, we are informed that Theo is the Lord of Pelargir, and he returns to Pelargir seemingly ready to take responsibility for the people. This is then rudely interrupted by Kemen's arrival. Kemen neither knows who Theo is, nor does he show any respect to Theo whatsoever, leading to Theo moping about the fact that no one cares who he is, thus highlighting the fact that no one should care who he is, and the only reason he is expecting this is because his mother decided that she was in charge back in Season 1.
Terrible, terrible, terrible. Graham says Theo is terrible. God alone knows how Tyro Muhafidin got the job. And given his acting range, he makes the average Thunderbird puppet look competent. Osiris says terrible. He has no impact on the show, but he doesn't break the show either. Regardless, he has nothing to do with the lore or the show in the first place. So yeah, Theo's going in terrible.
Lord Belzegar appears for a substantial 20 minutes and 43 seconds, although much of this time is spent standing around sneering at everyone. He is introduced as a noble who is not respectable and who wants Pharazôn to usurp Miriel for some reason. We don't know what he does in his spare time, what his goals are for Numenor, why he likes Pharazôn, or why he dislikes Miriel. He exists as a player in what is desperately trying to be a political drama, but we know nothing about what he wants or why. He is also characterized as an incomprehensible fucking idiot, as he convinces Pharazôn to execute Elendil via an elaborate scheme involving a giant Cthulhu monster, and he was seemingly aware that Miriel could take Elendil's place, but he neglected to bring that up at any point. This character exists to be a one-dimensional evil-doer, and although he is not anywhere near as irritating as certain characters from The Hobbit who fill a similar role, he is still agonizingly simplistic.
The one part of Lord Belzegar that actually made me go, okay, there's something there, after the trial by Abyss, which obviously goes as catastrophically wrong as possible. He says, the gods have deemed her, and then she gets out of the water, and he says, worthy. The way that he says it seems to indicate that he cares more about following the letter of the law, which we also get by his kind of admission that, yeah, okay, Miriel can go in instead of Elendil. Which, like, that all tells us that he is more interested in following the letter of the law than he is in kind of fucking around with things for his own gain. That's the one bit that made me go, okay, there is something there, but it was like 4 words in a sentence, so it's really nothing. Abe Zebra says he doesn't do enough to be terrible. Noonish says he's not bad enough to be terrible. I think that's probably fair. I'm going to put him in bad. He's bad. Let's put him at... Oh, this is difficult. No, we're going to put him there.
Glug, that lovable scamp, appears for 20 minutes and 52 seconds. Glug, at one point, was a relative high note in Season 2. He is characterized as an orc who doesn't want to go to war. He wants to chill in Mordor with Glugwife and Glugling, whom he loves very, very much. Throughout Season 2, he gradually questions Adar's leadership, culminating in Glug betraying his father. Conceptually, this is coherent. Adar was established in Season 1 as caring deeply for the orcs, but his actions in Season 2 reveal that he does not. The problem, as it relates to the character of Glug, is that Glug turns on Adar in favor of Sauron. And after killing Adar, he is super eager to jump back into the murder pit in service of his new evil master. The writers invert Glug's character in his final couple of scenes, and unfortunately this can only be explained by saying that Sauron mind-controlled Glug to make him evil. The nature of Glug's death scene, however, would suggest that this is not the case, as this is clearly meant to be an emotional scene, and Sauron executing Glug, who was just being a good boy the whole time and fell in with the wrong crowd, makes far more sense as an emotional payoff rather than having Sauron execute a brainwashed minion for no reason. This means that the character of Glug existed to introduce a degree of sympathy and moral ambiguity to the orcs, to realize that Adar is not who he thought, to then choose to serve Sauron and do the exact same thing that he had a problem with doing under Adar, and to die as a result. Glug dies because he forgets who he is in a very literal sense.
Okay, this is why I thought this would be interesting, because part of this is for the memes. I understand that. But at the same time, early on, genuinely, Glug was the only character I gave a shit about. By the end of the season, I absolutely cannot be putting Glug in good. Rising Hero says they ruined his character in the end. Honestly, that's my main sticking point with him, is that his final couple of scenes had a clear direction that they should have gone. If he had turned on Adar and then decided, okay, I'm going home, and then Sauron was like, no, you're fucking not, and then Sauron killed him, then Glug would be in good. Unironically, Glug would be probably, no, not counting the fucking horse, Glug would be the best character in Season 2. Glug would be the best character in Rings of Power. If they had made that change, and he had not broken who he was at his core and just became evil, then he would end up as good. Gilgamesh says he's the best character in the show until they character assassinate him in the last episode. Yep, I'm agreeing with all of this. Alex says he instantly goes from mostly functional to breaks the show. Glug breaks the show. I can't put him below Tom Bombadil. Let's put him above Tom Bombadil.
Queen Regent Miriel, also known as Miriel, after the eagle, appears for 21 minutes and 23 seconds. Miriel doesn't really do anything in Season 2, she mostly just sits back and lets Pharazôn do his thing, until she decides not to sit back and let Pharazôn do his thing. Through a contrived sequence of absurdism, Miriel comes to accept that if she allows Pharazôn to be the king, Numenor will not be flooded, and this is what motivates her throughout Season 2. She spends much of her time trying to ensure that Elendil does the same, but when Elendil resolves to martyr himself to Cthulhu, Miriel makes the interesting decision to take his place, thereby directly interfering with Pharazôn's kingship. Yes, in doing so, she does appear to save Elendil's life, but the problem is that both Miriel and Elendil are devoutly faithful in the will of the Valar, which means both of them should have expected Elendil's survival, given that they both know that he didn't actually commit treason. At the end of the season, Miriel voluntarily stays in Numenor to be persecuted for working with Sauron that one time, and it is entirely unclear why she didn't escape with Elendil. Overall, Miriel's actions in Season 2 are incoherent given her claimed beliefs, but the writers simultaneously lean heavily on these beliefs to justify her actions, and so the character makes very little sense.
The problem, because yeah, she really does not do much. The problem is that everything that she does, I take major issue with. Wyland says with her, it feels like she does what she does because the script calls for it and no better reason. I mean, that's absolutely true, but that's a lot of characters. Christian says she's not quite terrible, she's at least consistently bleh. Low end of bad. She's somewhere between bad and terrible, and what I think I'm going to do is she as bad as these characters. She's not as bad as those characters. We're going to put her at the bottom of bad. I'm sorry, I'm going against the majority here.
Merdania, the only smith in Eregion who is allowed to speak, appears for 23 minutes. She is a very simple character whose purpose is to die so that Sauron can torture Celebrimbor. Her personality is virtually non-existent. She is remarkably gullible and doesn't ask questions because the writers won't let her. When she does become suspicious, she becomes suspicious of the wrong person, and she dies without ever learning that Anatar was evil, believing that Celebrimbor, whom she had presumably known for a very long time, had thrown her to her death in a moment of anger. My take on this character was far more positive, or at the very least inoffensive, until the writers confirmed that the siege went on for weeks. Which means at no point during these weeks did she ever attempt to speak with Celebrimbor to ensure that he is okay, nor did she attempt to speak with Anatar until the opening of episode 7. This substantially damages the character, as she is shown to care about Celebrimbor, and yet she also does not.
Yeah, Lord Wahoo says the fact that she doesn't try to talk to Celebrimbor until the wall, despite her concern, makes her a terrible person or a terrible character. I was going for an offensive, but that revelation about the siege lowers her to bad. Rising Hero says, I would think that if she is told that her master is possibly affected by dark magic and she doesn't try to keep her eye on him to make sure he is being checked on. Yeah, okay. Medania is going at the bottom of bad.
Kemin appears for 25 minutes and 32 seconds. Kemin has undergone something of a transformation in between seasons 1 and 2. In season 1, Kemin was an awkward, incompetent simp who made terrible decisions for terrible reasons, and then got away with this because of other characters being idiots. In season 2, all of this still applies, except that this time around, Kemin is now a malevolent being of pure fucking evil. This change in Kemen's character is perhaps the most jarring change in Season 2, and it appears to happen entirely in between episodes 3 and 5. In episode 3, Kemen doesn't really do anything, and so he doesn't have the chance to demonstrate how evil he is. All he does is pick a fight with Valandil and then back down, which serves as a setup for their later scene. This is cocky, sure, but it isn't exactly evil. The writers for episode 5, however, had certain narrative beats that they wanted to hit. And so they decided, you know what, this Kemen character is now an exaggerated evil clown. There is no justification for this in-universe. Pharazôn becomes the king, he tells Kemen to go and deal with the faithful, and both the manner in which Kemen chooses to do this, as well as his general attitude towards what he is doing, inform us that Kemen suddenly relishes in being as evil as possible. He enjoys causing emotional and physical pain, torturing people and provoking them for no other reason than that he finds it fun. He is also suddenly inexplicably good at fighting, to the point where he is almost able to overpower Valandil, who is not only a trained soldier, but he was also the only soldier able to land a blow on Galadriel in Season 1. Galadriel, of course, being the bestest soldier in the history of soldiers. Point being, Valandil is not just some guy, he is not even some random soldier, he is a very skilled soldier who should have wiped the fucking floor with Kemen, but didn't, because Kemen is turbocharged from his newfound devotion to evil. Kemen is in fact so evil that he murders Valandil purely out of spite, an act which accomplishes nothing and an act which is never mentioned again. Had Kemen not murdered Valandil, the plot would have stayed exactly the same.
Because Muriel's saying don't fight. But then Kemen, I mean, I feel like people want to hit him, right? Like, you're rooting for Elendil to hit him. But Elendil's not supposed to do it. He's not supposed to do that. She's told him no. And look what comes of it, right?
But
like,
that works so well because we had the same feeling. Like, he wants to hit him. We want him
to hit him.
So we're all resisting together, which was so effective in terms of getting that emotion across.
Yeah.
Kemen is a laughable attempt to create a character for the audience to hate. The point of him in Season 2 is to be so detestable, so slimy, and so dishonorable that we, the audience, want Elendil to break his vow to Miriel. However, much like certain characters in the Hobbit trilogy, Kemen in Season 2 is not intelligently written. He is not believable. He is not anything approaching interesting or nuanced. This character was written with the subtlety of a brick fucking wall. His entire persona is, look at how evil I am, and his behavior does not make any sense within the setting. Kemen is a blatant attempt by the writers to manipulate the audience's emotions, and even had they not repurposed a character who was absolutely not like this in Season 1, this still would have been an abject failure due to the specifics of how he is characterized and implemented.
He's terrible. Absolutely terrible. Lord Wahoo says his sudden takeover of everything, the way he beats the Sea Guardman and everything that he does, he breaks everything that he touches. Mega Hobbit says he is awful. He makes the worst decisions that only worsen the situation he is in. He frankly fudged up a potential peace treaty. This gets more into Pharazôn, who we're going to get to in a minute, but what the fuck was Pharazôn expecting? Is he... Because Kemen could have been like, it's okay, I've brokered peace with the Faithman. Farazon be like, good, that's exactly what I wanted you to do, boy? Or would he be like, no, I wanted you to stab the... Okay, yeah, Kemen is going in terrible.
Estrid appears for 26 minutes and 35 seconds, and she is easily one of my most despised characters from Rings of Power, making her one of my most despised characters from any show or film I have ever seen. The way this character behaves and the way the story treats her are diametrically opposed. The same, of course, is also true of Galadriel. Estrid is a wild man woman who is looking for Hagen, her betrothed. That she is doing this, and that she immediately tells Isildur about this, would suggest that she loves Hagen. Otherwise, she would simply leave and forget about him. It is unclear how and why they were ever separated. All we know for sure is that it cannot have had anything to do with the events of Season 1, as she claims to have been looking for him for weeks. Estrid is shown to be intelligent enough to manipulate a career window licker such as Isildur, but she is also demonstrably a window licker herself, as she is comically awful at lying, believes for some reason that she can outrun an elf, forgets that people exist when they are off-screen, and is apparently both deaf and blind. But okay, maybe she's just a bit dense. That doesn't necessarily speak to her character, just her general level of intelligence. So, who is Estrid as a person? Estrid is the kind of person who will stab people and then joke about it. Estrid is the kind of person who will ambush and murder someone for her own benefit. Estrid is the kind of person who will betray and threaten to kill people who are helping her. Estrid is the kind of person who will forget that she has a fiancé and will instead take her chances with a man she has just met. Estrid is the kind of person who will actively cuck her fiancé whilst he is building a house for them to live in. Estrid is an abominable bitch. She is disgusting and there is nothing to like about her whatsoever. But okay, maybe this was intentional. Maybe Estrid is meant to be hated in the same way that Kemen is. Well, no. Estrid cheating on Hagen is unambiguously portrayed as romantic catharsis, as if she and Isildur are two lovers who are meant to be together, and when Isildur leaves for Numenor, this is portrayed as tragic. Estrid cannot be with the man she met just yesterday, no, no, no. She is condemned to shack up with Hagen, her fiancé, a man whom she knows loves her deeply and a man whom she was deeply in love with prior to meeting Isildur. The writers of Rings of Power think that what Estrid did is romantic because they don't understand what human emotions are.
Oberon says the writers concentrating on an inconsistent, detestable nobody in a universe filled with important lore characters to actually showcase out of 10. Wyland says this is a character who wrecks Isildur's character multiple times. He should have summarily killed her for stabbing him. Griffin says she absolutely knew that he wasn't an orc. I don't see how she could have genuinely believed that he was an orc. But because we don't ever see it from her perspective, I guess she's just that dumb where she will just stab anyone who comes near her. Which still speaks to her character. I mean, she's going in terrible. The question is how low. I'm going to put her there above Kemen.
Farazon appears for 27 minutes and 6 seconds, which is comparable to Boromir in The Lord of the Rings. He was one of few characters who made it out of Season 1 relatively unscathed, as Season 1 barely spent any time on Farazon, and the damage was related to things he didn't do, rather than the things he did. Season 2 Farazon is a different story, as this man is a scheming chucklefuck who relishes in being evil but also doesn't like being evil. Farazon plots to overthrow Miriel because he has always wanted to be in charge of Numenor, and luckily for him, the girl his son has been simping for recently stole a silver bullet from Miriel that will allow him to take over. He and Lord Belzegar steal Miriel's eagle, at which point the deed is done. Now that Farazon is the king of the world, he decides, actually, you know what, I quite fancy being immortal, which comes out of fucking nowhere but is necessary to justify the actions that Farazon will eventually take later in the story. Farazon's son is a spineless tit monkey with a history of causing ungodly fucking messes whilst trying to impress people, and so, in his infinite wisdom, Farazon orders his son to sweep the faithful from Numenor like salt from a table. The reason this happens is because the writers had drama they wanted to build to in episode 5, and this required that Farazon trust his idiot son with this incredibly important political move. After Kemen starts murdering people, Farazon is not particularly happy about this, which is at least something, but at the same time, I have no idea what he was expecting. We learn that Farazon does not actually want to execute Elendil if at all possible, as he repeatedly offers Elendil the opportunity to avoid his fate, and he also permits Earion and Miriel to speak with him so as to convince him otherwise. This indicates that Pharazôn is smart enough to know how to run a nation, and that pissing off your political opponents by executing them arbitrarily is going to be an unpopular move. The problem is that Pharazôn's first act as king was to persecute his political opponents extensively by needlessly antagonizing all Miriel loyalists and stripping them of rank, and dispersing people whilst they are paying tribute to fallen soldiers when the grief over the needless deaths of these soldiers was why he got elected in the first place. Like many other characters, he knows what he knows because the script tells him. He doesn't understand how to use guards, and in a rather amusing twist, Pharazôn could have just done nothing and won. Miriel doesn't have any intention of competing with him, which means that all of his actions post-Eagle were completely unnecessary, and his future troubles could have been avoided if Miriel had spoken to him at any point, but that is a problem with Miriel, not Pharazôn, so let us continue.
Christian says, I mostly buy him as a politician willing to change his morals on a dime, but his actions aren't explicable even by that. Justin says he's bad and his trust of his son is moronic, but he's not terrible on the level of Kemen. He's just a mustache twirler. I think that's true. Sparks says, I'm leaning on bad because at least he brings something to the table even if the plot lets him down. Let's place Pharazôn. I think he is worse than Miriel.
Disa appears for 27 minutes and 44 seconds. Disa, if you recall, was my favourite character with any amount of screen time from Season 1. She wasn't good by any stretch, but she was good enough to be at the head of the pack. She was clearly characterised, she was purposeful in her actions, and her relationship with Durin was a highlight of the show. She is initially characterised in Season 2 as wanting her husband to reconnect with his father, as she believes that healing their failing relationship will also help to heal the mountain. She has a deep connection to the mountain due to her stone singing, and she is scared because she is no longer able to hear it after the earthquake. This is dialed up a little further than necessary, as Disa seems to think that hearing the mountain is more important than being able to eat, but this is the least of Disa's problems once we get further into the season. It is revealed that Disa does not understand basic tax law. She is also a bumbling moron who bumps into people and drops things before scurrying around on the floor trying to find them. When inside an uncharted cave, she is shown to activate her stone singing powers to locate her recent purchase, stone singing having been shown to be incredibly powerful and destructive, therefore indicating that Disa will just unnecessarily reverberate this unknown cavern and hope that she doesn't cause another earthquake. For a period of time, she holds the view that as long as her husband doesn't wear a ring, everything will be okay, indicating that she doesn't particularly care about the demon living under the mountain. She risks her life multiple times, and no thought is given as to what will happen to her children if they are orphaned. There are multiple times later in the season where Disa commits to certain actions that one would think would prompt a discussion regarding her children. The culmination of Disa's newfound idiocy is when it is revealed that she is willing to physically block her people from accessing the mine. The strong implication being that had Na'vi and the other miners not stood down, she and Durin would have attempted to carve through them with a pickaxe. This is particularly absurd because Disa was the rare character in Rings of Power previously shown to be intelligent enough to appeal to the desires of others. She, like every dwarf, seemingly forgets about the Balrog after it eats the king, and she is more concerned with the political void that he has left them with. One of Season 2's biggest crimes is that it reduces Disa from a somewhat intelligent and loving wife into a bumbling, uncaring clown.
Issa says, what the hell did the writers do to her this season? She was a good character in Season 1. In Season 2, she does so many questionable things that hurt her character and partially also the people of Khazad-Dum. Absolutely, that's true. Pebble Institute says most of the damage is dealt by the writers using her as a tool to move the story forward without considering her previous actions. That's absolutely correct, yes. Disa is definitely going in bad. She's going towards the bottom of bad, I think. We're going to put her below Damrod. We're going to put her between Damrod and Miriel.
Aerion appears for 28 minutes and 14 seconds, and where she was inoffensive in her mediocrity in Season 1, Season 2 makes the mistake of characterizing her, which means we are left with a character who makes absolutely zero fucking sense. Aerion claims to be motivated by grief at losing Isildur in the war, and through a web of moronic and nonsensical logical leaps, she works out that the reason why Isildur died is because Miriel went to war because she wanted to avoid Numenor's destruction, which she knew about because she has a Palantir. Rings of Power completely dodges the question as to whether or not Aerion considers losing Isildur to be a price worth paying if it will truly avert Numenor's destruction. She decides to help Pharazôn take over, but inexplicably doesn't understand that in doing so, she has betrayed both her father and Valandil, one of her oldest friends, not to mention the memory of her deceased brother. She doesn't want her father to die, but doesn't seem to understand that she has directly contributed to this. And she also continues to work for Pharazôn after he attempts to execute Elendil. Eventually, Aarion decides enough is enough, and she warns her father that the faithful are being rounded up, thus betraying Pharazôn. Aarion is a confusing mess of a character, and we don't understand why she was working with Pharazôn, nor do we understand why she changes her mind. We never see her react to Kemen's sudden and inexplicable character shift from awkward simp to psychotic asshole. She shows no understanding of how her actions affect those around her, and neither she nor the show as a whole seem to understand that she is directly responsible for helping Pharazôn do what he does, and so I can only guess that, like Galadriel, Aarion will get off with barely a slap on the wrists.
So the problem with Aarion is that we, the writers, completely fail to communicate why she is doing what she is doing, which means that she's very, very confusing. Graham says it seems as though she willingly betrayed her family, only to feel bad about it and betray Pharazôn in turn. As far as I can tell, that's what happened, yes. Who is she? What is her motivation? Should I care? She's a terrible character. Yep. Mega Hobbit says she breaks the show or is terrible. She spits on her family and friends and acts like they would be proud of her. She is actively making all the wrong decisions and thinks she is doing right. What I would add to that is that it is inexplicable that she believes that what she is doing is making the right decisions. So Aarion, I am going to put in between Estrid and Kemen.
Poppy appears for 27 minutes and 52 seconds, which is 27 minutes and 52 seconds longer than she should have appeared for. Poppy was set up at the end of Season 1 to lead the Harfoots following Sadoc's death. But actually, no. Poppy decided to follow Nori and Gandalf on their adventure, condemning the Harfoots to being led by an overconfident simpleton. Why did Poppy do this? I can't really give you an answer. Why did the writers make Poppy do this? Again, I can barely speculate, because the only thing Poppy does in Season 2 is befriend and hook up with Merrimack. Her presence in certain scenes gives Nori someone to bounce exposition off, but the same thing could have been accomplished without Poppy's presence. As for her character, she is apparently smarter than Nori and is very good at riddles. She is attracted to mentally handicapped people, but also threatens to kill mentally handicapped people when it will serve her ends. She inexplicably believes that the Stoors have a chance against the Dark Wizard and his minions, and she also objects to the manner in which the Dark Wizard saves her life. Poppy is a complete waste of time in Season 2, and the character is only damaged as a result of her inclusion.
I'm going to break from what the majority is saying here. I don't think that she is important enough to get terrible. And I think that the characterization that she does have is not bad enough to go in terrible either. So I'm going to put Poppy in bad, but she's going to go towards the bottom of bad.
King Durin III appears for 31 minutes and 14 seconds. He was at one point the best character in Rings of Power, and whilst he had certainly been damaged as a result of the later episodes of Season 1, he is utterly obliterated by Season 2. He is characterized initially as wanting to reconnect with his son, but being too stubborn and too proud to make the first move. He inexplicably prohibits the dwarves from trading with the surface during a crisis, and this happens prior to him receiving the ring, so I can't tell you why he does this. He then decides, off-screen, to accept the rings from Celebrimbor, and again, I can't tell you why, because Rings of Power avoids this conversation. And that's all we get for King Durin, because after receiving the ring, he changes fundamentally as a character, as new character traits are beamed into his head from Sauron's evil satellite. There are many similarities between how Rings of Power depicts King Durin's madness and how the Hobbit trilogy depicts Thorin's madness. Thorin becomes paranoid and irrational and develops an intense love of gold, even valuing it over the lives of his soldiers. He later decides to stop being crazy, a process that takes under 5 minutes. This is not good, and the dragon sickness subplot is absolutely one of the most damaging parts of the Hobbit trilogy, but how does this compare to King Durin's descent into madness? King Durin suddenly becomes obsessed with gold to a comedic degree, having previously never shown any signs of greed or selfishness. This happens over the course of a few days. He imposes a 100% tax on all goods, and begins digging deeper into the mountain so that its contents can be laid at his feet. He extorts the other dwarven kingdoms, offering the rings in exchange for half of their treasure. He attempts to extort the elves so as to maximally profit from their war. He becomes paranoid and distrustful of Na'vi and Durin. He strikes his own son, and his madness culminates when he attacks his own people in order to access the Mithril mine himself. Thorin, meanwhile, breaks his promise and acts in a dishonorable manner when he had previously been established as an honorable character. He also mistreats his dwarves and attempts to kill Bilbo when Bilbo's betrayal is revealed. Both characters develop an insane addiction to gold, but Rings of Power's version is absolutely the more ridiculous of the two. Thorin wanders around in mountains of gold, telling himself how much he likes gold, and later during the battle he says that they need to move the gold so as to protect it from intruders. This is definitely comical and absurd, but is nothing compared to King Durin's actions. King Durin seems to want to acquire as much gold as possible as quickly as possible, whilst also ensuring that the value of the gold itself plummets. At the height of his insanity, Thorin orders that the dwarves throw Bilbo from the ramparts, and when they refuse, he attempts to do so himself before he is restrained. The writers use the other characters present to ensure that Thorin Oakenshield does not become a murderer, which means that the extent of Thorin's madness is that he is willing to kill a friend, but he is prevented from actually doing so. Additionally, the reason why Thorin wanted to kill Bilbo was because Bilbo had just betrayed him by concealing the Arkenstone and then giving it to Thranduil. This means that, unlike in the case of King Durin, there is an explanation for Thorin's behavior beyond he's just crazy. Bilbo did indeed betray Thorin, although he did so with good intentions, which means Thorin's reaction here is understandable in spite of it being extreme. Conversely, King Durin attacks and kills multiple dwarves, and he does this purely because he wants to launch himself headfirst into the mine and frantically remove every vein of mithril as quickly as possible. King Durin murders his own people because he wants to have money. After reaching rock bottom, both characters do snap out of their insanity rather quickly. Thorin has a chat with Dwalin, hallucinates himself drowning in gold, and then he's okay again. And this happens within approximately 5 minutes. King Durin sees the Balrog, realizes Durin was right, removes the ring, and seems to be okay again, at which point he charges the Balrog and kills himself, accomplishing nothing in the process, and also peacing out, leaving his son to clean up his mess.
We talk about that third age as almost post-apocalyptic. All the great kingdoms have fallen. And the second age then is about the fall. And, I think the show is aiming to go deep into the tragic story of how potentially great kingdoms fall to temptation and to evil. And I think as you explore those themes, you're going really deep into the core of Tolkien's values and, spiritual journey. And we hope that people who watch the show feel that, in every scene and in every storyline, in a way that is hopefully artfully rendered and subtle.
King Durin is a broken character, and most of the damage done comes about due to the fact that the ring flips a switch and turns him into a crazy person. He is then exploited as a tool of the writers, and he is steered in different directions with the singular justification being that he is wearing an evil ring. Why did he tax everyone in the balls? The ring. Why does he extort the other kingdoms? The ring. Why does he remove his own mining restrictions? The ring. Why does he ignore Durin's claims about the Balrog? The ring. Why does he mine the entire mountain? The ring. Why does he refuse to help the elves? The ring. Why does he strike his own son? The ring. Why does he kill his own people? The ring.
Subtle.
What the fuck?
None of these decisions are given any kind of character-based justification, and King Durin is simply piloted by the ring until he isn't, at which point he leaps to his death.
This is entirely going to depend on what we want to attribute to Durin's character or to the ring's corruption. Because 70-80% of what we have from King Durin in Season 2 is King Durin with ring. And if we're going to say that the ring magics him into an idiot, then that isn't a problem with King Durin. That's a problem with the world building, it's a problem with Sauron. We have to separate his characterization from his characterization after he puts the ring on, and I have major problems with the ring and what it does to him. But those problems can all be laid on the character of Sauron, not King Durin. So given that King Durin was essentially mind-controlled for 2/3, 3/4 of the season, I think I'm going to put him in bad. Basically everything that he does after he puts the ring on, we cannot attribute to him as a character. I'm going to put him between Buggernuts and Damrod. So basically this means that what we're doing is we're diverting a bunch of the problems with King Durin to Sauron, which I think is fair.
Gil-galad, the High King of the Elves, appears for 32 minutes and 27 seconds. Gil-galad barely did anything in Season 1, and so anytime he showed up, my reaction was, oh, yeah, you exist. And then the scene would end, and I would be like, damn, this guy's fucking useless. Gil-galad, however, has far more involvement in the plot of Season 2, and so the hilarity of his inadequacy is laid bare for all to see. Gil-galad is desperate to use the Elven Rings even though he knows that Sauron made them. He waits for at least a day to send an urgent letter to Celebrimbor. He sends only 2 guys to deliver this letter. He allows Galadriel to keep the ring despite the fact that he already despised her in Season 1 and he blamed her for the mess she made in the Southlands. But in Season 2, he is shown with certainty that Galadriel's actions in Season 1 allowed Sauron to return. When presented with earth-shatteringly bad news and an obvious action for him to take in response, his reaction is, I wonder what I should do. But it is what he does next that truly breaks this character and the story surrounding him. He receives a letter from Celebrimbor that is not just a little bit suspicious. This is the most suspicious letter in the history of suspicious letters. It says, I write this letter to convey my deep joy on hearing of the success of the 3 rings in Lindon. Gil-galad never informed Celebrimbor of the success of the rings, so Celebrimbor could not know this. The letter continues. As requested, the forge is dark and the workshop empty. Gil-galad never requested that the forge be decommissioned. This letter also does not acknowledge whatsoever that Celebrimbor received Gil-galad's letter, and the fact that Gil-galad considers it normal for Celebrimbor to not have anything to say about them being deceived by Sauron last week shows us how deep the rabbit hole of Gil-galad's incompetence truly goes. So, he receives a highly suspicious letter from Celebrimbor, and he inexplicably takes this as evidence that everything is okay in Eregion, before sending his army to Mordor instead. This isn't just a dumb thing to do in the same way that sending only 2 guys to deliver a ridiculously important letter is really dumb. This is a new level of dumb. He has very strong evidence that Sauron is in Eregion. He then concludes that Sauron is in Mordor, and he sends his army to Mordor. There is no word for this other than broken. He is unbearably stupid as a military commander, opting to charge at his vastly more powerful enemy instead of retreating into the city that is right fucking next to him. And he cracks jokes at people that he hates shortly after a city and many of the elves who lived there have been wiped off of the face of Middle-earth. And the cherry on top, Gil-galad has every reason to blame all of this on Galadriel. And yet, he is not allowed to, because the writers do not understand their characters. Gil-galad is meant to be very old and very wise, okay, not as old and wise as Círdan, but as the High King of the Elves, we should expect a baseline level of intelligence from him. And yet, Gil-galad demonstrates in every scene in which he appears that he is mentally deficient. He is one of the least intelligent characters in Rings of Power, and I cannot understand how the writers could write a character in this manner and not realize what they are doing.
Alwas Samus says, I would say Terrible breaks the show. He is the Master Chief of the Elves, and we are supposed to just accept his actions in Season 2. It's apocalyptic stakes, and he doesn't act adequately. Absolutely. As I think was pointed out on the EFAP, every scene, he's just like, what do I do here? And the reason why he does that is because of the whole cliffhanger bullshit. Shamrock Dragon, he definitely breaks the show. I don't think we need to continue. I think that he absolutely breaks the show, and I think that he breaks the show more than any other character at this point.
Elendil appears for 34 minutes, and just like in Season 1, I wanted to like this character, but the writers have made that impossible. After returning to Numenor, Elendil continues to be utterly devoted to Miriel, despite the fact that Miriel was deceived by Galadriel, whom Elendil appears to despise. How any of this fits or doesn't fit with Elendil's faith is entirely unclear. Elendil, in fact, doesn't seem to question Miriel about anything, even when ridiculous bullshit starts happening, such as, oh, I don't know, why was Miriel running the place by consulting a crystal ball, and why does this crystal ball launch Elendil across the room? This would suggest that Elendil is absolutely, unbelievably, and comedically loyal to Miriel. She could walk around Numenor executing people, and Elendil would be like, yes, my queen. However, he also refuses to obey Miriel when she orders him to kneel before Pharazôn, because it appears that his integrity is worth more to him than his obedience to Miriel or the Valar. He still doesn't kneel, even after Miriel takes his place in the trial by Abyss, which indicates that Elendil will absolutely let Miriel die instead of kneeling before a man he deems to be illegitimate. This is a clear value, but why he has this value is entirely unclear. Pharazôn became the king via what we are led to believe are conventional means, Eagle notwithstanding, and he is therefore not illegitimate. Regardless, Elendil has decided that Pharazôn is a traitor because Pharazôn is not Miriel. Because the writers needed Elendil to do something in Season 2, they concocted the character of Kemen to get in his way. Elendil was seemingly willing to obey Miriel in sitting back and letting Pharazôn run the show, but not only have the writers replaced the Kemen from Season 1 with a new and improved Kemen, but they have also decided to slam this new and improved Kemen into Elendil's face repeatedly, so as to provoke a reaction, which is what leads to... well, honestly, it doesn't lead to jack shit. Elendil's story in Season 2 could be summed up as he punches a dude, gets put on trial but then doesn't, and then unrelated to these events, the king decides to arrest everyone, and then Elendil leaves. He finishes the season heading to West Numenor to be with his other son who was mentioned that one time, although what else is in West Numenor and what role this will play in the story going forward has yet to be decided by the powers that be.
Justin Brush, member for 2 months. Thank you. Elendil is another pointless character. Things happen to him instead of him actually driving the plot. Robert says, I'm thinking bad or at the top of terrible. He doesn't do much that goes against his character, but I could be forgetting. Gilgamesh says Elendil knows Miriel for a couple of weeks, and yet he acts as if he was her personal bodyguard for years. The show even dares to hint at some romantic tension. I'm thinking bad. We'll put him between Poppy and Disa.
Arondir appears for 37 minutes and 51 seconds. He was unbearably boring in Season 1, but Season 2 has taken this boring character and given him a lobotomy. Arondir doesn't appear to understand human emotions, he doesn't understand the difference between grief and anger, and he for some reason blames other people when he forgets to do something. He has absolutely no empathy or understanding for humans who were captured by Adar and enslaved, despite the fact that he was captured by Adar and enslaved. He seems to understand why someone may kneel before Adar, but also holds the belief that anyone who does so is inherently evil. However, he does appear to have a deep emotional connection with sentient trees. After he serves his purpose in Isildur's side quest, the writers decide to write him out of his own story, as now that Bronwyn no longer exists, Arondir has no reason to stick around in Pelargir, and so he embarks on a suicidal murder quest to take out Adar. Curiously, he invites Theo to join him on this suicidal murder quest, despite knowing that this was going to be a murder quest of the suicidal variety. He is not an elf with any kind of conviction, despite the show clearly believing him to be disciplined and honorable, as he in one moment promises the Ents that he will spend the rest of the Second Age working to ensure that the trees are left in peace, and in the next he tries to suicide charge Adar in the name of vengeance. When Galadriel informs him that Sauron is back, Arondir completely ignores this and indicates that his only concern is killing Adar, which tells us that there is indeed nothing behind Arondir's blank expression. Arondir's entire purpose within Season 1 was his relationships with Bronwyn and Theo. Season 2 deletes one of these relationships, and the other is injected with artificial drama, as Theo now hates Arondir for some reason, only to not hate him a couple of days later when Arondir demonstrates how much he cares for Theo, moments before he fucks off on a revenge mission and leaves Theo in the company of wild men whom Arondir believes are just as evil as the Orcs. Arondir is a relic of Season 1, whom the writers clearly had no idea what to do with, and so all Arondir does is help Isildur on his side quest and then join the other elves in Eregion, at which point he stands around next to the other main characters and is treated by both the elves and the orcs as a super important person, despite him just being some guy.
He is shown to understand the trees pretty well, but not human emotions, which we could arguably call a hole, but I guess he likes trees, which is why he wears trees on his chest armor, because his chest armor is made of wood. Is his sense of hearing still inconsistent in Season 2, says Gilgamesh? Yes, absolutely. I think we continue. I think Arondir is absolutely in terrible, but he's towards the top. He's worse than Cuck. Let's put him in between Cuck and not Saruman. Man, the state of this tier list is fucking depressing. Like, the Season 1 one was not good, but we had like 4 characters here. We had about 8 characters here. The best 3 characters in the show is a fucking horse, Na'vi and the Goodman.
Nori appears for 38 minutes and 28 seconds, which is thankfully substantially less time than we spent with her in Season 1. Nori continues to be brave, curious, and clumsy, and she still doesn't like following the rules. Her arc in Season 2 seems to be her dealing with the concept of a home, but this is handled about as competently as we have come to expect from Rings of Power.
Halfwoods aren't lost, they just don't actually have a home.
There's a lot of searching for home. And that's a theme that's kind of carried on from Season 1 into Season 2. The Stoor village. Beginning to understand that is the home that we kind of could have had.
Nori has recently set out on her adventure with Gandalf, and she tells him that she misses her home, presumably referring to her family and friends rather than any one location. Her perspective seems to be that home is where your loved ones are, a perspective that makes sense given who Nori is. After being informed of the magical Promised Land, Nori begins to cry, lamenting the fact that she doesn't have a home. She then learns from Gundabale that homes are pretty cool, and she resolves to stand and fight with the Stoors for their village, a fight which rather predictably ends in the destruction of their village. She ends Season 2 leading the survivors to the Promised Land because she has learned that having a home is good, even though she already thought homes were good. Nori doesn't have a character arc in Season 2. She has a character circle.
Noonish says she learns that some things can't be rebuilt when the Stoor's home could absolutely be rebuilt. That is absolutely the case. Lydia says Nori is a character in search of an arc. She flutters between perspectives and attitudes until settling on the idea that her true calling is to find the mythical Shire. Yes, and if they had just done that, or I should say if they had pulled that off, then I would be much more favorable to Nori. But I think I'm going to put her towards the bottom of bad. I don't think that she quite reaches terrible. The whole home, not a home, do we have homes, I like homes, are they good or not? That's terrible. The rest of her characterization I think is okay, which means I'm going to put her here. I'm going to put her in between Pharazôn and Medania, because again, she doesn't do anything as catastrophic as Medania just standing around during a siege for 2 fucking months.
Isildur appears for 42 minutes and 36 seconds, all of which is spent doing meaningless bullshit because the writers have been forced to invent things for this inane character to do as a result of their decision to crunch the timeline of the Second Age of Middle-earth. Isildur remains just as unlikable as he was in Season 1. He is unbelievably lucky and is repeatedly rescued through contrived nonsense, as if the world is repeatedly contorting so as to ensure that he cannot die. He continues to spout drivel about why he came to Middle-earth, having now decided that he did so because he wanted to go on an adventure, to see the grander things in Middle-earth. This is a blatant falsehood, and it is also demonstrably false because the technology we see in Numenor eclipses anything else in Middle-earth. After losing his horse because reasons, Isildur decides to go and rescue Beric alongside Theo, who helps him for some reason. Throughout this sequence, we see that Isildur cares about Theo, and also that Isildur does not care about Theo. His romantic entanglement with Estrid is infuriating, because although both of these characters thoroughly deserve each other, Isildur is unable to comprehend that he is being used. We also learn that Isildur accidentally caused his mother's death when he was younger, and he, understandably, has survivor's guilt. He claims to be selfless while being selfish, and continues to try to leverage his father's respectability to get what he wants, indicating that he has learned absolutely nothing during this adventure. I have no idea what to expect from Isildur in Season 3. Presumably he is going to return to Numenor, make up 17 different reasons why he returned to Numenor, team back up with his father, and never ask about Valandil.
Trufflepup says if Isildur doesn't break the show, then I am out. The thing is, I put him in Break the Show last time, and as much as I hate him in Season 2, I think that mechanically, he is less offensive than he was in Season 1. Butterfly Minder says, terrible, this is a major heroic character being treated like an emo bumbler. True says he doesn't break anything, he's just incredibly irritating. I think that he's comparable to Estrid and Kemen. Possibly not Aarion, because Aarion does mechanically interact with the plot in quite an important way. Isildur doesn't. Isildur rescues a horse, and then he goes home. Like, that's it. I think that he's directly comparable to Kemen and Estrid. Yeah, we are going to place Isildur, I think, in terrible. I think he's better than Estrid. We're going to put him in between Skeletor and Estrid.
Adar appears for 43 minutes and 52 seconds, which is longer than we spent with Gollum in The Lord of the Rings. Adar's characterization is confused, contradictory nonsense. He repeatedly acts on information he can't possibly have, and his central conflict involving his fatherhood over the Orcs and his desire to eliminate Sauron seems like it was written by 8 different writers, none of whom read each other's work. Adar is shown to care for the Orcs, as was the case in Season 1, although this time the Orcs are personified by the character of Glug. Adar reassures Glug that they must defeat Sauron, as only then will the Orcs truly be safe, and this sets the stage for the rest of Adar's conflict in Season 2. The problem with Adar is that the show repeatedly forgets that Adar is meant to love his children. He does not want them to die. He is meant to treat them as if they are literally his children. This has apparently been his goal since he was on Team Sauron. He wants to rule over the Orcs and ensure that they have a home of their own. Except that when Damrod shows up having killed Adar's messenger, Adar doesn't appear to care. Things get even worse when we get to the battle, as Adar not only employs strategy so as to maximize drama in a TV show, but he also employs strategy in ways that will lead to the needless deaths of his own soldiers. He does not use the secret tunnel, he does not bring multiple Ravagers, he does not focus his trebuchets on the gate, he utilizes Damrod in a way that causes more damage to his own side than his opponents, and he of course does not use boats, instead opting to decapitate a mountain and have his children unga-bunga themselves through the muddy riverbed at the walls of Eregion until they are all dead or they manage to make it inside. The script believes that Adar cares for his children, as all of the dialogue indicates that he does. However, TV shows are a visual medium, and the visuals tell us a very different story. Adar's character arc is clearly meant to be that he gradually becomes more like Sauron. He becomes callous with the lives of his soldiers for what he deems to be the greater good, and this is what leads to Glug's betrayal and Adar's death. But Adar's actions throughout Season 2 indicate quite clearly that he does not care about the Orcs, which means that his arc does not work as intended. What the writers think they did here was to show that Adar will do something bad for the greater good. He will make the painful decision to sacrifice some of his children now so that they can live in peace indefinitely. Unfortunately, this doesn't make any sense due to how the battle is depicted, and the logistics surrounding these events involving the Elves, namely the fact that Gil-galad is planning to invade Mordor, a fact that Adar is inexplicably aware of but then also forgets.
Because Adar was once an elf, I imagine that when he was an elf, he had a hunger for status that he felt he didn't have, and he wants to be respected. And Galadriel is, very important in that hierarchy, and so to gain her respect would be a huge thing for him. But he can't trust her because he knows that the elves ultimately want to wipe out the Uruk.
Adar's actions in attacking the Elves in the manner that he does are utterly incomprehensible. His objective is to demolish Eregion, expecting that once he has done so, he will be able to return to Mordor and live in peace. This is even proposed by Adar in Episode 8, after he has killed, presumably, thousands of innocents. When he puts on the ring, his character changes completely, and it is unclear why this happens, beyond that the writers are about to kill him off, and they want him to become a sympathetic villain, whose actions in trying to defeat Sauron tragically led to his own death. This doesn't work at all, because in his final conversation with Galadriel, both characters forget that they should hate each other, perhaps more than any other character in the setting, with the exception of Sauron. But because Adar has become hot and sorry, this means his ongoing genocide can be forgotten. Adar is a mildly interesting idea, executed unbelievably poorly. His actions rarely make any sense, and the writers repeatedly feed him bits of information to facilitate the overall plot of Season 2. He is broken in a fundamental way, and he is a large part of why the plot of Season 2 is nonsensical.
Adar breaks the fucking show.
Prince Durin IV appears for 45 minutes and 11 seconds. Durin was, like his father, one of the best characters in the show early on in Season 1. At the start of Season 2, Durin is suffering the consequences of losing his lordship in Season 1. He wants to provide for his family, to be a good father and husband, and he is ashamed of being poor. Durin was shown throughout Season 1 to be exceedingly gullible and easy to fool, and so his being immediately suspicious of Anatar is pretty nonsensical, given that Sauron is meant to be this master manipulator. In spite of his persistent suspicions regarding Anatar, Durin does not act in accordance with these suspicions, as he does not mention Anatar or the rings to Elrond even when the topic of conversation is Celebrimbor and Eregion, and he would have every reason to mention Anatar. Season 2 also retcons who Durin was in Season 1. He was shown on multiple occasions to be a hands-on leader. He was not some detached noble sitting on a throne somewhere surrounded by cheese and wine. He was a miner who worked with his people. Season 2 has decided, however, that Durin is an inexperienced miner with weak hands. His spine has also been removed, as he gets bullied at work and seemingly does not fight back whatsoever. Possibly the greatest moment of character assassination in Season 2 occurs when Durin tells his father that he perhaps should have let Elrond die back in Season 1. Durin has a very close relationship with Elrond in both seasons, and so this suggestion that maybe the king was right in refusing to help the elves is insane, and it is as clear a moment of character assassination as we are going to get. In particular, this scene is weird both because King Durin doesn't actually respond to this, and also because this idea is never brought up again. In spite of Durin's warnings, the king does accept the rings, which means I have no idea why the writers threw in this extra line telling us that Durin thinks maybe he should have let his friend die because his father was right. Like Disa, Durin's actions later in the season are incomprehensible because we are seemingly expected to believe that the two of them plan to single-handedly fight off anyone who tries to enter the Mithril Mine, that neither of them care about the consequences of doing so, and that neither of them consider the fate of their children if they are arrested, which is what they expect will happen. This is particularly absurd because Durin is shown throughout the show as a dwarf who cares for his people, and who wants to be a good father. At the end of the season, Durin recovers his father's ring prior to it being swallowed by the cave-in. This is something that simply cannot be explained without making shit up. There is no reason why Durin, as characterized in Season 2, would ever do this. And this is exacerbated by the fact that he is watching his father kill himself, and yet we are expected to believe that Durin had the presence of mind to act out of character and grab the ring. Because, of course, it will be needed later in the series. Prince Durin was already damaged goods by the end of Season 1, but Season 2 has taken this character and driven him even further into the dirt. He is now a pathetic, hypocritical, spineless moron who is forced by the writers to act contrary to his desires in every other scene.
Lydia says his assassination near the end of the season was crippling for his character. Him even considering the idea that the elves deserve to fade from the world is simply beyond the pale. I completely agree. I think that destroys him. And I think that means he's worse than King Durin by an order of magnitude, because King Durin has the excuse of magical bullshit, as I've explained before. The problems with Durin are like core, they are fundamental. They are fundamental contradictions to how he was characterized. I'm definitely being more harsh with this than you guys, and we can revisit this at the end, but I am going to put Durin in terrible. I genuinely think that Season 2 destroys this character, and I think that, honestly, we don't need to look any further than the scene in which he says, "Hey, Dad, maybe we should have let Elrond die." Like, how? How did we get there?
Gandalf, also known as not Gandalf, also known as the Stranger, appears for 45 minutes and 49 seconds, the 5th highest in Season 2. Gandalf is incredibly unimportant to the plot of Rings of Power, and everything he does in both seasons can be summed up in about one sentence. By the end of Season 2, we have spent 1 hour and 26 minutes with this version of Gandalf, compared to the 1 hour and 21 minutes we spent with Gandalf in The Lord of the Rings, and the 1 hour and 18 minutes we got from Gandalf in The Hobbit. The writers use contrived and artificial mystery baiting to drag out this story for 2 entire seasons, when it honestly could have been skipped entirely. Just have Gandalf show up in Season 3 with his name and his staff if you are so desperate to use this character. But I think we all know why the writers chose not to do that. Anyway, the through line of Gandalf in Season 2 is that he doesn't like to lose control. He is very nervous about using magic, and although he is capable of doing so, he is unable to control it, until the end of the season when it really, really matters, at which point he is able to control it. None of this works, and all of this relies upon the writers being vague with how magic actually works within the setting. Gandalf being unwilling to use magic early on relies upon a hilarious and ridiculous scene from Season 1. Gandalf summoning a tornado but being unable to control it relies upon him dreaming about a staff and then finding one, but actually it wasn't the right staff, which means he dreamt about the wrong staff for some reason. Gandalf suddenly being able to save the Stoors with magic relies upon him just kind of trying really hard to, which then leads to him finding the right staff in the wreckage of the village and naming himself Gandalf, because it sounds approximately like a mouth noise that the Stoors decided to make when addressing him. As for Gandalf's character, his entire arc, if we can call it that, relies upon him caring for Nori, so him forgetting that she exists whenever she is off-screen is more than a little amusing. Personality-wise, Gandalf is a blank slate of a person. He is a man who wanders around looking confused all the time. receives exposition from Tom Bombadil, and eventually decides to save Nori because, yes, obviously that's what he would do. I have no idea how long it will take for Gandalf to join the plot of Rings of Power, but until then, he remains just as boring and empty as the side plot in which he appears.
Jeremy Dalton says he's good. He said so himself. That's true. We can add that to his list of character traits. He's confused and he's good. Justin says his training arc was completely pointless. The lesson he was supposed to learn is putting his friends first in order to save the world, which is what his characterization was anyway. But this is why I would want to redirect the problems to Tom Bombadil, is because Tom Bombadil tries to tempt him and say, like, you can either choose being good, which is what you already are, or you can choose power. And the character of Gandalf that we've seen so far is barely a character, but all we know of him is that he's good. He's not interested in power. Or at least he's not interested in power for power's sake. The arguments for him being terrible, I think, again, go to Tom Bombadil, and they go to the Rhun Plot in general. I don't think that I'm willing to say, honestly, that Gandalf is as bad of a character as Durin, Merrimack, Arondir, all of them. I think I'm going to put him there next to Nori, but above Medania.
It's all coming together.
Elrond appears for 1 hour, 5 minutes and 49 seconds, the 4th highest in Season 2. In the mother of all surprises, Elrond improves in Season 2. Season 1 Elrond was probably the least consistent character in the show, whereas in Season 2 the writers use him to question Galadriel's actions involving the rings, and in so doing, he becomes the mouthpiece for the audience. Of course, this doesn't last long because Galadriel is always right and she did nothing wrong, but seeing Elrond hold her accountable is nice while it lasts. Elrond is shown to have very strong convictions, to the point where he is willing to have the elves abandon Middle-earth to ruin, rather than have them inadvertently become a tool for Sauron to use. However, he is easily convinced to compromise on these convictions because he speaks to the local wise man, Círdan, who tells him that actually the rings are okay. Regardless, Elrond maintains suspicion of both Galadriel and the ring, until it is revealed that actually she was right all along. Although he clearly disagrees heavily with Galadriel's actions, he, like everyone else in the show, does not actually understand what she did wrong in Season 1, nor is he aware that Galadriel repeatedly tries to pull the same shit that got them in this predicament to begin with. Elrond's distrust of the ring is particularly amusing, because he seems to disagree with any ideas born of the ring itself, even if he agrees with these ideas in principle. He later carries the ring into battle, directly to Adar, and I can't think of any reason why he would do this, which means I can only conclude that Elrond does stupid shit because Elrond is a stupid shit. Elrond is driven to rescue Celebrimbor as a priority, which likely partially informs his decision to lead the company to Eregion, but upon encountering the army of orcs, Elrond confusingly turns around and runs back to Lindon, seemingly forgetting about his desire to save his friend. Elrond takes part in multiple action scenes, and this is simply never justified. The writers clearly consider him to be a competent leader, despite the fact that he is not a military commander. His individual actions in combat, however, are unintentionally hilarious, because he seems to have no idea what he is doing, even though the writers insist that he does. As Elrond orders an attack on the Barrow-wights, despite knowing that they cannot be killed, and during the battle he fires a catapult at the city that he is here to defend, completely unnecessarily.
I didn't want Elrond to be so proficient at fighting. I wanted it to be conceivable that this is a new thing for him. Not in an obvious sense, but hopefully less so. That it feels that he's still got a long way to go before you could call him like a superior warrior.
Fuck off, Elrond is ridiculous. He can catch fucking arrows mid-air. Where Season 1 Elrond was contradictory, Season 2 Elrond is merely an idiot, which is a small step in the right direction. He is a genuinely good character in Episode 1. But unfortunately, the writers are unwilling to have Elrond continue to hold Galadriel accountable for her actions, leading to the reveal that Elrond should have listened to her from the start, and that he still needs to learn a thing or two about saving the world.
Issa says he did so well in the beginning and then he gets stabbed in the back by the oldest and wisest of all elves. Yeah, that's true. I guess we could interpret Elrond in Season 2 as like he was a Chad, and then he spoke to an idiot, and then he became convinced, and everything that he did was Círdan's fault. Lydia says, suddenly Elrond grew convictions even if briefly. His arc is purely the show trying to prove his concerns wrong and refuses to allow him to communicate his concerns. Definitely not Boromir says he may be better character in season 2, but that doesn't mean much. For me, he's still inconsistent and in general terrible. I mean, that's basically where my head's at with this character at the moment. I think I have decided Elrond does not break the show. Elrond is an improvement over season 1. I think he's better than Arondir. We're going to put him worse than Cuck.
Next up, the character with the third highest screen time in Season 2 with 1 hour 15 minutes and 52 seconds is Celebrimbor, the Lord of Eregion. A substantial portion of the plot deals directly with Sauron's deception of Celebrimbor, and this character receives multiple dramatic payoffs that are clearly intended to be emotionally effective. Unfortunately, for these moments to be emotionally effective, the audience needs to understand both Sauron and Celebrimbor. And in spite of Charles Edwards' excellent performance, the character he is playing is an idiot who doesn't ask obvious questions, doesn't become suspicious of anything until it is far too late, and seems to have allowed himself to get manipulated whilst very aware that he is being manipulated. Sauron's deception of Celebrimbor relies entirely upon the idea that Celebrimbor believes that Sauron is an envoy of the Valar, or in other words, he is in the presence of an angelic being who wants to avert a coming crisis through the forging of various rings. However, Celebrimbor does not treat Sauron as if this is the case. At one point, he refuses flat out to forge any rings for men, believing that he knows better than this being sent by the Valar. He simultaneously believes so strongly that he knows best that he is willing to defy an envoy of the Valar, but he is also perfectly happy to allow the envoy of the Valar to craft the rings anyway, using his forge and his smiths. He is simultaneously depicted as a sympathetic and tragic genius whose desire to change the world is exploited by Sauron, and as an idiot who doesn't understand how guards work, doesn't notice when it suddenly becomes daytime, doesn't question the obvious holes in Sauron's insane story, stores anvils on the ceiling for some fucking reason, touches rings that have just come out of a forge with his bare hands, tells Sauron that the rings are gone, and upon being handcuffed inside his forge and left on his own to escape, can't come up with a better idea than using a metal punching machine to remove his thumb. The character of Celebrimbor is broken, and so the emotional weight of the later scenes in the series fall completely flat, despite the best efforts of Charles Edwards. However, credit where credit is due, when Celebrimbor learns what happened, he accepts his mistakes and he appears to understand that he was not entirely blameless. I don't believe that the writers understand what Celebrimbor's mistakes actually were, but regardless, Celebrimbor being humble enough to admit his failings and do what he can to fix things in his final moments is at least something. And so the lasting impression Celebrimbor leaves is not complete and utter failure, and his final couple of scenes serve as a small light in the infinite void of incompetence that is Rings of Power Season 2.
Noonish says, breaks the show to be honest. At first you assume that he's being mind-controlled, then he demonstrates that he is not being mind-controlled. I mean, that's the argument for him breaking the show. The problem is how much of it do we divert to Sauron? I think that the show goes out of its way to tell us that he is not being like bleep bloop, your mind-controlled evil puppet now. It's more a case of Sauron he's seducing him with the prospect of becoming renowned and known for creating things that are powerful. You know, he knows that what he's doing might not be good because he is suspicious of Anatar, but at the same time, Celebrimbor is getting exactly what he wants out of this, and so he is knowingly compromising on, I guess, his better judgment because he's getting exactly what he wants out of this relationship. 40% of you guys are saying breaks the show. I'm thinking terrible, but towards the top of terrible, I think. Because the magical bullshit that comes from Sauron is... I mean, it's similar to the King Durin argument. The difference is that with Celebrimbor, it is far more clear that Celebrimbor is at fault than is the case with King Durin. With King Durin, he's just a person who puts on a ring and becomes an idiot, because that's what the ring did. With Celebrimbor, he knowingly played into it to some degree, and he ignored very, very obvious red flags, essentially. I think we're going to put him here in between Durin and Theo.
In second place, with 1 hour 27 minutes and 35 seconds, is Galadriel, receiving 50 minutes less screen time than she did in Season 1, which is perhaps the greatest mercy of Season 2. Galadriel is a character who will make cataclysmic mistakes, and yet she is eternally protected by the writers.
some of the themes that just struck me as really not only kind of deep and complex, but really challenging and difficult to handle well are things like forgiveness.
And the self-forgiveness that we see as well.
Yes.
Being able to come to terms with the mistakes she's made.
She has done the last thing she ever wanted to be the person to do, and she has to admit that to herself, and that's really hard. But that's how you get to forgiveness, right? You have to actually accept culpability, and that was a hard thing for someone as proud as we know Galadriel is.
And so the idea that, anything could ever sort of invite us to sort of step out of those corners and sort of reach out to the other corner and find a way back towards the middle, like Galadriel and Adar do, is in some ways a very subversive, thing to be talking about.
At no point in Season 2 does anyone acknowledge that the reason why Celebrimbor is endangered and eventually tortured and killed, the reason why Eregion is destroyed, and the reason why the dwarves all receive crazy evil rings is because Galadriel attempted to conceal her mistake at the end of Season 1. She declined to warn Celebrimbor of Halbrand's true identity, and she allowed the rings to be forged, knowing that Sauron was involved.
What's great is that everyone has a point of view and it's justified. There's nobody who's really in the wrong, it's just a very complicated situation.
Galadriel does not understand this because the writers do not understand this. The writers want us to believe that Galadriel has changed as a result of the events of Season 1, but we have multiple references to suggest that she absolutely has not.
From the beginning, she is really laid low emotionally. She's someone who, her entire kingdom, she has to admit to her king, she's tearing up because she's so ashamed that she was fooled. And she's, how far will she go to try to put the genie back in the bottle that she let out, which was her worst nightmare, right, a season before. But I feel she's really growing up this season. And I feel she, Elrond comes at her and puts her feet to the fire, and she says, "You're right."
She continues to behave like an impulsive, arrogant child when people criticize her, and she seems to think that the best solution to a problem created by 1,000 years of mindless vengeance is to swear that she will not rest until she puts it right, presumably via another 1,000 years of mindless vengeance. She repeatedly lies to her allies and attempts to manipulate them, concealing or downplaying her failings so as to get what she wants. She behaves like an entitled bitch who demands that everyone do what she says. And the infuriating thing about this character and this show is that had everyone done what Galadriel wanted from the start, everything would have been okay. She is always right, and her biggest struggle is that she is smarter than everyone else. But no one believes in her. Galadriel is also unfathomably dense, as she receives a mind vision from the ring informing her of Sauron's evil plan to make a bunch of evil rings, but she never acknowledges that she is wearing one of the aforementioned evil rings. She is given ample reason to distrust the rings, but of course it turns out that she was right the whole time, and she gets away with everything. After Eregion is destroyed indirectly because she concealed Sauron's identity from Celebrimbor, Gil-galad forgets that this is something that she did, and we get a happy, uplifting ending in which no wrongdoing is ever acknowledged. Galadriel is entirely self-absorbed and considers herself to be the most important person in Middle-earth. She believes that she and only she can defeat Sauron because her time spent with him in Season 1 gives her a unique insight into his mind, despite this not being true at all, and there being no reason for her to believe this to be the case. In spite of this belief, she inexplicably decides to be a diversion, suicidally attacking the Orc army and allowing the others to escape, thereby, in her eyes, dooming Middle-earth, as only she can defeat Sauron. Galadriel also reveals important military information with her enemy, virtually unprompted, which is at odds with her supposed millennia of experience as an elven commander. Galadriel has a notable tendency to befriend people who are irredeemably evil, and she will, at the very least, consider excusing their murderous antics, provided she finds them physically attractive. Quoting from producer Charlotte Brandstrom regarding Galadriel's climactic battle with Sauron, "It was really important that we felt the tension, the provocations, and how destabilized Galadriel felt because she was very much in love with Halbrand. I mean, there was almost like a love story. He really seduced her, he really got into her head, and it destabilized her. So she knows she needs to be strong and stand up to him." We are expected to believe that because Galadriel fell in love with Sauron, she is almost willing to overlook the mass murder, the torturing of her friend, and the plan to take over the world. She is also, almost, willing to forgive Adar for wiping out Eregion because he said he was sorry. Galadriel does not value her friends at all. She uses Elrond to get what she wants, even leveraging a promise that he made her in Season 1, and hoping that he doesn't notice her attempts to rewrite history. She also immediately gives up the 9 rings that Celebrimbor died for, again, completely unnecessarily, as Adar was not looking for, nor was he even aware of, the 9. Galadriel is one of the worst protagonists of all time. There is virtually nothing to like or engage with. Galadriel treats her allies like garbage, doesn't understand her own failings, doesn't act in accordance with her claimed beliefs, takes needless risks and assists her enemies, whilst the show buckles and breaks so as to try desperately to convince the audience that actually Galadriel is a selfless hero who is going to save the world.
Robert White says, that's why I think she's terrible again. There isn't anything character-wise that she does that's worse than Season 1. It's about the same. The difference is, like you say, it's not character-based. The difference is that the writers do not allow the world to react to her accordingly. Based on my own criteria, she doesn't break the show. It's the same problem as in Season 1, it's just worse. Because, okay, let's compare her to Glug. Glug is I have placed him as the best character that breaks the show. The writers invert Glug for their narrative purpose. They don't do that with Galadriel. She's consistent. It's just that no one in the show reacts to this consistent bitch. So I think for that reason, we're gonna once again put her at the bottom of terrible. Forbidden Jam, that's a good way of putting it. She makes everyone else inconsistent. That's a good way of putting it.
And finally, the big bad, Sauron, gets the most screen time in Season 2 with 1 hour, 45 minutes and 39 seconds. As I have already thoroughly deconstructed Sauron's evil plan and how much sense it doesn't make, I will keep this relatively brief and summarize his characterization. There are elements here that absolutely have potential. Charlie Vickers is a competent actor. The idea of Sauron gradually corrupting Celebrimbor and Eregion through a combination of mundane subterfuge and magical bullshit. The idea of a highly intelligent villain turning people against each other in preparation for his inevitable discovery. Unfortunately, quite literally, none of this works, and Sauron in Rings of Power is one of the most broken characters in fiction. Part of the problem comes as a result of the writer's decision to crunch the timelines by somewhere in the region of 1500 to 2000 years, and so where in the books Sauron worked with Celebrimbor for hundreds of years to forge the rings prior to his discovery, in Rings of Power, this all happens within a couple of months. Sauron shows up in Eregion and is like, hello, I'm a god. Anyway, we need to make rings. Let's make some rings. Can we please make some rings? Let's send a letter to the dwarves offering them rings. Oh boy, I sure do love me some rings. Okay, dwarf rings, cool, they're done. Now let's make some more rings. We need them to save the world. Go, go, go. This is entirely at odds with the idea that Sauron is patient, as is suggested elsewhere in the series, because his insane evil plan appears to be to show up in Eregion and make rings as quickly as possible before anyone has the opportunity to discover who he is. We also have no idea why he wants to make rings, as he was originally helping Celebrimbor make a crown in Season 1, so I guess he decided rings are more fun and came up with his plan to make the 7, the 9, and the 1 over a weekend. A huge amount of the plot of Season 2 relies upon the audience accepting what happens and justifying it purely on the basis that Sauron is really, really good at manipulating people. Or, in other words, he magics them, and then the plot happens as the writers intend. Sauron is an evil mastermind who takes massive risks for absolutely no reason, is terrible at tricking people, but this usually works out for him because of the relative intelligence of the other characters, is unbelievably lucky, is ungodly awful at lying, but all of this works out in his favor because the writers need it to. The writers also seem to believe that, as I had speculated previously, Sauron did indeed plan everything.
There is one other fun little Easter egg in that moment, and this was JD.
I knew it.
JD Payne thought of this. So Sauron walks to the parapet, and JD goes, what if he's like an orchestra conductor? On top of the score, when he does this, you're gonna hear the orchestra going from this dissonant, out-of-tune cluster into this unison texture. It's literally telling you he has conducted the events that are unfolding.
I don't accept that this is just Bear McCreary's interpretation, because he will have been working closely with the showrunners, and if Bear McCreary's musical choices do not make sense thematically, then this is something that would have, or at least should have, been raised. In other words, I think that the reason why Bear McCreary has this take is because the writers told him that Sauron planned everything. All of Sauron's insane scheming, regardless of to what degree it was premeditated, has to work out for him because Sauron is the evil mastermind. As I have said before, the problem is that these writers have no idea how to write even the most basic character. So when they have to write a character as overpowered and intelligent as Sauron, things go off the rails immediately. Sauron has absolutely no idea how to use his absurdly high power level. The kinds of things that we see mean that he can essentially do whatever he wants, whenever he wants, which means he can't lose. This is a character who can enter people's minds, read their thoughts, mind control them, and shapeshift into anyone at any time. And yet, he does not win immediately because the writers will not allow him to use these incredible abilities. Sauron also behaves in a highly suspicious manner, and yet no one is allowed to notice, with the exception of Durin, although this only happens for contrived reasons. He is insecure, as he is provoked by Celebrimbor's suggestion that he is not in control, and he flies into a fit of rage when Galadriel rejects him. He seems to manipulate in an evil manner, even when this will not directly help him achieve his goals, indicating that he enjoys manipulating people purely for shits and gigs. In summary, Sauron is really clever, because everyone else is really fucking dumb. The hilarious thing about this is that, much like Pharazôn, had Sauron done nothing, then the elves would have left Middle-earth forever, and the dwarves would have starved to death. The Rings of Power allowed the elves and the dwarves to remain in the game, whereas their absence would have allowed Sauron to take over in a heartbeat. So, in summary, the parts that I like and the parts that have potential all appear to be leftover components from the story as it was originally told in the source material. The writers have taken this and scrambled it into unintelligible and contradictory garbage, and, much like Adar, the failings of Sauron are a large part of why Rings of Power Season 2 is as bad as it is.
Where is Sauron going? He's going and breaks the show. Let's do this sequentially. He's worse than Glug because he has a worse impact on the show than Glug. He's worse than Bombaloid because same reason. He's far more impactful. This is a long way of saying that he's there. He is the most singularly damaging character in the show.
Okay, and here, just for completion purposes, this is all of my screen time data for the various characters in Season 2. You can see that Galadriel, Sauron, Celebrimbor, and Elrond are way ahead of the pack, and then it drops down significantly. So if you want to pause the video and have a closer look at these numbers, then feel free to do so. And finally, on the topic of screen time, this is Season 1, followed by Season 2, and then a total number at the end. And on this chart here, we've got blue is Season 1, and then red is Season 2. So we can see that with them both added together, we've got Galadriel up at the top with almost 4 hours of screen time, followed by Sauron, followed by Elrond, and then you've got Nori and Arondir and a bunch of other characters that are much lower. And this graph here I thought was quite interesting. So this is the screen times adjusted by percentage on a case-by-case basis. So for Galadriel, 61% of her screen time takes place in Season 1, whereas for Sauron it flips and 62% of Sauron's screen time is in Season 2, largely because the focus of Season 2 seems to be on Sauron and the rings rather than Galadriel and her wanting to plow Sauron. Rather interestingly, we can see here that characters such as Nori and Arondir have the vast majority of their screen time is in Season 1. Celebrimbor, 76% of his screen time is in Season 2, and like I said, I found this graph quite interesting because it gives us some idea as to where the writers decided to direct their attention in each season. Now it is time to wrap our heads around the plot of Season 2. If you thought that Season 1 was a mess, you are not prepared for what we are about to delve into. As I have done previously, I have prepared a flowchart to properly explain what happens and why, and to highlight why most of these narrative beats are broken in some way. I have decided to change how I structure the flowchart because a large part of the problem with Season 2 is that there are multiple intersections where the various plot threads do not line up with each other, so I have arranged everything horizontally and given an approximate timescale for each narrative beat. Before we dive in, I have split the writing flaws into 5 separate categories. The first, and usually the least problematic, is a plot gap, which is when something happens that was not explained or justified, but could have been. These are essentially when the writers make something happen that absolutely could have happened, but the writers didn't bother to adequately explain why it happened. One example is Círdan's decision to not destroy the rings and his subsequent decision to trust the rings. These can absolutely be explained, but that they were not means the writers are relying entirely upon the ostensibly well-established fact that Círdan is old and wise to allow them to skip this crucial piece of storytelling. The second category is character errors, which includes any time when a character acts against their own established desires, such as Gil-galad allowing Galadriel to keep one of the rings, or more generally doing things that do not make sense, such as King Durin not allowing the dwarves to trade for food from the surface. These flaws are essentially whenever a character is broken by the writers, and they are forced to act out of character in order to progress the plot. The third category is a convenience, which is when a character is lucky or unlucky. Conveniences are common in storytelling, and they are not necessarily a problem, in much the same way that salt is often used in cooking. However, if you are presented with a bowl of salt in place of a meal, you can be pretty sure that the chef has no idea what they are doing. Conveniences in Rings of Power would include the repeated injection of visions into Galadriel's brain, the ridiculous sequence of events in which Isildur is rescued from the spiders, and Gil-galad's messengers being intercepted by the Barrow Wights. All of these things are possible within the world the writers have created, but the degree to which the writers rely on this kind of storytelling is certainly an indicator that they are incapable of justifying their narrative, instead resorting to blind luck with reliable frequency. The fourth category is the more severe contrivance, which would include any moment when a character is forced into a situation that they would not be in had the world reacted as it should have. Generally, this is more severe than a character error, because characters can act like backward simpletons if they want to, but a contrivance means the world itself has broken and twisted so as to facilitate the story. Examples of contrivances include Elrond being able to leave Eregion with the rings after the end of Season 1, Nori and Poppy surviving the tornado, and the elves' inconsistent ability to hear things. And finally, usually the most egregious writing flaw would be the dreaded plot hole. These are quite rare, even in a show like Rings of Power, and can be defined as any time in which something happens that simply cannot be explained. It is either a contradiction or an impossibility. There is, naturally, some degree of overlap between these categories, and I have ordered everything with consideration given to what each narrative beat actually leads to. And just in case anyone considers it unfair for me to apply this level of scrutiny to narrative progression in a TV show, fuck off, you are wrong.
We are much more willing to fudge time than space. In that's a really important thing for Tolkien, travel time, journeying. You don't want to just feel like characters can just sort of teleport and fly across the map. So we really try to look at our overlapping stories and say, okay, how many days have passed here in this storyline? How long would it take? How many miles is it to get from this place to this place? Do they have horses? Okay. Do they have eagles? Okay. And they really sort of look at all these different things of how fast could they reasonably go in a certain amount of time. So that's stuff that we try to be pretty rigorous about.
Adhering to cause and effect is not nerd shit. You can't say, oh, don't worry, it's just a silly TV show, who gives a fuck, when the writers have stated that they tried really hard to make sure it made sense. And the writers should try to make it make sense. That is, after all, their job. And at the very least, these writers have not said, yeah, we don't care about timing and logistics because what really matters to us is hitting various emotional beats. Although, that said, the fact that these writers claim to respect and value logistical issues such as distance makes this rather more depressing, because if they did indeed care about this, then it means they failed due to sheer incompetence, not a lack of consideration. But with that, let's dig into the plot of Rings of Power. Okay, so this is the broad overview of the entire plot. Up at the top here, we have the Lindon section. Here we have the Eregion section. There's the Khazad-Dum section, the Mordor section, and then down here, the Pelargir, Numenor, and Rhun sections of the plot. I've just put those pretty close together and haven't really paid attention to how long everything takes, because the question as to how long everything took to happen in these various side plots is nowhere near as important as it is with the Lindon, Eregion, and Khazad-Dum plots. Once we get further into it, I'm sure you will understand my decision. Anyway, the rules that I have abided by here, we have numbers that the show has given us explicitly. So the facts of the world, according to Rings of Power, are that it takes 6 days to ride non-stop from Mordor to Eregion. It is 150 leagues, which is 500 miles, from Lindon to Eregion via the Axa Bridge. It takes 2 weeks longer to go north and avoid the bridge, and we know that elves do not need camp supplies, nor do they need rest, and it would seem that the same also applies to their horses. And we also have a list of what I consider to be reasonable assumptions about the show. However, these are not ever made explicit within the show. So my reasonable assumptions are that elves are faster than humans and have better endurance. This may not be the case, but believe me, if this is not the case, then the narrative is further damaged. Continuing, dwarves do not use mounts and have a similar travel speed to humans. An army marching will travel at approximately 3 miles per hour. This is if they are traveling on foot. A horse will travel at approximately 20 miles per hour. An elf running will travel at approximately 6 miles per hour. And those various numbers that I've landed on for running speed, I have lowballed the estimate. So if anything, these numbers should be slightly higher than they actually are. Additionally, it is approximately, looking at a map, 100 miles or thereabouts from Eregion to Khazad-Dum. It is approximately 800 miles minimum from Mordor to Khazad-Dum, and the absolute minimum amount of time that it took to forge the Elven Rings was 11 days. And if you're wondering how I landed on that number, I will explain in due course. So for simplicity, we're going to start off with the Rhun Plot. So at the beginning of the Rhun Plot, we had Nori and Gandalf who were on their way to Rhun, and unbeknownst to them, Poppy was following them before they group up. And we have the rather convenient plot gap of Gandalf's unexplained dreams that direct him to Rhun. That could be explained later, but it is not explained in Season 2. We also have the character error of Poppy deciding to follow them, thereby leaving the Harfoots when this was not set up as something that she would ever do in Season 1. And when Nori and Gandalf team up with Poppy, we have multiple contrivances. Poppy is able to track them through a magical desert. Nori doesn't recognize Poppy when she sees her from a distance, and they set up a trap and Poppy walks directly into it. At this point, Brank is spying on them, there's no narrative problems there, and Brank then returns to Saruman in Karas-Ger. He then offers to leverage the Harfoots to capture Gandalf, and it is a character issue that no one has attempted this previously. Meanwhile, Nori and Gandalf travel to Rhun, and they are able to escape the dark magic and reach Rhun with Poppy's map. This is contrived because they didn't know that Poppy was going to be with them, and they seemingly left in Season 1 without bringing any maps of any kind with them. The next thing is that Brank locates the group at the well, and Gandalf summons a tornado, so we have character errors in the form of Gandalf and the halflings going into the open desert so as to avoid being found, and we have Brank shooting arrows to kill the target that he is there to capture. The fact that they accidentally stumble upon a well, and the fact that there is a bell on the well to summon Brank, are both conveniences, and everyone being separated by the tornado perfectly in the manner that they are is contrived as fuck. So then the plot line splits into 3. We have Nori and Poppy, we have Brank, and we have Gandalf. So let's start off with Gandalf. So Gandalf finds Tom Bombadil. The problems with this is that his map is stolen by the wind and he is eaten by a tree. There is never any kind of explanation given for why this happens, and it seems like the writers just wrote down "and then this happens" so as to copy something from the Peter Jackson films. In terms of character errors, we have Gandalf not having any sense of urgency when Poppy and Nori are very likely dead, and Gandalf also somehow doesn't realize at any point that he is where the Mystics wanted to take him when they believed him to be Sauron, which should raise some red flags. Moving on, Gandalf is then tasked with finding his staff. He has a contrived vision of Nori in trouble, and I don't know why. And then we have a bunch of character problems. Tom Bombadil wants to take his time, but also believes that they have no time. Gandalf doesn't question why he can't return after saving Nori, and Gandalf is not at all suspicious of Tom Bombadil, despite his suspicious behavior. Meanwhile, Brank returns to Saruman in Karas-Ger. He is tasked with finding the halflings. The problem with this is character-related. The Dweller, Feminem, never explains to anyone what happened when they fought Gandalf previously. If she had explained, then this likely would not have happened. Meanwhile, Nori and Poppy find the Stoors village. We have a whole bunch of contrivances and conveniences. Nori and Poppy survive the tornado. They land directly next to each other, and they land right next to Merrimack as he is stealing water from the well. If those 3 things don't happen exactly the way that they do, even if they survive the tornado, Nori and Poppy will be separated, injured, and presumably left to die in the desert. Additionally, the Stoors village existing but not being a secret, and yet somehow not being raided, is completely inexplicable. I just don't have an answer for that. And Nori is also incredibly lucky that she accidentally reveals Sadok's name for no reason, which then leads directly to her being released. In terms of the character issues, we have Merrimack runs away from them, and I would also include here that he accidentally reveals to them that they have a village nearby that they can go and stay in. Nori fails to explain herself properly, which leads to them being captured. Gundabale decides to release Nori and Poppy despite believing them to be her enemy. Gundabale decides to wait until morning to release them. Nori is sad, believing that she doesn't have a home despite missing her home. And this one here is pretty major, but it is technically speaking a character error. Gundabale didn't recognize Nori and Poppy as coming from the west, which means she should have immediately been like, hey, wait, are you from that group that left in ancient times looking for the Shire, etc., etc. So then Brank arrives and interrogates Gundabale, but then leaves. The contrivance here is that Brank knows that Nori and Poppy are Harfoots rather than halflings, when there is no possible way that he could know that unless he guessed. And the character issue here is that Brank did not visit the village earlier, despite the obvious presumption being that Gandalf's companions are Stoors. Brank then leaves the village and returns to Saruman for the third time. Again, this is major, but this is a character error. Brank leaves the village instead of torturing, etc. And to be clear, he has been sent there with the explicit task of recovering Nori and Poppy. He is willing to use violence, but he just leaves, apparently. Meanwhile, the halflings prepare for the inevitable, and the problem with this, character-related, is that Nori and Poppy decide to stay and fight against a wizard. There is no reason why they would believe that they would win. So then Saruman and Brank return to the village, and Gandalf saves the halflings. The contrivance here is that Saruman was expecting Gandalf to arrive at the village, which we simply can't explain, except by saying that he knew because magic or something. And we have a whole bunch of character problems. Gandalf knowing where the Stoors village is, again, he's a wizard, I guess, but we can't just explain the entire fucking plot by saying he's a wizard, he knew what was going to happen. When speaking with Saruman, I just realized it's not Saruman, is it? It's the Dark Wizard. Yeah, every time this section mentions Saruman, I am referring to the Dark Wizard. Who knows, maybe they'll double back, maybe he is actually Saruman. So when speaking with Saruman, Gandalf puts all of his cards on the table immediately, which is fucking dumb, so character problem. Brank then betrays Saruman and ensures that he will never get healed, acting against his motivation. Rasputin zaps Brank instead of the guy with the knife. I don't know why he did that. Saruman tells Gandalf that they will both succeed Sauron, so he drops in, by the way, I'm evil, when trying to convince Gandalf to team up with him. Gandalf then refuses instead of accepting and maybe dealing with this later, which is what leads to death and destruction in the village. And then, rather confusingly, Saruman destroys a village in order to prove how evil someone else is. But that is the end of the Harfoots plot. Gandalf gets his staff and returns to Tom Bombadil, Nori and Poppy and the Stoors head to the Suzat, and Saruman, Dark Wizard, returns to Caras Gair. Moving on to the Numenor plot. So the first thing that happens is that Eregion steals the Palantir. This technically, I guess, happened off-screen during Season 1, but it's very important for Season 2, which is why I've included it here. So the king mistaking Eregion for Miriel leads directly to Pharazôn overthrowing Miriel, in other words, very fucking lucky, and Eregion manages to steal the Palantir. There are a whole bunch of reasons why this should not have been possible, such as guards, which essentially means that she managed to sneak this giant fuck-off crystal ball out of the king's tower when the guards were on their way. I don't believe that this is possible, but that is the power of having things happen off-screen. This line here is Miriel and Elendil returning to Numenor, and we know that it takes about 3 weeks to get back, given the distance involved. So here, timeline-wise, the Numenor plot is almost as disconnected from the rest of the plot as the Rhun plot, which means that how long all of this took is pretty irrelevant. The only 2 points at which this plot intersects with another is that Elendil and Miriel arrive back in Numenor approximately 3 weeks after the explosion, possibly 4, and later on, Kemen sails to Pelargir, which basically means we have a huge amount of wiggle room to play with in Numenor, so I didn't think it was worth any effort calculating approximately how long all of this took. Anyway, Miriel and Elendil arrive back in Numenor, and there is a funeral. Character issues, we have a citizen being able to backhand Miriel, there's no way that should have been possible, and Miriel not understanding Galadriel's culpability in the deaths of her soldiers, which may well have changed her actions in Season 2. The next plot point is that Pharazôn usurps Miriel. In terms of character errors, we have Eregion working out that Miriel went to war because Palantir vision. I don't think there is any intuitive way that she could have worked this out. We have the convenience of Pharazôn and his compatriots discussing overthrowing Miriel whilst in the Poor Quarter. This is not particularly important because it doesn't lead to anything because the writers forget that Valandil is a character. And then we have some contrivances, Pharazôn being very lucky that Miriel lost favor with the Numenorians at the same time that her father died. In other words, had her father not died, then there would have been no coronation during which he could usurp Miriel. We have Pharazôn's plan relying entirely upon Miriel accepting ownership of the Palantir, when he could not have known that she would do this. And we have the eagle showing up at exactly the right time. The eagle is just completely unexplained, but if this didn't happen exactly as it happens in the show, then Pharazôn does not end up as the king of Numenor. And we also have our first plot hole. The Palantir zaps Elendil across the room, but it never does this at any other point. The only explanation for this is it's magic and it decided to, but fuck off, that doesn't count, it's a plot hole. The next thing that happens is that Pharazôn persecutes Miriel's loyalists. This section of the story is predominantly tainted by multiple character problems. Pharazôn's first act as king is to extensively persecute his political opponents. He trusts his idiot son to do something incredibly important. Miriel believes that Elendil's vision means the flood won't happen. Elendil doesn't ever question why Miriel was running Numenor with a crystal ball. Miriel does not speak with Pharazôn at any point to tell him that she accepts him as her king. That one is particularly important. Pharazôn places Eregion in charge of dismantling the Sea Guard, which if anything, given who her father is, he would not do. The priest wants to store the idol in the shrine that is going to be destroyed. Elendil asks Kemen to hand over the idol instead of just taking it himself. A guard holds Elendil throughout the entire fight, despite them both wanting to stop the fight, and Valandil drops his sword next to Kemen. We also have a convenience, which is Elendil receiving a Palantir vision while being zapped across the room. I consider it very convenient that it was able to zap this vision into his brain within a split second, because again, this is not how Palantir are shown to work. And then we have the more serious contrivances, which is that the guards do not intervene at all when Valandil attacks Kemen, Valandil being overpowered by Kemen, and no one noticing Kemen picking up the sword when there are multiple people looking right at him. Moving forwards, Miriel faces the trial by Abyss. Again, most of the problems here are character related. Elendil thinks that Pharazôn is a traitor when he was elected via conventional means. Pharazôn condemns Elendil to trial by Abyss, which is not a guarantee of death. Eregion helps Pharazôn take over despite the obvious risk to Elendil's life. Elendil doesn't mention Valandil's death to Eregion, when he would have every reason to do so. Elendil is unbreakably loyal to Miriel, but will also refuse a direct order, and Lord Belzegard does not tell Pharazôn that Miriel can take Elendil's place until Miriel tries to take Elendil's place. And we also have the contrivance, that is, none of Pharazôn's supporters notice that he is acting like an insane dictator. The next plot point is that Pharazôn rounds up the loyalists. So this one is predominantly plot gaps, but honestly there's problems all over the place with this one, so character-wise, this apparently crosses a line for Eregion when she was seemingly okay with everything else. Pharazôn claims that the faithful are traitors because Miriel worked with Sauron. The guard is not at all suspicious of Eregion, and Pharazôn does not apprehend Miriel first after learning that she was working with Sauron. That one in particular is rather important. We also have the incredible convenience that the Palantir told Pharazôn that Halbrand is Sauron, and then we have two contrivances. The faithful answer a summon after what happened last time at the shrine, and no one ever asks Pharazôn how he knows any of this. He just declares that Miriel worked with Sauron, and everyone's just like, okay. So then we reach the end of the Numenor plot. Miriel decides to stay in Numenor, and Elendil travels to West Numenor, and this line that goes up into the Pelargir plot is Kemen, who we will get to later. So we have two contrivances here. Elendil manages to get to Miriel, and Elendil manages to escape. This is only possible because everything fucking happens off-screen in this show. No one is ever mid-transit, they are only ever leaving or arriving. We just see that Elendil is here, and then he's gone, and then he's here. And if you put any brain power into trying to work out what the fuck happened off-screen, then you're going to get nothing. So that is the end of the Numenor plot. Now, the Pelargir plot, which is pretty closely tied to the Mordor plot. So actually, we're going to start off here with a couple of points from the Mordor plot, and then we'll carry it down into Pelargir. So this right here I used as a starting point for all of the plot lines, this black line here. This is Mount Doom erupting, because this interacts with multiple plot lines, and so we can use it as a solid starting point where everything is in sync. So Bronwyn, Arondir, and Theo travel to Pelargir. This happens during Season 1. Miriel and Elendil sail to Numenor. Again, that happens in Season 1. So, whilst in Pelargir, Arondir and Theo arrive. Bronwyn does not. There's nothing wrong with that plot point. It's still very funny, but there's nothing actually wrong with it. Meanwhile, Beric rescues Isildur, so we have a whole bunch of conveniences. Beric escapes from the orcs, Isildur is captured by spiders but not eaten yet, Isildur is wrapped up next to a knife, the spider doesn't one-shot Isildur, even though it one-shots the orc, and Beric shows up prior to Isildur being eaten by spiders. Moving forwards, whilst still in Mordor, Isildur meets Estrid. We have the character problem that is Isildur accepting that Estrid thought he was an orc, which is possibly the dumbest fucking excuse that she could have given. We have three conveniences, which is Isildur accidentally bumping into Estrid, who has the exact information that he needs, because had this not happened, he would have gone to the Numenorian encampment, and there would have been nothing there, and then he'd be like, oh, okay, what now? We also have the convenience that the map that the Numenorians left was still there, which is how Estrid has it, and another convenience, which is that the Orcs did not see the map, and they did not attack Pelargir. And more seriously, we have a contrivance, which is that Isildur survives a large knife going into his thigh. And after he is patched up by Theo, this is never mentioned again. At this point, they arrive in Pelargir, and just like the Numenor plot, it is unclear how long this took exactly, as this is almost entirely disconnected from the other plots, so you will have to take my word for it when I say that it does line up in the way that it intersects. So, Isildur and Estrid travel to Pelargir. Character issues. We have the wild men attacking at the worst possible moment. Arondir forgetting about the foulness of orc arrows, which possibly should have gone over here. Estrid appearing to lead Isildur into a trap, but Isildur doesn't seem to notice. Estrid mutilating herself to conceal one brand with another. And Beric being smart enough to know where Isildur is at all times, but apparently he's also just a normal horse who can be abducted by wild men. We have two conveniences, which is Arondir showing up to rescue Isildur and Estrid, and, very specifically, failing to rescue Beric. This sounds minor, but if Beric had not been abducted in the way that he was, then basically everything else in this plotline does not happen. And then we also have the contrivance, that is the general consensus being that Adar's brand equals wildman equals evil. I'll get into this a little later in the video. For now, it's contrived as fuck and it makes no sense. So then Isildur and Theo break off from Pelargir, leaving Estrid, Arondir, and everyone else in Pelargir. They attempt to rescue Beric. Theo is captured by the Ents. Character issues with this is that Theo's plan relies upon the wild men knowing what the evil sword is, and the wild men assuming that the men from Pelargir are attacking them when they find one kid in the middle of the night who wanders up to them. And we also have Isildur trying to rescue Theo moments after leaving him to die. Because again, based on the information that Isildur had when he left with Beric, he was leaving Theo in danger. We have three conveniences. Theo knows where Beric is, the Ents can throw axes with insane accuracy, and the Ents attack just in time to save Theo's life. And then we have a couple of contrivances for good measure. The wild men do not attack Theo when he claims to be a follower of Adar, because as is revealed later, these wild men are not worshippers of Adar, and the Ents arbitrarily kill or capture their targets depending on main character status. You could describe this as a character problem, but I think that it's serious enough to where I'm gonna just call it a contrivance because that's what it is. So then, Isildur, Arondir, and Estrid rescue Theo. Character problems with this is that Arondir did not check Estrid when she entered the village. This actually happened earlier, but it's not mentioned until now. Isildur and Arondir decide to free Estrid. Bad idea. And Estrid forgets that Arondir exists, because she draws Isildur's sword on Isildur and forgets that Arondir is standing right there because the camera was not pointing at him. We also have a convenience, which is that none of the villagers see the corpse Arondir checks. If they had, then there would have been no discussion as to whether or not it was wild men that killed this person. And then we have a whole fuckload of contrivances. Estrid is not in intense pain after branding herself the night before, which almost leads to her being able to conceal the brand. It is apparently common practice for the wild men to replace one identifiable brand with another. Arondir, Isildur, and Estrid all go alone in search of Theo. The plan initially was that multiple people from Pelargir would go and try and find Theo, but then we cut forwards and they're looking for him on their own. And the reason why this is contrived is because there had to be only 3 of them for the rest of the plot to happen in the way that it does. Everyone seems to inexplicably know that Theo is alive. Isildur gets vertically stuck in a swamp. Isildur and Arondir survive getting eaten by the giant mud snake. Isildur and Arondir know that Estrid saved them despite being inside the giant mud snake. The Ents continue to sneak up on everyone, and Estrid survives getting slapped by a tree. So at this point, Arondir then leaves and decides to track the Orc army, and this line here is him leaving to join Eregion, which is the only point at which this plotline intersects with the other plots, and as long as Arondir accomplished this within a month, then he's probably okay. However, we have the baffling character moment where Arondir wants Theo to come with him on what he presumably knows at this point is a suicide mission. Don't really know why he does that, but okay. Meanwhile, Isildur, Theo, Estrid, and Hagen return to Pelargir. This is after the mild convenience of Estrid just so happening to bump into Hagen after giving up hope. This line here is Kemen arriving from Numenor, so here, Kemen arrives in Pelargir and takes over. And before I go into that, the 2 points that intersect here is Miriel and Elendil's arrival back in Numenor, and then we have a whole bunch of plot shit happens, and then Kemen arrives in Pelargir. So as long as these two plot lines took about the same amount of time to happen, then I'm happy to say that this lines up. But honestly, in neither plot line do we have anywhere near enough information for me to work out how long everything actually took, which is not the case with the other ones that we're about to get to. So, Kemen arrives in Pelargir and takes over. Whole bunch of character problems. Isildur forgets that Estrid has manipulated him since she met him. Pharazôn has continued to send his idiot son on important missions. Kemen provokes Isildur for no reason. I'm aware that Kemen is now a malevolent entity. My point is more so that it doesn't actually benefit him to provoke Isildur. And we then have Aegon not reacting to Isildur cucking him. And then we have the contrivance that is the men of Pelargir forgetting that they think that the wild men are cannibalistic Adar worshippers. They're all just happily living together, holding hands and singing Kumbaya. If you say so, show. If you say so. Anyway, then the story ends when Isildur leaves Pelargir and returns to Numenor, which would happen then presumably a few weeks after the end of the Numenor plot as we see in Season 2. So now we can go to the Mordor plot. Now, this is back in Season 1, so there are problems with some of these plot points from Season 1, but I haven't written them down, and I have also not counted them towards the total, because that wouldn't be fair, as I already counted them for Season 1. So, after Mount Doom erupts, Galadriel travels to the encampment with Theo. This will have taken a couple of days given the distance, and we know the distance because Season 1 tells us. After this, Galadriel and Sauron ride to Eregion, which is where that line goes. Meanwhile, Adar is in Mordor, doing Adar things. This line here is Sauron arriving back from Eregion, so this is when he shows up at the very end of Season 1, and then we get Episode 1 of Season 2 where they finally talk to each other. Before we get to that, however, we learn that there was an elven spy in or near Mordor.
Our spies indicate that Sauron was last seen travelling into Mordor.
This spy was lucky as fuck because he crossed paths with Halbrand, who was entering Mordor, and the spy then leaves Mordor, and therefore doesn't see Halbrand leave Mordor as well and go to Eregion. Again, sounds minor, but if the spy had this information, the plot fundamentally changes. So, Sauron voluntarily turns himself in. He asks Adar to release his people, and Adar imprisons Sauron. So character-wise, Waldreg and Adar are lining up the slaves one by one so as to swear allegiance. That's honestly unimportant, but I found it notable, which is why I've noted it. We have the contrivance, which is that Sauron has absolutely no reason to return to Mordor. And we also have the plot hole, which is Sauron making a nonsensical deal with Adar. Again, we could call this a character problem, but this nonsensical deal that Sauron makes with Adar is like foundational for why so much of the plot breaks throughout Season 2. So I think it is only fair to call this a plot hole at this point, because I'm not going to be coming back to it later when the problems emerge. Moving forwards, Waldreg tortures Sauron. The problem with this is that Waldreg does not at any point inquire as to Sauron's supposed return. And timeline-wise, this is where things start to line up or not exactly line up. So I am lowballing this to try and do the show as many favors as I can. The amount of time that Sauron spends in Mordor is almost certainly longer than I have estimated here, but trust me when I say the longer I extend this amount of time, the worse the later problems become. So, Sauron is gone from Eregion for 2 weeks plus torture, and torture is X amount of time because we don't know how long it actually is. We know that it takes him about a week to get from Eregion to Mordor.
Enemy lance, 6 days ago. We rode without rest.
And because he does this journey twice, that's how we land at 2 weeks, and he then gets tortured for a period of time. I am assuming 1 day of torture. There is no fucking way that it was that low, because that would suggest that Adar decided to torture Halbrand and then changed his mind after a day, and it would also mean that Waldreg's line to Sauron,
Adar doesn't even remember you're here,
is just complete nonsense that is meant to imply that more time has passed for the audience than actually has. So if I were to ask the writers or make an honest guess as to how long I think Sauron was in Mordor at the start of the show, I would guess at least a month. Jumping forwards, Adar agrees to Sauron's terms, and Sauron then travels to Eregion. The contrivance here being that Adar agrees to Sauron's terms and releases him and the Southlanders. He doesn't have any reason to do either of the above, but he does. Could call it a character problem, incredibly important, so we're calling it a contrivance. This line here is Sauron returning to Eregion, so we're going to continue in Mordor. So we have Adar preparing for war to defeat Sauron. He knows by this point that Sauron is back because of plot shit that I've already been into. As for how long it takes Adar's army to get to Eregion, I had it down as at least 3 weeks, because the distance he is covering here is 800 miles, and given the marching speed of an army that I lowballed earlier, this means it would take 11 days if he was marching non-stop, but you also have to factor into this how long they need to rest for, how long the orcs need to sleep for, as well as crossing any rivers that may be en route. So if the orcs abide by similar rules to the elves, and they can just keep walking forever without ever needing to stop, then we're talking a couple of weeks tops for them to get to Eregion. But I think if we're being as reasonable as possible, it must have taken far longer. Anyway, that is the end of the Mordor plot, because from now on, Adar's army is in Eregion, so we can move on to the Khazad-Dum plot. So, Mount Doom erupts, the shockwave hits Khazad-Dum. This takes place in Season 2, but it was concurrent with other events that took place in Season 1, as I have already explained. It is unclear exactly how much time passed here, but it must have been enough time for them to nearly run out of food. So, the gardens wither, and the dwarves risk starvation. Couple of character issues. King Durin allows the Stone Singers to let rip, no kind of safety precautions or anything similar, and he also, for some reason, has prohibited the dwarves from trading for food. Moving forwards, the next time that the dwarves are involved in the plot is after a whole bunch of elven stuff has happened, which is when Durin receives the letter from Celebrimbor. And we will get on to the various intersections with the Eregion plot momentarily. For now, I'm just going to stick in Khazad-Dum. So this is Durin returning to Khazad-Dum. He brings Celebrimbor's proposal to the king. And we have a character error here, which is that the dwarves, for some reason, are more interested in magic rings than food. I don't have an answer for you. They just really want rings. This is the dwarves returning to Eregion to get the rings, and then they come back. So, King Durin heals the mountain and becomes corrupted. Whole bunch of character problems. King Durin now trusts the ring with his life. He also doesn't notice that his behavior has drastically changed after putting the ring on. King Durin then implements a 100% tax to all goods. Disa asks the trader to sell an item to her at a loss, seemingly without understanding this. Disa did not know about this magical cave despite it being right next to the market. Disa stone sings to find her ball, and Disa knows that what she heard was an ancient, powerful evil. We have a handful of contrivances. Durin wanders off. End of sentence, I guess. The item that Disa purchases is a large spherical object, because if it was not a large spherical object, then she wouldn't have accidentally found the Balrog. Disa accidentally drops her large spherical object, and the tuning crystal rolls directly into a nearby cave. And we also have a plot hole, which this could have gone anywhere, but I decided to put it here. The mithril-laden rings heal the mountain, despite the mountain being full of mithril. There is no explanation for this, given how we see the mithril work in Season 1, so it's a plot hole. King Durin then trades the dwarven rings to the other dwarven realms. Character-wise, we have Durin's pathetic attempt to convince his father not to destroy their kingdom. And we also have another plot hole, which is the dwarven emissaries arrive within a few days when some of them have come from as far as Rhun. Again, we can stretch this out and add like a month to this timeline if we want, but that will then desync it even further with the other plots, hence plot hole. Durin then travels to Eregion to speak with Celebrimbor, and then he comes back. So then the other dwarven kingdoms pay tribute to King Durin. This must have taken weeks at a minimum, if not longer, because they are moving resources between the various kingdoms. But again, the longer we stretch this out, the more problems emerge. And we have the character issue of King Durin liking gold, so he has therefore decided to get all of the gold mined as fast as possible, thereby reducing its value. These lines here are Sauron traveling from Eregion to Khazad-Dum and then leaving. So, Sauron unsuccessfully attempts to get mithril from the dwarves. This plot point is caked in character issues. So, firstly, the convenience. The orcs don't attack Eregion while Sauron is in Khazad-Dum. Had this happened, it would have fundamentally changed everything. And character-wise, we have Sauron summons Durin for no reason, and I mean this very literally. He summons Durin when he didn't need to speak to Durin.
He summoned me, father.
No, he did.
I see the Seven are serving you well.
He needed to speak to the king. So, yeah, this happens for absolutely no reason. Durin doesn't question why Sauron summoned him. Again, if I was Durin, I would have perhaps noticed this and been like, what the fuck are you doing? No one particularly cares about the impending siege because Sauron reveals that the elves are about to be attacked, and then everyone just kind of moves past this immediately. Sauron doesn't warn the dwarves about the Balrog, despite his need for mithril. King Durin wants to forge weapons and armor with mithril to sell to the elves who are about to be attacked. Disa believes that the king removing them from blocking a mine will show how insane he is. Durin and Disa forget that they have children when they discuss martyring themselves. Disa attacks Na'vi with bats instead of speaking to him. Durin and Disa are apparently willing to fight off their own people, and Disa doesn't flatten the mine with her stone singing. This line here then is Sauron returning to Eregion, so we can jump forwards to Elrond arriving to ask for help. Durin then accepts. So, character issue. King Durin doesn't notice his son assembling an army. Convenience. Durin has the support of all of Khazad-Dum when no one supported him in his blocking of the mine. Contrivance. Durin rallies an army in a day. And plot hole. Durin doesn't mention the rings or Anatar when speaking to Elrond. Again, this is a character-focused plot hole, but Durin has every reason to do this, and he doesn't. And again, this is absolutely crucial. Because if he tells Elrond this, then again the plot fundamentally changes. Elrond then returns, and then here we have Vorahil arriving to Khazad-Dum to find that Durin has recalled the army. So, character issue, Durin recalls the army because he personally needs to deal with his father. There is no reason why he would do this. He could just stay and someone else could go. But yeah, he calls back the entire army and I don't know why. And then we have the convenience, which is that the king goes super duper crazy right at the worst possible time. We're talking, if he had left it maybe 10 to 15 minutes, then again, the plot changes completely. This line here is Vorahil returning to Eregion, and he must have arrived back in Eregion after 12 to 14 hours, which isn't possible because it takes about a day to get to Khazad-Dum. But anyway, Durin confronts his father, the Balrog wakes up, and the king dies. So, character problems. Durin appeals to his father's physical strength to convince him to stop. King Durin then says that Durin is strong when he demonstrably isn't. Conveniences, we have the Balrog accidentally causing a cave-in, which is the only thing that prevents it from escaping. And we have Disa showing up to rescue Durin. And we also have Durin arriving when his father is one blow away from reaching the Balrog. Again, sounds minor, but if this were not the case, then the scene would not have happened as we see it. And finally, two contrivances. The Balrog reveals itself and then waits for the conversation to end, and King Durin snaps out of his insanity. So moving forwards, this is Durin and the army leaving, and then here is the army coming back. So, the dwarves prepare for Season 3, and they completely forget about the Balrog, which is a contrivance rather than a character error because everyone seems to collectively forget about the Balrog. And also, King Durin's ring has reappeared, despite it being left in the Balrog's lair under a cave-in, and no character present having the opportunity nor the motivation to retrieve it. Now, we have the two big ones. So I'm actually going to do Lindon first, and then we will do Eregion, because Eregion is where most of the action takes place. So the first thing that happens is something that happens off-screen. Surprise, surprise. So the elven spy returns to Lindon. This could theoretically be accomplished in 7 days, because we know that it takes 6 days to travel non-stop from Mordor to Eregion, and we also know, given the distance and speeds involved, that a mounted rider could travel from Eregion to Lindon in 1 day. Therefore, 7 days. This also must have happened because the timeline allows for 8 days. So yeah, the spy traveled from Mordor to Lindon in 8 days. Here we have Galadriel and Elrond returning from Eregion to Lindon, which is where we see them right at the start of the season. And we know that it takes a day to get to Lindon from Eregion, because they are on horses and because of the distances involved. So, pretty much immediately the plot splits because Elrond goes off on his own and Galadriel stays. So we'll do Elrond first. Elrond escapes with the rings. He is able to jump off a cliff and he survives. He then takes the rings to Círdan and Círdan agrees to destroy them. We have another convenience here, which is that the elves fail to locate Elrond, despite Elrond being like a diplomat. He's not some insane sneaky ninja guy, and one would think that the elves would be able to find him, but apparently not. Meanwhile, Galadriel reveals that Sauron helped make the rings. Two character issues is that Elrond does not address Galadriel's deception, and Gil-galad decides to use Sauron's rings against Sauron. Both of those things are fucking dumb, and neither of the characters, as characterized, would do that. Gil-galad then sends a message to Celebrimbor. Character issues with this are that Galadriel waited before telling Gil-galad where Elrond was, because she apparently knew that he would have sought out someone old and wise, and Gil-galad waits until the evening to send a letter to Celebrimbor. And considering the urgent nature of this letter, it is insane that he would wait any amount of time before doing this. Additionally, Gil-galad trusts Galadriel to set things right, and I don't know why he would think that, given that he blames blames her for the events of Season 1, and he has every reason to do so. Additionally, Gil-galad sends only 2 messengers to deliver the letter, and had he sent more, then again, the plot may well have changed. So, Círdan changes his mind and doesn't destroy the rings. I'm not reading all of the plot gaps because there's just too many and I need this to be somewhat digestible. But these 2 are very important. He decides not to destroy the rings and he decides to trust them and put one on. I can't tell you why, and yet these actions are incredibly important. However, we also have a contrivance that no one tries to stop Círdan. Given the information everyone has, Galadriel and Gil-galad should probably have just jumped in a boat and frantically tried to catch up to him before it was too late. Those are the stakes, and no one fucking tries. Meanwhile, Galadriel locates Elrond in Círdan's workshop. Character problem with this is that her argumentation is pathetic and entirely logically broken, and we of course have the convenience that the only reason why she is able to locate him is because Círdan is old and wise. So, Círdan returns to Lindon and the elves embrace the rings. We have the convenience here of Galadriel getting one of the rings purely by accident, when it just kind of rolls towards her, I guess. So here, this line here is the elven spy returning, which happens off-screen, but we're explicitly told that this happened at this point. So, Gil-galad decides to attack Mordor and send Galadriel to Eregion. First off, we have the contrivance that is the ring telling Galadriel what Sauron's evil plan is. The fact that it does this at all, not to mention the detail that it gives her, is absurd. She may as well have just read the script. And we have a bunch of character problems. Gil-galad allows Galadriel to keep the ring. The elves believe that Sauron is in Mordor to replace Adar for some reason. Galadriel is still the commander of the Northern armies after the events of Season 1. Galadriel believes the ring vision, but doesn't realize that she is wearing one of the rings, and Galadriel thinks that only she can defeat Sauron when she has no reason to believe this. So then the plots diverge slightly. The top line is Gil-galad who stays in Lindon. The bottom line is Galadriel and Elrond assembling their company. So, Galadriel fails to recruit Elrond, and Elrond eventually agrees. Character issues with this: Galadriel's argumentation once again is pathetic and logically broken, and Círdan convinces Elrond to help Galadriel. I don't have a particular problem with the idea of Círdan being able to convince Elrond, but given what we see, this should not have been convincing in the slightest. And we also have the contrivance that Elrond is not punished whatsoever for attempting to destroy the rings. Skipping forwards, the company of Elrond travel to the Axa Bridge, which, given the distance and given that they were traveling on foot, will have taken them about 3 days. Character issue is that Elrond says that he will not take counsel from the ring moments before taking counsel from the ring. We have the convenience that is the ring giving Galadriel a vision of the Barrow-wights. So again, just planting information into her brain that's exactly the information she needs. And we have 2 contrivances. The elves decide to travel without horses despite the urgency. And there is only one single bridge to cross this gigantic chasm. Moving forwards, they fight the Barrow-wights in the hills of Tir Ngorthad. I'm guessing that it takes maybe a day to get to Tir Ngorthad. Given the distances involved, I genuinely think that this is reasonable. So, character issues with this is that Elrond orders an attack despite knowing that the Barrow-wights cannot be killed. Galadriel knows what a Barrow-wight is but doesn't know how to kill them. Sauron resurrects the Barrow-wights but doesn't remove the only weapons that can kill them, and Elrond doesn't notice Galadriel's change of values mid-conversation. We also have the convenience, which is that Elrond finds the remains of the messengers, and we also have a few contrivances. The elves forget that they have heightened hearing. Elrond knows exactly where the Barrow-wights' weapons are, and the elves, seemingly, have no outposts or guards that would have noticed the arrival of an orc army. So at this point, the company of Elrond is in the region of Eregion, so we're going to go through that when we do the Eregion section of the plot. Meanwhile, Gil-galad receives Celebrimbor's letter. It is convenient on the face of it that the letter from Celebrimbor arrived if it went via the hills of Tir Ngorthad, and if it did not go via the hills of Tir Ngorthad, then this means that it should have taken an additional 2 weeks to reach Gil-galad, which just throws everything else even further out of whack. So we're just going to say it's convenient that the Barrow-wights didn't catch him. Additionally, the messenger is not only not captured by the Orcs, because the Orc army is there at this point, but he also doesn't see any evidence of the Orcs. Character issues: we have no one questioning the messenger about either the Forge or Sauron. And again, they would have every reason to speak to this messenger, not just read the piece of paper he has. And additionally, we have a plot hole. This is another character-based plot hole, but it is so critical that I couldn't describe it as anything else. Gil-galad believes that Galadriel was wrong, despite the highly suspicious and late nature of the letter. In other words, he has every reason to believe one thing, and he concludes another. Meanwhile, we have this line here, which is Elrond returning to Lindon, which will have taken approximately 4 days, given the distance. So Elrond returns to Lindon. Gil-galad then forms a plan. By this point, I will highlight that Elrond arrives in Lindon a couple of days before Sauron and Celebrimbor start to forge the Dwarven Rings. Just to give you an idea of how desynced these timelines are. Character issue, Gil-galad sends the army to the wrong place based on almost no information. So, skipping forwards, an unknown amount of time passes while Gil-galad recalls the army that was going to Mordor. Elrond returned to Lindon very shortly after the army departed, so recalling the army shouldn't require that the army travels all the way to Mordor before realizing that they are going the wrong way. Off the top of my head, the options that I feel like the elves would have is jump in a boat and follow them and travel quicker than the large military boats. Alternatively, if something like a carrier pigeon is an option, then obviously they could try that. Either way, without spoiling what we're about to get into with the Eregion plot, what I will say at this point is that if the army went all the way to Mordor, so we're talking a couple of weeks at least, and then all the way back, so over a month after realizing that Sauron and the Orcs aren't there, then by the time they got to Eregion, Eregion will have been destroyed. So, the Elven army then rides to war, and meanwhile Elrond travels to Khazad-Dum, which is when he goes down here and speaks to Durin, at which point we're done with the Lindon plot. We can now dive into the Eregion plot, which is where we get to most of the juiciness of this mess. So, Galadriel and Sauron arrive in Eregion, which takes approximately 6 days. Sauron helps Celebrimbor, Galadriel discovers Sauron's identity, all of this happens in Season 1. Sauron then leaves Eregion towards the end of the process of forging the rings, and we know from dialogue in Season 1 that they were allowed 3 months to craft the rings. I'm going to guess that they used all of this 3 months. So Galadriel, Elrond, and Celebrimbor craft the Elven rings. The problem with this, which is contrived, is that Elrond is able to take the rings and then leave Eregion. This happens off-screen, so we just have to accept it, but Galadriel absolutely will not have allowed Elrond to do this, and so I don't believe that there is any possible way that it could have happened, unless he grabbed them while Galadriel was taking a dump. So Sauron then returns from Mordor, he blows up the bridge and creates the Barrow-wights. The reason why he must have done this on his way back from Mordor rather than his way to Mordor is because had he not done this, then the spy would not have arrived in time, the spy that we mentioned earlier, and additionally, the bridge would have been destroyed when Galadriel and Elrond traveled back to Lindon at the start of the season, and had they encountered the bridge and been like, oh no, it's gone, then they obviously wouldn't have gone back to it later in the series like, oh no, the bridge is gone, because they would have already known this. So taking this into account, it will have taken approximately 1 week for Sauron to get back to Eregion. So the absolute earliest that Sauron could have arrived in Eregion is 3 days after Galadriel and Elrond left. This is because if Celebrimbor wanted to know if the rings had worked, and Celebrimbor asks Halbrand, did the rings work, then this will have required that the rings made it to Lindon, that they were used, and that word could then be sent back to Eregion, ostensibly in the form of Halbrand. So in other words, if Elrond and Galadriel leave, and then 5 minutes later Halbrand shows up in Eregion, it would be utter nonsense for Celebrimbor to say, oh, did the rings work, because they only just left Eregion. So taking all of these numbers into account, this is how we land on the 11-day time period that is the minimum that it could have taken them to craft the Elven rings. So Gil-galad's messenger is killed by the Barrow-wights. This is convenient just on the face of it. Lucky as balls, we could say. And then Sauron arrives in Eregion after blowing up the bridge. Character issue here is that Sauron's means of gaining entry are incredibly suboptimal, bearing in mind who Sauron is. And we have two contrivances. Sauron had no way of knowing that Galadriel hadn't told Celebrimbor who he was, so he is taking a massive gamble. And additionally, Sauron is permitted to wait at the entrance to the city indefinitely. And Sauron's arrival and him gaining access all seems to happen on the same day. So Sauron gains entry to Eregion. He then deceives Celebrimbor as Anatar. Whole bunch of plot gaps here, but the one that I want to mention is the contrivance that Sauron knows that the dwarves are in trouble. My timeline does not account for him going to Khazad-Dum in disguise and speaking to the dwarves and finding out what's up, because I don't think that it's reasonable to assume that he did all of that off screen. So I don't know how he knows this. He just has an evil detector, and he can detect all of the evil in Middle-earth. So then, Celebrimbor pretty much immediately sends a letter to Durin after teaming up with Anatar. And because we're about to get to this, it takes approximately a week between Sauron arriving in Eregion and them beginning to forge the Dwarven Rings. The reason why we can conclude this is because we know the travel time and the distance between Khazad-Dum and Eregion, and we know who traveled where and when they did it. So, Elven Messenger will have ridden by horseback, which means it will take a day to reach Durin, and it will have then taken Durin and Disa 3 days to reach Eregion because we have no indication that the dwarves use horses. So Durin arrives in Eregion. Celebrimbor then pitches the rings. 2 character issues with this. Anatar acts very suspiciously, and yet no one notices. And Anatar insults Durin in an attempt to convince him to accept the rings. And then we have the contrivance, which is that Anatar knows about Durin's relationship with his father, but not his relationship with Elrond. In other words, he has exactly the information that he needs via magical bullshit, I guess, but his magical bullshit also conveniently left a little gap so as to allow Durin to become suspicious of him. So Durin and Disa then leave Eregion, 3 days to travel back to Khazad-Dum. And it is approximately at this point that Galadriel holds off the Orc army. This is because of the timeline for Lindon lining up with the timeline for Eregion. Both of these timelines are pretty solid at this point. There is wiggle room of maybe a day or 2 at most. And we know that Adar's army arrives very shortly after they fight the Barrow Wights in the hills of Tir Gorthad. So, Galadriel holds off the Orc army. Elrond then returns to Lindon, and Galadriel is captured by Adar. Adar's army, as I said, cannot have arrived any later than this because of the information that the show has given us about travel time. Adar's army arrives approximately 12 days after Sauron departed Mordor, which is what we saw in episode 1, and this should have taken at least a month. Because, to be clear, Adar has marched an entire fucking army consisting of legions of orcs from Mordor across the continent to Eregion. Based on my number crunching, the only way that this would have been possible is if the army does not rest or sleep at any point, and they walk solidly at a pace of 3 miles per hour for 800 miles. You can do that in 11 days, assuming that you don't have to stop for any reason, such as crossing a river or climbing over a mountain. I think it is absurd to suggest that Adar's army travelled there within 12 days. I think a month is far more reasonable, but they cannot have arrived any later than this. So, character issues. Elrond trusts the ring, despite it very clearly wanting him to trust it. Galadriel does not take cover at any point during the fight, and Adar does not prevent Galadriel from killing his children. Given that his objective at this point is to capture Galadriel, he could easily have prevented this from happening. We have the convenience that is the Orcs accidentally shooting Camnir and therefore allowing Galadriel to prove the ring's purity to Elrond, and we have the contrivance that is the Orcs attacking Galadriel, despite Adar's objective being to capture her. So, moving forwards, actually inside the city of Eregion, Celebrimbor then decides to send a letter to Gil-galad, which would have taken approximately a day because, again, travel time. So, character issues. Celebrimbor lies to Gil-galad with barely a nudge from Anatar. Celebrimbor never questions Anatar's identity, despite obvious holes. Celebrimbor doesn't consider it suspicious when Anatar says that Gil-galad has forbidden more rings. Celebrimbor thinks Gil-galad will accept the forge being deactivated, and Celebrimbor believes that he can conceal further rings from Gil-galad indefinitely. These are fairly general problems with the Celebrimbor part of the story, so I decided to put them here because when he sends the letter is when a lot of these issues pop up. At some point, Arondir arrives near Eregion. I put this here, it could be later, but either way it doesn't really cause problems. So we have 2 orcs deciding not to fight after marching across the continent, and the orcs deciding to attack Arondir after deserting because they didn't want to die. We have the luck factor of Arondir crossing paths with the orcs who are deserting, not to mention the orcs carrying a map, and the contrivance that is Arondir getting snuck up on despite having elven hearing. So this line here is Durin, the king, and Disa travelling back to Eregion, which will have taken approximately 3 days as explained earlier, and Celebrimbor forges the Dwarven rings, which means that the forging commences approximately a week after the rings were originally pitched to Durin and Disa. And again, a reminder, the shortest amount of time that it can take them to forge the rings is 11 days, although I think it is more than reasonable to suggest that the Dwarven rings will have taken longer than the Elven rings, but anyway. Celebrimbor continues to use the forge for non-ring related endeavours after lying to Gil-galad and claiming to have shut it down. This is a character issue because he doesn't seem to understand that if word of this reaches Gil-galad, then his lie will be revealed immediately. And we have Celebrimbor and Na'vi building the doors of Durin inside of Eregion instead of carving them into the mountain. Not plot related, but very funny, so I included it. And then we have the additional contrivance that is the dwarves being able to get the doors of Durin out of Eregion and back into Khazad-Dum. I don't believe this is possible, but it also must have been possible, hence contrivance. So this is where things start to intersect a lot. The Dwarven rings are forged, and the dwarves return home, which, again, 3 days travel time. Meanwhile, Celebrimbor refuses to make rings for men. Sauron then decides to make them himself. A whole bunch of character problems with this. Celebrimbor seems aware that he is being manipulated whilst being manipulated. Celebrimbor says that the Southlanders were loyal to Adar, but doesn't mention Morgoth for some reason. Celebrimbor believes that because the Southlanders now have homes in Pelargir, they don't need rings, as in, they have homes, we don't need to save them for some reason. Sauron suggests scouring Middle-earth to find 9 appropriate appropriate ring bearers, and Celebrimbor doesn't notice that this contradicts Sauron's claimed objective. Sauron's suggestion would also massively increase the risk of him being discovered. Celebrimbor refuses a command from an angelic deity, but remains not at all suspicious of this deity, and Celebrimbor allows Sauron to use the forge and his smiths to forge the rings for men. So it is unclear how long it took Celebrimbor to forge the rings for men, or how long it took King Durin to heal the mountain and become corrupted, but these two durations would be approximately comparable. The reason why we know this is because the three dwarves left Eregion, and King Durin then healed the mountain and became corrupted, whilst Anatar was trying to forge the rings for men, and then when we have the scene with Medania accidentally going to the unseen world, Prince Durin arrives in Eregion, saying, "What did you do to my dad?" So after 3 days of travel to Eregion, Durin asks if the dwarven rings are broken. And there is a plot hole here, which is that Celebrimbor believes that he used the same materials and processes to make the dwarven rings, when this is absolutely false. It could be that he is lying to Durin, but no, there's no way that that's the case. Celebrimbor absolutely believes this to be true, because if he did not believe this to be true, then he would have already had serious questions for Anatar. Prince Durin then returns to Khazad-Dum, which takes about 3 days. Celebrimbor then agrees to help forge the rings for men. So we have the convenience that is Sauron accidentally making a ring that transports you to the unseen world. I originally attributed this to an insane plan on Sauron's part, but no, it was just an accident. Wouldn't you know, that kind of thing can happen sometimes, I guess. Whole bunch of character problems then. Sauron doesn't ensure that none of the smiths put the ring on, despite the obvious risks. Medania doesn't immediately remove the ring when she puts it on. Sauron apparently made the dwarven rings so that they drive the bearer mad within a few days. This arguably could have been bumped up to a plot hole, but we're going to leave it as a character problem for now. Sauron reveals to Medania that what she saw was real when he could have just lied. Sauron claims that Celebrimbor's lie has corrupted the rings, and yet Celebrimbor does not attempt to resolve this lie. Celebrimbor blames his staff for what he believes to be his own failure. And Celebrimbor comes up with a plan to make the rings for men, but does not account for the deceit factor that Anatar has just made him aware of. Now, we need to rewind very briefly and talk about Adar's army. So, Adar has captured Galadriel and he proposes teaming up with her. We don't know exactly how long this takes, but during all of this time, Adar's army is just chilling in the woods outside of Eregion. Character issues: Galadriel could have escaped from the cage at any point. She is Galadriel, she can basically do anything that the plot needs her to do. She's super strong, super fast, and super sneaky, and this lock was apparently not particularly durable. Adar and the Orcs did not search Galadriel, because she is able to pull a knife on Adar. Adar guesses that Halbrand is Sauron. Again, we could bump this up to a plot hole, but I'm just going to leave it as an egregious character issue because we have no idea how he could possibly have guessed this. And additionally, he guesses that Sauron is in Eregion. Those are possible. They're completely ridiculous, but they are at least possible. What is impossible is that Adar knows inexplicably about the Elven rings. There is no possible way that this information could have reached Adar. So therefore, this is a plot hole. Adar also, for some reason, believes that Sauron made magical rings that can kill Sauron, so he made the only thing that can kill him for some reason. Adar's plan here also requires Galadriel, and he is unbelievably lucky that he bumped into her. Galadriel then explains to Adar where Elrond and the rings are. Her proposed plan to kill Sauron is insane and could never work. Adar doesn't recognize how insane Galadriel's evil plan is. Galadriel thinks that Sauron wants Adar to attack Eregion. Adar explains his evil plan to Galadriel. Adar inexplicably knows about Gil-galad's plan to invade Mordor. Again, he cannot know this. And to top it all off, Galadriel, the bestest soldier ever, is restrained by 2 orcs. So now we're at the end of episode 6. By this point, Adar's army has been in the nearby forest for 22 days, plus however long Celebrimbor has been trying to forge the rings for men, because we don't know how long this took. It was the same as however long it took King Durin to go insane, so the longer we stretch these numbers out, the longer Adar's army was just in the woods and no one fucking noticed. And these 3 events just kind of not syncing up at all is honestly the main point that I would highlight when I say that the timelines do not line up whatsoever. But anyway, let us continue. Adar's army marches on Eregion. Character issues with this is that Adar has no plan B should his catapult plan fail. Adar breaching the wall is critical to his plan, but he only employs 1 Ravager. Adar knows about the back entrance to Eregion, but he doesn't use it. And Adar does not target the main gate, and the gate is never mentioned by either side. Additionally, 2 conveniences. There is a precariously balanced rock at the top of the mountain, and Adar, I guess, knew about this perfectly balanced rock. Followed by a bunch of contrivances. Adar dams the river with catapults instead of crossing on boats. The catapults have absurd range. We're talking, it looks like kilometers. The catapults dam the river absolutely perfectly. The river remains dammed indefinitely, absolutely perfectly. The catapults destroy the mountain but do nothing to the walls of Eregion. Adar decides to unga-bunga the orcs into the wall when he loves them as his children. And then we have a couple of plot holes. Eregion has a wall now. It did not a couple of months ago. And the riverbed is suddenly dry enough to cross immediately after damming the river. There is no explanation for this. That isn't how water works. So yeah, this is just a plot hole. Meanwhile, Sauron illusions Celebrimbor and tells him to make the rings. So the problems with this, Celebrimbor doesn't notice that it is suddenly daytime. That's a character issue where he's just an idiot for no reason. And we have 2 plot holes, which again, could have placed these anywhere, but we're going to stick them here. Sauron creates a mind prison for Celebrimbor, but horrendously misuses this power. I explain this in more detail in my Part 7 video, so I'm not going to repeat myself here. And Sauron wants Adar to attack Eregion. This is all but confirmed by the series, which means that Sauron has thereby imposed a time limit on himself for absolutely no reason. So here I've stretched this out rather a lot, because we now know from the showrunners that the siege went on for weeks. So this doesn't actually affect anything, but I just wanted to highlight how long this took by stretching it out a little bit. Character issues with this. Sauron leaves very noticeable flaws in his mind prison. Celebrimbor still believes that Anatar is here on behalf of the Valar when he has been told that this is not the case. Sauron drops the illusion immediately and reveals his identity when he had other options. Sauron allows Celebrimbor to leave, which is again a massive risk. And speaking of massive risks, Medania is on the front lines for no reason. Conveniences then, we have the forge not being destroyed while Celebrimbor was forging the rings. That's just blind luck. The elves built one part of the wall so that it was thinner than the rest of the wall. If this were not the case, then Adar may have never gotten inside. And then we have a whole bunch of contrivances. The elves did nothing while their city was being hit by artillery until they were instructed to. Eregion's defenses, inexplicably, consists of 12 dudes. No one went into the forge to speak to the Lord of Eregion when Eregion is under siege. And okay, fine, we can say that Anatar had mind-controlled them or whatever the fuck, and they all believe that Anatar is the Lord of Eregion. The point still stands, because none of them go to speak to Anatar either. Celebrimbor was also able to craft the rings using blood, when blood and mithril do not have anything like the same properties. The characters have a lengthy discussion without acknowledging that they are in immediate danger, and the soldiers are now entirely loyal to Anatar and not Celebrimbor. The show did not do anywhere near enough work to convince me that this was the case. So here we have Elrond regrouping with the Elven army after returning from Khazad-Dum. Character issue, Gil-galad holds back the army while Elrond negotiates with the Dwarves. And yes, Gil-galad seems to believe for some reason that they can't defeat the Orcs on their own, but are we meant to believe then that had the Dwarves said no, that Gil-galad would have just gone home and been like, well, I guess Eregion's lost, we're not going to try? We have the conveniences, which is that it is incredibly lucky that the Elven army arrived in time, given that they were sent to Mordor. And we have another convenience, which is that Adar believes that he can use Galadriel to stop the charge, which only happens because Elrond is leading the charge, which Adar cannot have known. We then have 2 contrivances, which is that a diplomat leads the cavalry charge. Again, there is no reason why this would happen, but it has to happen because plot. And additionally, the elves are able to stop the cavalry charge in about a second. We also have a plot hole, which is admittedly minor, but this comes about due to the visuals of the show, and visuals are a part of the storytelling. We have the light on one side where the goodies are, and we have the dark where the baddies are. However, the darkness serves a mechanical purpose in Rings of Power, because if this darkness was not here, then the orcs would have melted. And I can't tell you why the cloud of darkness is exactly where it is, and we don't have any kind of magical explanation like what we got in Return of the King. So, Elrond then negotiates with Adar. Whole bunch of character problems, but first we have a contrivance, which is that no one notices Elrond handing Galadriel a lockpick, when everyone, including Adar, is looking right at them. However, the character issues, the elves agree to negotiate while the siege continues. Elrond agrees to go into Adar's tent with one guard, thereby giving Adar the opportunity to assassinate both him and Galadriel. No one searches Elrond for the ring, because I will remind you at this point, Elrond has the ring. Adar knows that Celebrimbor is the one who let Sauron inside Eregion, which, again, he can't fucking know. Adar expects that Elrond will accept the deal when he has no concrete knowledge about the state of Eregion. Glug only realizes that Adar is wasting the lives of the Orcs when Elrond points this out. Adar allows Elrond to say goodbye to Galadriel when he has no reason to allow this. Adar accepts Elrond's refusal and allows him to leave. And finally, Elrond and Vorahil discuss battle strategy in a language that the Orcs can understand. Meanwhile, Sauron reveals his identity to Celebrimbor and he then defends Eregion. And this line here is Vorahil leaving Eregion to go and get the reinforcements from Khazad-Dum. So, the elves attack and Galadriel escapes. The problems with this, character-wise, Adar leaves 2 orcs to guard Galadriel. The elven cavalry immediately charge into a forest, thus negating their effectiveness. Elrond fires a catapult at the city that he is here to defend. Arondir maintains that he wants to kill Adar after learning that Sauron is back. Arondir is suddenly suicidally invested in killing Adar. Arondir does not assassinate Adar with his bow from a distance. Elrond could have saved multiple lives using the ring, but chose not to, and Adar waits until the most dramatically effective moment to send in Damrod. The conveniences of this part of the story are that Adar does not execute Galadriel immediately. Again, he has no reason to keep her alive. Arondir arrives from the other side of Middle-earth just in time to rescue Galadriel. Multiple orcs shoot at Rhiann, or what are they, at exactly the same time, right on cue. Damrod tosses Elrond around instead of killing him. Elrond hits Damrod with the Ravager purely by chance. Gil-galad shows up at exactly the right time to save Elrond, and Adar does not execute Elrond. Then the contrivances, we have 12 elves are able to hold off thousands of orcs. The elves wait until their allies are on the battlefield before throwing napalm at the orcs. And at the end of the episode, the elves charge at the orcs instead of retreating into Eregion. We also have 3 plot holes. The orcs' reaction to sunlight is inconsistent, because we see them charging as the sun rises and no one cares nor reacts to it. Vorahil is able to travel from the horizon to the battle while the orcs are in the process of charging at the elves. He manages to travel this distance and then everyone has a little chat before the orcs arrive. This is flatly not possible given the distances involved. And finally, I put this as a plot hole. Elrond brings the ring with him instead of leaving it in Lindon. Much like the Gil-galad plot hole earlier involving the letter, this one does come about due to a character acting like a dum-dum, but at the same time, Elrond is directly motivated to do the opposite of what he does, and yet the writers make him bring the ring with him because the plot needs to happen. So Vorahil returns with no dwarves and the city is breached. Meanwhile, Celebrimbor escapes and gives the rings to Galadriel. The character problems with this are that Sauron leaves Celebrimbor alone in the forge for no reason. Celebrimbor attempts to pick up the rings while they are hot. Remember, this is the greatest of elven smiths. Celebrimbor then removes his thumb instead of, cutting the chain with the metal cutting machine, and he sadly does not recognize that Galadriel is responsible for all of his suffering. The conveniences here are that the soldiers abandon their posts and decide to keep an eye on the forge. I don't know why, but I guess they do that. Galadriel then arrives just in time to rescue Celebrimbor from the soldiers, and the contrivance is that Celebrimbor accidentally made indestructible rings, because he believed that he could destroy them, but then it's like, actually no. Okay, so here the plot separates very slightly. We'll do the Celebrimbor bit first. So Celebrimbor goes into the tower, confronts Sauron, and then dies. Character issues with this are that Sauron tortures Celebrimbor instead of extracting information from his head using magic. And additionally, Sauron kills Celebrimbor without confirming if the 9 are complete. And additionally, Celebrimbor tells Sauron that the rings are not here, and I don't know why he would ever tell him that, because he's there to waste time, not immediately tell him that the rings are gone. And the double whammy of contrivances, the elves attempt to arrest Sauron, and Sauron apparently gained magical influence over the elves off-screen. So then Galadriel offers to help Adar. We have the contrivance here, which is that the orcs release the elves instead of executing them. Again, they have absolutely no reason to do this. And a whole bunch of character problems. Galadriel surrenders the rings immediately, without realizing. Adar decides not to hunt Sauron despite having the ring and the crown. Galadriel accepts Adar's terms even though she already accepted Adar's terms. Adar does not need Galadriel's help, and Galadriel knows this. The presence of the 9 changes absolutely nothing, and for some reason Galadriel thinks that it does. Adar changes his mind and decides to team up with Galadriel, even though he should hate her. Galadriel then agrees to team up with Adar after he has killed thousands of elves, possibly including Gil-galad and Elrond. And Adar then says that he will return to Mordor, forgetting that Gil-galad will invade. The next plot point is that the orcs show up and kill Adar. Character problems with this is that Adar, for a moment at least, believes that Glug stood up to Sauron and survived, and yet he is not suspicious of this whatsoever. Additionally, Galadriel stands there doing nothing while Adar is being shanked, and Glug forgets that his problem with Adar was the pointless warring, but decides to go back to war under Sauron. This is the moment that obliterates Glug. Yes, it's a character decision, but I would bump this higher if I could. And finally, the contrivance that all of the orcs decide to turn on Adar when Glug does. The next plot point is that Sauron attempts to take Galadriel's ring, and he then escapes with the 9. Character issues with this is that Galadriel doesn't attempt to get the crown from Sauron at any point. Galadriel nearly gives Sauron the rings for no reason. This is when she's holding out her hand and pretending to be mind-controlled, which is just a pointless risk. And Elrond is hesitant to use the ring to heal Galadriel, despite already apparently trusting it. We then have the convenience, which is that the 9 accidentally fall out of Galadriel's pocket right at the end of the fight, which is the only reason why Sauron ends up with them at the end of the season. We have the contrivance that is Sauron not realizing that Galadriel isn't mind-controlled when she is pretending to be mind-controlled. And finally, we have the plot hole, that is Galadriel surviving her little tumble off the cliff. Meanwhile, the Dwarven army arrives. So, plot hole here, Arondir survives being impaled on Adar's sword, and the orcs have absolutely no reason to spare him after the fact. There is no explanation for this, it's a plot hole. 2 contrivances then, the entire orc army is now under the belief that they are working for Sauron, when the reason why they came to Eregion was to kill Sauron. And finally, the Dwarven army manages to get deep into the city without anyone realizing. And now we are thankfully at the end of the story. Sauron prepares for Season 3, and we have the plot gap. How does Sauron have Feanor's hammer? Meanwhile, the elves travel to Rivendell and prepare for Season 3. And a handful of plot gaps. How is this sanctuary protected from the orcs? What is the relative strength level of the elves after the battle? And why is Arondir treated any differently to the other elves? So, Rings of Power Season 2. There's your timeline. As you can see if we zoom out, the Eregion, Lindon, and Khazad-Dum plots are all interwoven with each other. The Mordor plot is less connected, but is very important to the overall story. The Pelargir plot is completely detached from everything else in the show, with the sole exception being that Arondir leaves this plotline and joins the battle at Eregion. The Numenor plot is also completely detached, the one exception being that Kemen is sent to Pelargir at the end of the season. Meanwhile, the Rhun plot is entirely detached. There is no caveat. There are 0 plot beats in Rhun that intersect whatsoever with the rest of Rings of Power. The only way in which the Gandalf plot from both seasons so far is even related to the greater narrative is that Gandalf is told that his mission is to defeat Sauron. These 3 plot lines in particular feel like an incredible waste of time, as although the primary plot involving Sauron and the rings is monotonous, incoherent garbage, there is at least a sense of momentum and intentionality to what we are seeing. They are very clearly going somewhere with that story. Conversely, the only reason the Pelargir plot exists is because Isildur exists. The only reason the Numenor plot exists is because Elendil exists, and the only reason the Rhun plot exists is because Gandalf exists. In a highly amusing, yet unsurprising reveal, it turns out that the showrunners did not make the decision to make the stranger Gandalf until during Season 1.
I'm curious, when was the decision made to make him Gandalf, and what was that process and the conversations like around that decision?
We like the idea of a wizard who didn't know who he was, and who didn't know where his allegiances should lie, and was forging a friendship with some halflings. That's as far as our thinking got. Until the end of Season 1, where we, have some Gandalf-y exchanges, and we started being like, oh wow, are we going down this road? And then we had a long conversation between seasons. Gosh, we're gonna have to name this guy. He's a good guy with Season 1. He's a good wizard, not a bad wizard. That's all. What Season 2's got to be about. Okay, now what is his mission and who is he? And as we looked at all the available possibilities, it became very difficult to imagine a true Lord of the Rings epic without its most beloved character.
Of course there was no fucking plan. Anyway, when creating the show, the writers and showrunners consciously decided to deviate from the established timeline from the source material.
In the Rings of Power, you have a challenge of compressing hundreds and even thousands of years of history, sometimes into, and also thousands of miles of space, into much smaller spaces and times, because it's television, right? And so how did you approach, do you have any rules that you set out for yourselves when you were, for example, overlapping overlapping generations of characters or compressing the space so that things can happen.
A principle we came up with with the estate really from day one. As we talked to them about it, we agreed that if you were to be strictly true to the letter of the law in terms of time, you would have mortal characters constantly dying off as the events of the Second Age were going on. And if you wanted a long form 50-hour epic, you need time to invest in these mortal characters. You couldn't just do one pocket of elf story and then hand in all your human character cards and get a whole new hand for season 2 and a whole new hand for season 3. So we agreed that we could do some overlapping in terms of the timeline.
The reason they chose to do this was because they didn't want to have characters like Galadriel and Gil-galad around for all 5 seasons, during which they can be developed and the audience can, in theory at least, understand who they are, what they are doing, and why they are doing it, and then introduce incredibly important characters like Elendil and Isildur in Season 5, as the writers believed that had they done this, it would have felt like these human characters have appeared suddenly from out of nowhere and have become critical in the climax of the story of Rings of Power. The writers wanted to establish all of the important characters early in the story so that they can be developed throughout all 5 planned seasons. This is not inherently a problem because provided you make changes in other areas to ensure that the world doesn't feel tiny and insignificant, and provided you avoid accelerating everything in an absurdist manner, you could, in theory, break from the law and crunch the key events of the Second Age of Middle-earth into the time span of a couple of 100 years. It would be very difficult to do this, but if the writers were good enough, then yeah, I guess this would have been within the realms of possibility. The side effect of this decision, however, is that characters like Isildur, who become incredibly important later in the story, have to be given things to do earlier in the story that did not exist in the source material because Isildur didn't exist at this point in the source material. If the writers do not give Isildur things to do, then they may as well have not crunched the timeline in the way that they did. In other words, the reason why the writers decided to crunch the timeline by 1500 to 2000 years is so that they could show us Isildur fucking around with Estrid and rescuing his horse. Because the writers are shit at their jobs, they have no idea how to keep characters like Isildur, Elendil, and Gandalf involved in the story of Rings of Power in a meaningful way. And so they have them doing busy work and side quests that we occasionally cut back to.
We felt like there was a story here. Tolkien's Second Age has so many amazing events in it. And we started sort of tapping the ground. We felt like geysers of stories just kind of kept on sprouting up everywhere we looked. And we said, this is Tolkien's great untold epic.
Isildur's story in Season 2 is that he finds Pelargir, rescues a horse, and falls in love. It takes the writers 53 minutes to tell this story. Elendil's story in Season 2 is that Pharazôn takes over Numenor, he and Miriel are persecuted and tried for treason, Elendil escapes and Miriel stays behind. It takes the writers 48 minutes to tell this story. Gandalf's story in Season 2 is that he gets separated from the Harfoots, finds Tom Bombadil, and then rescues the Harfoots from the Dark Wizard. It takes the writers 62 minutes to tell this story. One point of comparison here we can make is between the various plot lines in the Peter Jackson trilogy. At the end of the Fellowship of the Ring, the Fellowship is broken, and the plot splits into 3. We have Frodo and Sam traveling to Mordor, Aragorn, Legolas, and Gimli, later joined by Gandalf, traveling to Rohan, and Merry and Pippin with the Ents. After the latter 2 parties regroup, they then separate again in The Return of the King, before everyone groups back up at the end of the story. Point being, a substantial amount of time in The Lord of the Rings is spent away from Frodo and the Ring, and yet neither Frodo's quest nor the larger scale activities in Rohan and Gondor ever feel like irrelevant side quests or busy work. The other characters repeatedly make references to both Frodo and the Ring, and how all of their fates depend upon Frodo's success.
The will of the ring grows strong.
All our hopes now lie with 2 little hobbits.
No news of Frodo.
He told Sauron nothing of Frodo and the ring.
Is there any hope, Gandalf, for Frodo and Sam?
This is not the first halfling to have crossed your path. No. 10,000 orcs now stand between Frodo and Mount Doom.
For Frodo.
All of this helps to give The Lord of the Rings a strong sense of narrative cohesion, as the various plot threads are all driven towards the same goal, and none of them appear to exist entirely separately from the others. Conversely, whenever we cut away to the Gandalf plot or the Isildur plot in Season 2 of Rings of Power, we may as well be watching a different TV show. If these individual plots were good in their own right, then this would be less of an issue, but what the writers essentially do is cut away from the story of Rings of Power in order to fill time with the character that we know from The Lord of the Rings. They may as well have dedicated 10 minutes out of every episode to showing us some random Harford whose name is Brandybuck going about his daily life. And if Mr. Brandybuck becomes very important in Season 5 of Rings of Power, but was simply filling time existing for the first 4 seasons, then this means that the writers should have rewritten the character of Mr. Brandybuck. Anyway, now that we have dissected the plot, it is time for the Random Film Talk Awards for how shit things are. Please be seated. We are going to give out medals based on the incredible performance of the various episodes and plot lines of Season 2. The gold medal for the plot line with the most character errors is the Sauron Eregion Plot with 97. The silver medal goes to the Rhun Plot with 26, and the bronze goes to the Durin Khazad-Dum Plot with 24. The gold medal for the plotline with the most conveniences is the Sauron Eregion Plot with 23. The silver medal goes to the Pelargir Plot with 15, and the bronze goes to the Galadriel Lindon Plot with 11. The gold medal for the plotline with the most contrivances is the Sauron Eregion Plot with 41. The silver medal goes to the Pelargir Plot with 14, and the bronze goes to the Galadriel Lindon Plot with 11. The gold medal for the plotline with the most plot holes is the Sauron Eregion Plot with 16. The silver medal goes to the Durin Khazad-Dum Plot with 3, and the bronze goes to the Galadriel Lindon Plot and the Elendil Numenor Plot with 1 each. The gold medal for the plotline with the most overall writing problems is the Sauron Eregion Plot with 193. The silver medal goes to the Elendil Numenor Plot with 58, and the bronze goes to the Galadriel Lindon Plot with 54. This means the winner for the shittiest plotline in Rings of Power Season 2, using my thoroughly objective metrics, is the Sauron Eregion Plot. However, the Sauron plot is the longest by a pretty substantial margin, so if we divide the total number of problems by the duration of each plotline in minutes, we get the total number of problems per minute. And we can see that whilst this changes things very slightly, it doesn't exactly paint the show in an appealing light. The Durin Khazad-Dum Plot and the Rhun Plot each give us 0.82 errors every minute. The Galadriel Lindon Plot gives us 0.9 errors every minute. The Pelargir Plot gives us 0.93 errors every minute. The Sauron Eregion Plot gives us 1.15 errors every minute, and the Elendil Plot, due to its high density of errors, combined with it being the shortest plotline, gives us 1.21 errors every minute. The total number of writing errors in Season 2 of Rings of Power is 457. The total runtime, incidentally, is 454 minutes, which means we get an average of 1 error every minute. Now for the individual episodes. The gold medal for the episode with the most character errors is Episode 5, Halls of Stone, with 38. The silver medal goes to Episode 7, Doomed to Die, with 36. And the bronze medal goes to Episode 6, Where Is He? And Episode 8, Shadow and Flame, each with 35. The gold medal for the episode with the most conveniences is Episode 3, The Eagle and the Scepter, and Episode 7, Doomed to Die, each with 17. The silver medal goes to Episode 1, Elven Kings Under the Sky, and Episode 5, Halls of Stone, each with 9. And the bronze goes to Episode 4, Eldest, with 8. The gold medal for the episode with the most contrivances is Episode 7, Doomed to Die, with 23. The silver medal goes to Episode 4, Eldest, with 19. And the bronze goes to Episode 8, Shadow and Flame, with 13. The gold medal for the episode with the most plot holes is Episode 7, Doomed to Die, with 7. The silver medal goes to Episode 6, Where Is He? And Episode 8, Shadow and Flame, with 4. And the bronze goes to Episode 5, Halls of Stone, with 3. And finally, the gold medal for the episode with the most overall writing problems is Episode 7, Doomed to Die, with 87. The silver medal goes to Episode 8, Shadow and Flame, with 75, and the bronze goes to Episode 5, Halls of Stone, with 60.
I'm joined here by J.D. Payne and Patrick McKay, showrunners and master world builders for the Rings of Power Season 2.
Now let's take a look at the world of Amazon's Middle-earth, a world that we have spent about 16 hours in at this point, and for reference, this is substantially longer than either of the extended Peter Jackson trilogies. Amazon's Middle-earth is occupied by many wacky and wonderful races, but none more wacky or wonderful than the Orcs. We learn that the Orcs were loyal to Morgoth in the First Age, but they turned on Sauron after Morgoth's defeat, preferring Adar due to his compassion, or potentially the fact that Adar did not outright want to kill them for the greater good. Yet. From the prologue through to episode 6 of season 1, most of the Orcs lived in the Southlands entirely undetected. I think we are meant to infer that there were disparate groups of Orcs living throughout Middle-earth, potentially terrorizing the free peoples in unspecified parts of the continent so as to put food on the table for their wives and children, as Galadriel became known as the Scourge of the Orcs, and she claims to have killed more Orcs than any other elf, and yet she earned this title prior to the events of season 1. How such an insane number of Orcs came to exist within the Southlands without anyone noticing, however, is simply a mystery that can only be answered by saying that the Orcs were off-screen. So, how many Orcs are there? I have not the slightest clue. I can't tell you how many there were in Season 1, how many attacked Eregion, or how many survived. The only references we have are Adar's claim that he has legions, plural, of Orcs. How large a legion is in Middle-earth terms is never specified. In ancient Rome, a legion was typically around 5,000 men, which means Adar presumably had a minimum of 15,000 Orcs ready to slam themselves into the walls of Eregion. As the Orcs are seen to pair up with females and raise families, this would suggest that there are at least 15,000 Orcs still in Mordor, bringing the total up to at least 30,000 Orcs in total. Saruman's army in The Lord of the Rings was stated to be 10,000 strong at least, and yet it feels far larger than Adar's army by an order of magnitude, which I will get to a bit later in this video. Whatever the size of the Orc army, we know that it outnumbers the Elven army 10-1, and Gil-galad does not believe that the Elves can defeat the Orcs without assistance from the Dwarves. This shouldn't be possible, given the apparent dominance that the Elves have over Middle-earth, but the show makes this explicit, which means Adar somehow amassed enough Orcs to take over Middle-earth, and he did so without anyone noticing. Anyway, speaking of the Orcs and their newfound preference for raising families, we see this precisely once in the form of Glug, Glugwife, and Glugling. Although female Orcs also appear very sparingly elsewhere in the season, Glugwife is the only reference we have for the Orcs living via a traditional family structure. This is very clearly a piss-handed attempt by the writers to make the character of Glug as sympathetic as possible, as we never see anything like this kind of behavior from any of the other Orcs. They don't even appear to have any kind of baseline affection for each other. They don't have anything that could be described as brotherly bonds of fellowship or anything remotely similar. And yet, Rings of Power very clearly wants the audience to question the nature of the Orcs. Are they inherently evil, or are they just as deserving of a home as everyone else? Well, unfortunately for the writers, this question has an easy answer. Every Orc in Rings of Power spends 100% of their time being evil. The sole exception to this is Glug, and honestly, Glug is by no means morally good, he's just not quite as bad as the others. The Orcs are the reason why Mordor is a shitty place to live. They are violent barbarians who absolutely do not want to live alongside anyone else. They quite literally genocided and enslaved the prior occupants of the land that they decided was now theirs. Adar appears to want to give the Orcs their own cultural space with its own identity, and everyone else can deal with it or have their throats slit. If the writers truly wanted the Orcs to not be a wholly unsympathetic race and do the whole deconstruction of evil thing, then they could have. I don't consider this problematic, given that the writers are telling their version of the Second Age of Middle-earth. However, the writers are demonstrably terrible at communicating their ideas to the audience. The only Orc with a name is Glug, and the writers could have easily given many of the Orcs names, and potentially had Adar refer to them specifically by their names.
They are not children, they are slaves.
But each one has a name.
It also appears that Adar convinced the Orcs, via Glug, whom the writers repeatedly use as a proxy for the Orcs, that they need to go to war for their own good. Adar did not order them to go to war, and he seemingly does not punish any Orcs that refuse or desert. It may have been quite effective, then, to have a scene in which Adar appeals to the Orcs, and they agree to march to war one last time, as this scene would have been the opportunity to show, without any ambiguity, the size of the Orc army, and it would have necessarily contained character work for Adar. My guess as to why this didn't happen would be that if they inserted a scene in episode 3, in which Adar says, "Come, my children, we must go and kill Sauron," then it would have revealed to the audience much earlier in the story that Adar knows who and where Sauron is, thereby raising very important questions at an inconvenient time. In other words, it makes sense to omit scenes like this if your objective is to obfuscate information for dramatic effect, and if you are willing to sacrifice clarity, character motives, and thematic progression in order to achieve this. Moving on to the men of Middle-earth. We know astonishingly little about the race of men. Outside of the group who settled in Pelargir, we see one single human in Forodwaith and 5 guys who live in Rhun. These men from Rhun have some kind of debilitating skin condition brought about due to an unspecified curse, although what caused this and what ill effects they suffer are unknown. They carry a flag bearing the symbol of an eye, and whether this is member berries for the Eye of Sauron that doesn't exist yet, or if this is meant to reference something else, I can't tell you. Nor can I tell you which kingdoms these men used to rule over, or why they no longer rule. The Gaudrim of Rhun are not broken from a world-building perspective, but they are an abject failure of storytelling, because we are given 2 or 3 facts about their history, but nothing to meld this history into the setting so as to ground it within the story. The primary group of men we spend time with are the refugees from the Southlands who have taken up residence in Pelargir. As with the Gaudrim, we learn almost nothing about them, and our understanding of who these people are is reliant entirely upon information conveyed in Season 1. Season 2 tells us that the men of Pelargir are deeply prejudiced against wild men, until they aren't, because this conflict is resolved off-screen. The wild men have observable cultural norms, such as having no need for money, but highly valuing axes and presumably other weapons. They also worship gods, although which gods and whether these gods are the Valar is unknown. They are known by Arondir to cover one identifiable mark with another identifiable mark, indicating that the wild men are not exactly the brightest bunch, and this also tells us that Arondir has come across such wild men prior to the events of Season 2. The wild men themselves are incredibly poorly depicted and explored because they are needlessly confusing, and they exist as they do entirely so as to allow Isildur to go on his preordained journey in episodes 3 and 4. Wild men seem to be a known entity within Middle-earth. It is just a fact of life that sometimes if you go out in the woods you may encounter wild men. Presumably, these wild men were at one point Southlanders, hence them living in proximity to the Southlands, but this is never clarified. Estrid and Hagen were living in the woods prior to the start of Season 1. They got separated for some reason, and they had been searching for each other for weeks by the time we met Estrid. Some of the wild men were captured by the Orcs, as were the Southlanders, and they were forced to kneel before Adar and be branded as his slaves. Some of the wild men evidently escaped captivity through unspecified means, and returned to their old lives of hanging around in the forest attacking passers-by. This is what Rings of Power tells us, although this is not made clear whatsoever until the end of the season. There is no inherent difference between the wild men and the men of Pelargir. The presence of the Mark of Adar does not indicate loyalty to Adar, and the men of Pelargir and the wild men are not enemies other than by a misunderstanding. The problem with all of this is that it is established that the men of Pelargir do indeed have historical grievances with the wild men. They believe them to be barbarians who eat each other. It is apparently common knowledge that bearing the Mark of Adar is something you want to hide so as to conceal your loyalty, suggesting that only wild men bear the Mark of Adar, suggesting that to bear the Mark of Adar makes one a wild man. This is utter nonsense by the time we reach the end of the season, and the reason why the writers did all of this insane bullshit was to draw out the drama between Isildur and Estrid, to paint the wild men unambiguously as the antagonists in a blatantly manipulative effort to trick the audience and subvert our expectations. Everything relating to the wild men and their implied history with the Southlanders is a fucking train wreck of world building, and this very simple concept was twisted by the writers into something convoluted and confusing for no reason other than to contrive drama. Next up is the Dwarves of Khazad-Dum. Like every faction and race within Amazon's Middle-earth, we know very little about Khazad-Dum. They are relatively high-tech, we see them using automatic crossbows, and we also see their extensive mirror system that they use to direct sunlight into the mountain, enabling them to grow crops. The Dwarves, or at least King Durin, seem to be adamantly against relying on the surface world to any degree, as not only is the king unwilling to trade for food in a crisis, but the dwarves do not have any exterior food supplies of their own, such as farms or mills. The dwarves of Middle-earth are not vampires, in that they are not allergic to the sun. They do not need to live underground. This is just something that became a cultural norm for them. But the dwarves living underground is not any kind of explanation for them being as isolationist as they are shown to be. As Glug represents the Orcs, Na'vi appears to represent the dwarves of Khazad-Dum, in that we are apparently expected to accept that whatever Na'vi thinks about the current situation is representative of the dwarves at large. We don't actually know what the populace thinks about King Durin's ring tribute tax, as although one might expect that this would piss off literally the entire mountain, no one seems to care, other than the trader, although he seems decidedly more pissed off by Durin and Disa's attempts to underpay him than he is about the ring tribute. As the king descends into madness, the dwarves begin to turn away from him and start to support Prince Durin. And when I say the dwarves do this, I mean Na'vi does this, and therefore so does everyone else. Durin is subsequently able to rally an army, the people are receptive to Durin's speech, and they agree to join the fight against the Orcs. How this happened, when seemingly a few days ago the writers went out of their way to show us how the dwarves do not respect Durin, is unclear, because the writers did not give us any indication as to what the dwarves actually think about any of the ridiculous bullshit going on around them. Also, there is a line in The Lord of the Rings that makes the acceleration of the timeline here rather amusing.
The wealth of Moria was not in gold, but mithril.
In the source material, Khazad-Dum was apparently known as a source of mithril. Yes, this is drawing on information not present in Rings of Power, but I still find this very funny, as it demonstrates how absurdly quickly everything is happening in Rings of Power. The dwarves crack open the mithril mine, and then they are balrogged. There is barely any opportunity to build wealth or a reputation for it, as all of this seemingly happens within a couple of months at most. Now let's explore what we know about the island kingdom of Numenor. The first piece of new information from Season 2 is that Numenor either actively takes in refugees from Middle-earth, or at the very least these refugees from Middle-earth both know about Numenor and believe that they would be welcome to stay there. Rather amusingly, had this boat not randomly been destroyed by a giant sea monster, Numenor would have been made aware of the extent of the Orc threat prior to Galadriel's arrival, which would very likely have fundamentally changed the story. Numenor has very strange and hilariously unexplained cultural practices that come out of nowhere and yet are incredibly important to the story. Typically, when a fictional people exhibit odd behaviors, it is expected that their behaviors are as a result of the fictional culture in which they have lived. This helps to make these made-up worlds and characters more believable, and therefore the story becomes more immersive. So, what you absolutely do not fucking do is tell me that when an eagle shows up to a coronation, you can steal the eagle if you start chanting loudly enough, and if you do this, then this means you are now in charge. Nor do you tell me that criminals are thrown into the ocean so that a giant Cthulhu monster can decide if the accused is guilty, and then just blow right past this and never mention it again. The eagle stuff and the Cthulhu stuff could exist as cultural practices within Numenor, but as depicted, they come out of fucking nowhere. They are not explained whatsoever, and they are then forgotten about as soon as their scenes end. These cultural practices do not feel genuine. They are not a natural part of Numenor's political systems, and they instead feel like a writer has said, "Wouldn't it be cool if there was an eagle?" Anyway, the main conflict in Numenor throughout Season 2 is between Pharazôn's loyalists and the Faithful. In the books, Pharazôn's loyalists were a named and established political faction called the King's Men, and they were ideologically opposed to the Faithful.
There was always a split between the Kingsmen and the Faithful. That division is becoming charged. It is no longer background disagreement of politics. It has become dangerous.
In Rings of Power, the King's Men do not exist, and the phrase King's Men is only mentioned once in passing.
The shrine is for the faithful. King's men aren't welcome here.
This references the guards as the Men of the King, rather than referring to the faction known as the King's Men. Pharazôn's team, which is what I will refer to them as for simplicity, appears to consist of Pharazôn, Kemen, Lord Belzegar, Earion, any Numenorians who want him to be the king, and the entirety of the King's Guard. The failure of the world building here is that the King's Guard are the same men who served Miriel when she was the queen. Their job is to protect Numenor's leader, and they appear to function in a similar manner to the Praetorian Guard of the Roman Empire. Which means there is no reason why one or many soldiers in the King's/Queen's Guard would not also be a member of the Faithful, as to be faithful seems only to require that you are loyal to the Valar. It is in fact probable that at least a number of these guards are members of the Faithful, as prior to serving Pharazôn, they served Miriel, and prior to Miriel, they served her father. The King's Guard being used to combat the Faithful in the way that they do also creates other problems. As we learned in Season 1, Numenor inexplicably did not have an army of any kind, but they do have a navy, the Sea Guard. Given Numenor's status as an island nation, and given their reliance upon boats in general, it is quite likely that the Sea Guard is a substantial force. This isn't just 1 or 2 boats and 20 guys fucking about, even though the visuals indicate that this is absolutely what the Sea Guard is. The Sea Guard must be an integral part of Numenor, and the importance of the Sea Guard is one of the few things that actually makes an amount of sense in the world building. However, we are shown that many of the Sea Guard are apparently both loyal to Elendil, and they also have faith in the Valar, hence Pharazôn stripping them of rank. Which means there is a substantial military power in Numenor that is loyal to Miriel, Elendil, and the Valar, and they are opposed to Pharazôn. And yet, the writers apparently want us to accept that because Miriel has decided not to fight back, this explains the Sea Guard not fighting back. So, approximately what percentage of Numenor is aligned with Miriel or Pharazôn? It appears that we are expected to believe that a small majority of Numenor was in favor of Miriel, but the war swung the swing voters, and by Season 2, a small majority is in favor of Pharazôn. This doesn't work because the way Pharazôn acts suggests that he has maybe an 80 to 90% majority, as his extensive persecution of everyone he doesn't like indicates rather clearly. But honestly, it's impossible to determine the level of support for either Miriel or Pharazôn, as this support is only mentioned in passing. And unlike for the Orcs, Dwarves, and the Elven Smiths, the writers do not give us their typical single character to represent the majority. There is no boots-on-the-ground everyman perspective in Numenor, and as cringe as it was, we did at least get some of that in Season 1. This means that when I question what the fuck is going on in West Numenor, why is it so special, why did none of the Faithful go there already, and why did no one from West Numenor come back to fight Pharazôn, there is no answer we can get purely by looking at Season 2. This is a hole in the world building that will presumably be filled in Season 3, although I don't hold out any hope that it will make a lick of sense. Next up is the Stoors, a divergent group of halflings who live in the desert for some reason. The Stoors and the Harfoots were once the same, and they presumably all lived in the desert together. Rorimas Burrows, Sadoc's ancestor, had a dream about the Suzat, and so he set off to find it. He failed because he didn't go far enough west, and he and his followers decided instead to migrate around in circles forever, eventually becoming the Harfoots we met in Season 1. The western part of the desert is shown to have magical properties, although why and how this is the case is never explored, and so I can only conclude that the desert is corrupted by dark magic because the writers needed to give Nori and Gandalf something to do in Episode 1. The only way to navigate this part of the desert and reach Rhun successfully is to know the words to the magic song being Poppy's walking song from Season 1 that was handed down through the generations from Rorimas Burrows himself. How Rorimas Burrows created a magical song to allow him to cross a cursed desert is entirely unknown. But, hell, maybe Tom Bombadil gave it to him. Anyway, the Stoors village has presumably existed in some form for hundreds of years, if not longer, and I find this village to be wholly unbelievable. I do not accept that this village exists as it is shown to exist. They have somewhat fertile land, and they are able to grow crops, something that is flatly not seen anywhere else in Rhun other than at Tom Bombadil's house. As Tom Bombadil can magic food into existence by snapping his fingers, because he is very powerful and because he is a prick, I can accept that the Galdrim or any other inhabitants of Rhun would probably not go and bother Tom Bombadil for some food. This is not the case with the Stoors, who are 3 feet tall and have no means of defending themselves. The idea that this village exists and is hidden is one thing, but we are explicitly shown that the Galdrim and the Dark Wizard know where it is. And so the idea that this magic paradise land where you can grow fresh vegetables in a fucking desert is not routinely raided for resources is flatly impossible to take seriously. The Stoors themselves are, of course, just as multicultural as the Harfoots from Season 1, which certainly helps to distinguish them as having a different, specific, and unique culture of their own. It also helps to visually reinforce that Nori and Poppy are in an entirely different part of Middle-earth, rather than being on a different film set. I have no idea how all of these Stoors with very obviously disparate ethnic backgrounds ended up living in a hole in the desert, but by even asking that question I am risking accusations of being Hitler adjacent. Because no one would ever dream of having such little self-awareness that they would complain about me lying and misrepresenting Rings of Power whilst lying and misrepresenting what I said about Rings of Power, I want to be crystal clear about this. The writers introduce us to a highly secretive, suspicious, and insular cultural group, and they have shown us that this group consists of people of all shapes and sizes. Indians, Africans, Asians, Europeans, there's probably a few Inuits in there, I honestly can't tell. This is a problem, because the Stoors are not visually distinctive when we have every reason to believe that they would be, which is a problem shared by virtually every faction in Amazon's Middle-earth. Every group of people look the same, because every group of people look like everything, and as such the world feels smaller and less distinct than it did in, for example, the Peter Jackson movies, Game of Thrones, or any number of other fantasy settings.
Tolkien is not allegorical. He is not commenting on fascism in the 30s. He is not commenting on the nuclear age. What makes the work timeless is that it speaks to those times anyways. But it also speaks to the 1960s. It also speaks to post 9/11 when the films were coming out. And I think we feel it speaks to now. But we're not trying to speak to now. We're trying to go into the themes and into the worlds and the characters that are in the books. And then I think we hope that people will find resonant things as it pertains to politics, but like we're doing this, we have blinders on, we just want to go deeper and deeper into Middle-earth.
Pro tip, if you want your work to be timeless, don't employ diversity in the most surface level, quintessentially 2020s manner that I have perhaps ever seen. This insistence on making sure that all types of people are represented on screen at all times damages the believability of the setting, when, as I explained in my final autopsy of Season 1, it could have easily been used to enhance it. Equally confusing is the fact that the Stoors have the same faux Irish accent as the Harfoots, and there is no reason why this would ever be the case, as the two species have been entirely separate and isolated since ancient times. If Amazon has decided that they want their show to be quote-unquote diverse, then make all of the Harfoots African, make the Numenorians Maori, make the Elves Native American, and make the Stoors Arabs. The showrunners could have used the various real-life ethnicities that exist to make their fantasy setting more believable, but what we have gotten instead is that all of these factions are visually indistinguishable from each other, and we can speculate on why this decision was made, but honestly, this is a large part of why Amazon's Middle-earth feels like a TV show from 2024, whereas Peter Jackson's Middle-earth feels like a world that we are looking into. And finally, we need to look at the Elves of Amazon's Middle-earth. The Elves are in power during the events of Rings of Power, although you would be forgiven for having a different interpretation, because this is one of the greatest failings of the show. After the defeat of Morgoth, the Orcs were deemed to no longer be a threat. Sauron was turned into spaghetti, and so Gil-galad believed that the enemy would not return. At the start of the series, the Elves have garrisons in the Southlands and presumably elsewhere in Middle-earth, although this is not alluded to. They also have at least 4 armies, northern, eastern, southern, and western. All of this indicates that the Elves are a continent-spanning military power. And yet, Adar managed to conduct his evil plan in Season 1 involving the giant evil trench, assemble tens of thousands of orcs, march these orcs across Middle-earth, and prepare to besiege an elven city, all before the elves have any idea what is happening. The only reason why they have any kind of warning is because Galadriel refused the honor of Valinor at the beginning of the series. Had Galadriel gone to Valinor, the Southlands and Eregion, and quite possibly Lindon, would all have been destroyed without the elves even noticing. The only word for this is absurdism in its purest form. The writers even tell us that the elves have spies in and around Mordor, as one returns to Lindon to inform them of Sauron's activities. But, aside from this one guy, the elves apparently do not have scouts, spies, outposts, or any kind of infrastructure that could alert them to the impending attack. The only reason why the elves were not wiped out was because the company of Elrond accidentally bumped into Adar's army in the woods, which means that the elves of Rings of Power are naive to the point of being unbelievable. It is difficult to overstate how fucking dumb Gil-galad and the other elves are for almost being wiped out because they didn't notice tens of thousands of orcs massing in Mordor, marching across the continent into their territory, and then sitting on their doorstep building siege weapons. The city of Eregion, the home of the elven smiths known as the Jewel of Elvendom, does not have any notable defenses other than a large wall that somehow appeared in between seasons. Given the kinds of things Celebrimbor is shown to be capable of creating, I find it very hard to believe that no weapons of their own were created. Perhaps trebuchet emplacements similar to those seen in Minas Tirith. The explanation for this would be that, well, the elves had no reason to build such weapons of war in a time of peace, but if this is the reason, then this tells us that the elves were inexcusably naive and careless. The writers would almost certainly concur and be like, well, yeah, obviously the elves are naive and overconfident and all the rest of it. That's kind of the point of the story that we're telling. But there is a tremendous difference between having an entire faction of millennia-old elves being a bit naive and having all of them display the cognitive aptitude of a fucking toddler. Additionally, we know that the elves have at least 4 armies, and yet they appear to be content leaving 12 soldiers to defend an entire fucking city. 2 other elf realms are mentioned in passing, and Arondir claims to be from both of them, Beleriand and the Greenwood. Beleriand is where Arondir was born, and he describes it as an entire elf realm that is now underwater. He implies that Morgoth is the reason why Beleriand is underwater, but how, when, and why this happened is not addressed. The reference to the Greenwood is somewhat more confusing. In the lore, the Greenwood is what Mirkwood was known as before it became Mirkwood. This is the forest we see in the Hobbit movies that Thranduil rules over, and where Sauron does some bullshit in Dol Guldur. Rings of Power never gives us any information about what or where the Greenwood is, but we can all but confirm that it does exist as an elven realm during the events of the show. None of the elves from the Greenwood are mentioned, and they do not play a part in the story, which I guess can only mean that Thranduil, or perhaps his father, were just as isolationist in the Second Age as they would be in the Third. Also, I've just realized these writers may well give us their version of Thranduil in later seasons. I certainly look forward to that. Anyway, the elves themselves continue to have inconsistent abilities depending on what the writers require. They either have heightened hearing or they don't. They are either really smart or they are not. They are either really fucking strong or they aren't. They either have really good memories or they don't. The list goes on. Overall, the elves are perhaps the most ridiculous faction in Rings of Power, because they are inexcusably dumb, whilst the entire setting is built upon the concept that they defeated Morgoth and lived in peace for a period of time. They are fundamentally unbelievable, and watching Gil-galad, Galadriel, Elrond, and Arondir struggle to comprehend Adar and Sauron's actions as they bicker about whether or not the rings Sauron made for them are actually evil, all the while tens of thousands of hostiles freely march up to Eregion and knock on the front door, is highly amusing. They allowed this to happen through slapstick levels of incompetence that is admittedly very funny, but is absolutely not what the writers wanted to convey. One writing trick that is used and abused in Season 2 of Rings of Power is the dramatic cliffhanger. This kind of storytelling was present in Season 1, but Season 2 has gone all out, and the writers appear to have structured almost every scene and every episode so as to drip-feed content to the audience in such a way as to keep them watching. Their priority seems to have been to imbue every possible scene with a mysterious ending, an unanswered question, or a difficult decision that must be made. However, there is an important distinction between something being gripping and something being contrived and manipulative in the way that Season 2 of Rings of Power is. Typically, if you are gripped by a story, you are hooked by the narrative itself. The reason why the audience is anxiously awaiting the moment when Luke confronts Vader is because this is what the films are building towards. There is a sense of inevitability, and the prospect of Luke facing Vader is not a question of if, but when. The audience is hooked by the narrative, not by the framing of the narrative. Star Wars does not rely on manipulative dialogue construction and editing to keep its audiences in the cinema. Similarly, the Peter Jackson trilogy tells its story scene by scene until we get to the end. In fact, it frequently avoids this kind of cheap storytelling by providing direct answers to questions as they are asked.
Good knuckles for 8! And Rohan will answer.
Whereas had this scene occurred in Rings of Power, they would, of course, have cut away before Theoden could answer, with the hope that the viewers would stick around until later in the episode to find out what Theoden said. Unlike most films and shows, Rings of Power hides its story sequentially so as to elicit a dopamine response from its audience, which has the added bonus of inflating Amazon's viewing hours. Season 1 was no stranger to constructing dialogue in such a way as to elicit the greatest hit of dopamine for the audience, but generally when this happened in Season 1, it was, oh boy, I bet you can't wait to see this, and then we would see whatever it is that they were building hype for. In Season 2, the writers have decided to cock-tease as much content as they possibly can. Many of these cliffhangers are somewhat justifiable given the context, as we can easily and intuitively work out what happened after the camera cut away. However, for many of these scenes, there is no explanation, and the camera simply cuts away halfway through a conversation. These scenes are contrived and manipulative bullshit because the writers have relegated the conclusion of these scenes to either occur off-screen or to be delayed until later in the series. Typically, these are moments when a character makes an important decision off-screen, or an important conversation is skipped. In Rings of Power, characters are built by implying that something might happen, and then we cut away, and the next time we see these characters, something has indeed happened. The writers managed to not only avoid having to work out how to justify why their characters take certain actions, but they also managed to retool this lack of character work as a dramatic hook to keep the audience around. This is entirely unnecessary in a super tightly paced story because if the writers are doing their jobs elsewhere in the process, then the audience already has a reason to be interested in the story. If the audience cares about the characters and are interested in the plot, then it is not necessary to repeatedly build up these little mini crescendo cliffhangers to ensure that the audience doesn't get bored and change the channel. So, let's compare this to the Peter Jackson trilogy. There is not a single example of this narrative trick being employed in the Fellowship of the Ring. The only example of anything close is when Gandalf is launched up the tower at Isengard before we cut back to the hobbits. This is not the same manner in which Rings of Power exploits this writing tool, however, as in Fellowship this serves as a cliffhanger for dramatic reasons that are integral to the story being told. We want to see what will happen next, because holy fuck, Saruman just betrayed Gandalf and threw him into the ceiling. Not because Saruman said, "Hello, old friend, I have recently been in contact with someone you know, someone who could help us bring balance to Middle-earth," followed by a slow dramatic zoom on Gandalf's alarmed face before we cut away. The cliffhanger in this case functions as a cliffhanger for narrative reasons rather than due to the way in which it is framed by the writers. But okay, maybe it is unfair to compare the Fellowship of the Ring to Rings of Power because Fellowship, for 95% of its runtime, follows the character of Frodo, and it is not constantly jumping between different narratives. So let's instead look at The Two Towers and The Return of the King. Most of the time, when Peter Jackson cuts between stories, he makes the cuts after the important information has been communicated, and usually when we cut away from a particular story, this is because these characters are now traveling, and so we can spend time with the others. There are incidentally no examples of this contrived cliffhanger mystery boxing in The Return of the King, but in The Two Towers we have a couple of examples we can work with. Pippin is apparently stomped by a horse before we cut to Aragorn, Legolas, and Gimli. Here, the writers conceal what actually happened, so that it can be revealed approximately 5 minutes later. And the reason they do this is so that the characters and the audience believe that the hobbits are dead. This could be described as a manipulative cliffhanger because the writers intentionally hid what actually happened. But, unlike when this happens in Rings of Power, this is deliberate, purposeful, and effective, and it is resolved about 5 minutes later. Shortly afterwards, Treebeard brings Merry and Pippin before the White Wizard, before we cut back to Frodo, Sam, and Gollum. Here, the writers are playing with the audience's assumptions, as the only White Wizard we know of is Saruman, and therefore the hobbits are in danger. You could again describe this as cheap, as the writers conceal Gandalf's identity from us purely so as to draw out the mystery, but again, this is not comparable to Rings of Power. as when Rings of Power does this, there is often no intuitive or possible way in which the scenes could have played out after the camera stops rolling, whereas in The Two Towers it is made very clear what happened later in the film. Another cliffhanger from The Two Towers is Gollum's line, This is a cliffhanger in the traditional sense, as this occurs right at the end of the film, and who exactly Gollum is referring to functions as a hook to come back and see the next film. However, this is not cheap or manipulative, as it serves multiple purposes, namely that Gollum has decided at this point that he is going to betray Frodo, and so this is part of a very important character scene, and it was not inserted purely for cynical reasons. The final comparison that I want to make is when, after failing to convince the Ents to help them, Treebeard begins to carry Merry and Pippin to the western border of Fangorn Forest. Pippin then has the bright idea to lead Treebeard south, hoping that seeing the destruction of his home at Saruman's hands will motivate Treebeard and the Ents to help them. This scene ends with a dramatic cliffhanger.
Are you mad? We'll be caught!
No, we won't. Not this time.
Unlike the vast majority of mini cliffhangers in Rings of Power, this one is entirely functional in universe, and it effectively builds a sense of mystery for the audience. Pippin has a plan, and neither the audience nor Merry knows what this plan is, hence the mystery. Treebeard doesn't even know that there is a plan. Pippin has already convinced Treebeard to take them south, and so the scene does not end prior to him being convinced. Pippin also has no way of communicating his plan to Merry without risking Treebeard getting the wrong end of the stick, and so this scene is complete despite ending with a mystery/cliffhanger. In other words, the writers have not compromised their narrative in order to insert this cliffhanger. Conversely, let's look at one similar example from Rings of Power.
You cannot face him alone.
Supposing I was not alone.
In this scene, Galadriel tries to explain to Gil-galad that she and only she can defeat Sauron. Gil-galad responds that she cannot face him alone, and she replies, "Supposing I was not alone," before we cut away to some bullshit going on elsewhere. What happens off-screen here is that Galadriel somehow manages to convince Gil-galad, a man who has every reason to hate her and not listen to a word she says, to allow her to travel to Eregion with a few other elves, and for Gil-galad to agree to this on the condition that Elrond go with her to make sure that she doesn't betray the free peoples of Middle-earth. Given the kind of person Galadriel is, she absolutely will have pushed back on this, but Gil-galad will have held to this condition. All of this happens off-screen. All of this is character work, which means that unlike the scene from The Two Towers, this scene in Rings of Power has cut off halfway through, and the writers have left it up to the audience to finish the scene in their own heads. The conversation is not over, and yet the writers have removed half of it in favor of building an artificial sense of drama and mystery. But okay, maybe it isn't fair to compare Rings of Power to The Lord of the Rings in this way, as The Lord of the Rings is a trilogy of films and not a TV show. So let's look at another high fantasy flagship TV show, Game of Thrones. Season 1 of Game of Thrones does contain cliffhangers, and some of these are among the best executed cliffhangers that exist, although for me to explain why would make this video longer than it already is. Potential future video, let me know in the comments if you want me to discuss Game of Thrones at some point. But anyway, there are 124 scene transitions in Season 1 of Game of Thrones that could not be considered cliffhangers, and there are 12 that are absolutely cliffhangers.
The things I do for love.
A raven came for Ned Stark's son.
Good news or bad?
Both.
I'll stand for the dwarf.
I did warn you not to trust me.
My sisters were in King's Landing too.
I'm sure they'll be treated gently.
Give me one good reason why I should waste a single thought on any of you.
Four of these cliffhangers occur at the very end of the episodes, and so these absolutely serve as a tune in next week to see what happens style narrative hook. Unlike Rings of Power, Game of Thrones uses this narrative tool very sparingly, and when it does happen, it is vastly more effective due to the circumstances that lead to each cliffhanger, and the manner in which these cliffhangers are resolved promptly in subsequent scenes or episodes. The cliffhangers are used to enhance the story that is already being told, and to make it even more gripping and intense than it already is. But okay, fine, maybe it is unfair to compare Rings of Power to Season 1 of Game of Thrones, which is honestly one of the strongest seasons of TV that exists. So why don't we jump forwards to one of the weakest seasons of TV and look at Game of Thrones Season 8 to see if the writers rely any heavier on this brand of storytelling to cover up for the fact that they had no faith in their story or their audience by this point. Game of Thrones Season 8 features 59 scene transitions that could not be considered cliffhangers, and there are 9 that are.
What will she do for the man who rids her of her treasonous brothers?
Did you bend the knee to save the North? Or because you love her?
You gave up your crown to save your people. Would she do the same?
What if there's someone else? Someone better?
So it appears that, as bad as Season 8 was, the writers did not feel the incessant need to blue ball the audience in the hopes that they stick around. But anyway, enough comparisons, the moment you have all been waiting for. In Rings of Power Season 2, there are 28 scene transitions that are not cliffhangers, and there are 57 that are. I was going to play each of these back to back, but this would just be 5+ minutes of you watching Rings of Power, so I don't wish to inflict that harm upon any of you. But here are the worst offenders.
Supposing I was not alone. I found something. Something secret. Something dangerous. Something forbidden.
Where is Sauron?
I keep wondering, what if you were right?
I shall make the 9 myself.
Are you truly prepared to wager the future of Middle-earth?
Each of your realms may share in this bounty, but it comes with a price. Disa is mistaken. There is no danger.
How much do you really know about this Anatar?
Our armies cannot defeat both Adar and Sauron, not alone.
This is only the beginning. They'll be back.
Then we'll be ready.
Destiny.
Your brother seems to be gathering support.
Rings of Power damages the story it is trying to tell through forcing it to conform to this manipulative structure. For one example, my initial read of the logistics surrounding the siege of Eregion and the arrival of the Elven army was that the siege went on for maybe a day, that Elrond returned to Lindon, and that Gil-galad immediately mustered the army towards Eregion. As you will see from my individual videos on the episodes, this was my honest read of what happened based upon the information presented to me and my understanding of the distances involved. What actually happened is very different, and the reason I missed this is because the show repeatedly hides information and relies upon vagaries in a desperate attempt to keep me engaged with the story. So the important related beats are as follows. A spy returns from Mordor and tells Gil-galad that Halbrand is there. The various commanders subsequently decide to attack Mordor so as to wipe out the Orcs. This absolutely critical decision is made in 40 seconds, and this is not at all the primary focus of the scene. The characters say, "We should attack Mordor." Okay, but where should we attack from? West. Okay, let's go. A few days later, Gil-galad is informed that the army is ready to depart for Mordor. The commander inexplicably believes that Celebrimbor's letter is evidence that Galadriel was wrong, and that they should strike Mordor immediately. Gil-galad does not respond to this, because cliffhanger. I believe that Gil-galad decided off-screen to send the army to Mordor. Later in the episode, when Elrond returns and tells him that they must march on Eregion, Gil-galad says some vague bullshit to Elrond before we cut away again, because cliffhanger, and so the location of the army is intended to be a mystery for the audience, when the location of the army should have been made very fucking clear in order for this plot point to function. Instead, Gil-galad says, that will not be possible. Sauron is behind everything. We can't defeat both Adar and Sauron not alone. Which does not tell either the audience or Elrond where the army is, nor does it explain why Gil-galad took the actions that he took. What these scenes do accomplish, however, is that they make the audience go, oh, this is interesting, I'm hooked because I wonder what he did, I wonder where the army is, I wonder what Elrond will do, I wonder, I fucking wonder. And the conclusion of this plot point regarding the location of the Elven army is that it arrives in episode 7 after, apparently, weeks have passed. And how exactly it took them weeks to turn the army around and march them a couple of days to Eregion is entirely unclear. In conclusion, these scenes are everything bad that I have just described. They create holes in the narrative that cannot be plugged, and we are to assume that all characters in these scenes just wander off inexplicably once the camera stops rolling. This kind of manipulative bullshit destroys immersion because it makes clear that the characters and the world do not exist outside of the story being told. And if you start to think about what you are seeing and you treat Amazon's Middle-earth like a real place that does not snap out of existence the moment you close your eyes, it should be very apparent that Rings of Power is a poorly conceived fantasy land where nothing matters other than whatever is directly on screen in each moment. Where most writers are interested in communicating their story to their audience, the writers of Rings of Power try to confuse their audience to hide the fact that they can't tell a story. Just before we move on, to help make this point and for a bit of fun, I have taken the liberty of cutting some scenes from The Lord of the Rings in the style of Rings of Power.
What about this ring of yours? Is that staying too?
What must I do?
I have seen it.
The ring must be destroyed.
Have you ever seen it? Across our western sea.
It's a bog! He's led us into a swamp!
I release you from the spell.
You may examine them.
This is the answer to all the riddles.
Hi, King.
Perhaps you come to tell me why my son is dead.
Gun knuckles for 8!
Prepare for battle!
I think I speak for all of us when I say thank the fucking gods that the Peter Jackson trilogy was not filmed and edited for people to half-watch while they do something else. The Lord of the Rings respects its audience. Rings of Power doesn't trust its audience to pay attention or to keep watching the show on its own terms, which is why a conscious decision was made to structure these episodes in this way. Rings of Power also has an over-reliance on various forms of magical bullshit in order to make the story happen. I have used this term repeatedly when covering Rings of Power, so I want to define what I mean by magical bullshit. Magical bullshit is when some kind of vaguely defined magical effect is employed solely to progress the narrative. The One Ring drives much of The Lord of the Rings, but it is so integral to the story, and it is explained and explored thoroughly, and so it never feels like stuff just kinda happens that is then singularly justified by saying, well, the ring did it. There are many types of magic in films: the Force in Star Wars, the Voice in Dune, the various magical spells in Harry Potter, and in order for magic to feel like a part of the fantasy setting rather than a tool to be exploited by the writers, it is important to maintain both clarity and consistency, as well as for the characters to react appropriately to whatever the magical power is. Rings of Power does not do this. Rings of Power instead has major plot beats that it wants to hit, and because the writers are unable to understand, develop, or write character motives into their stories, they very frequently employ magical bullshit to make the story happen. These various instances of magical bullshit act as a replacement for storytelling. If the writers need a character to do a thing, they can just make a ring or a palantir tell them a piece of information for them to act on. The first frequently employed plot device that manifests as magical bullshit is the palantir. The palantir will seemingly show characters their own future, except for when the writers need it to do something else. We learn that the palantir had only shown the flooding of Numenor for years, indicating that this was the inevitable future for all of Numenor. This vision is also shown to Galadriel, even though I have to assume that Galadriel will not be present when Numenor floods, which means the palantir did not show Galadriel her own future. The palantir later shows Elendil a different vision for some reason, leading Miriel to believe that the future has changed. It later tells Pharazôn that Halbrand is Sauron. The next brand of magical bullshit employed by the writers is Gandalf's visions. He has vague and unexplained visions as a result of his mysterious past and his magical nature, which is somewhat justifiable due to Gandalf being a wizard, but again, the writers repeatedly abuse this vagary in order to steer the plot in the desired direction. Gandalf has dream visions of a staff, and when he touches the staff, it shows him glimpses of what will happen later in the season. For some reason, the staff he dreams about is the wrong staff, leading to him being unable to control the tornado. Gandalf also has visions of Nori, and these are used to give his actions a sense of urgency, as he had seemingly forgotten about Nori until this point. And so the writers needed to remind the audience and Gandalf that he needs to rescue her. Why he has these visions is, again, never made clear, but he's a wizard, so I guess he just gets visions of the plot. We also have Rorimas Burrow's unexplained prophetic dream of the Suzat, which is far less justifiable, as Stoors are not wizards, and so there is no vagary for the writers to hide behind. Celebrimbor also foresees that the One Ring shall prove Sauron's ruin, which directly causes his own death. The idea that some elves can sometimes see the future is not really apparent in Rings of Power. Of course, the reason why Celebrimbor foresees the One Ring is because the writers wanted to name-drop the One Ring, which is nothing more than a key jangle moment intended to make the audience excited because he said a thing that they know. And finally, the Rings of Power themselves are easily the most egregious example of magical bullshit being exploited to advance the plot. The ring gives itself to Galadriel. The ring tells Galadriel what Sauron's evil plan is. The ring tells Galadriel that Sauron is closing in on Celebrimbor. The ring tells Galadriel that Sauron has awakened some kind of evil in Tiryn Gorthad. The ring shows Galadriel a bunch of visions about the Battle of Eregion. The ring heals Camnir. And the ring turns King Durin insane immediately. So if we take all of these examples together and we work backwards, the writers needed Miriel to have a reason to allow Pharazôn to rule, so they injected information into Elendil's head. The writers also needed Pharazôn to discover that Halbrand is Sauron, and so they injected information into Pharazôn's head. The writers needed Gandalf to find the wrong staff, so they injected information into Gandalf's head. The writers needed Gandalf to rescue Nori, so yeah, they injected information into Gandalf's head. The writers needed the Stoors and the Harfoots to find the Shire, so they injected information into Rorimas Burrow's head. The writers wanted to name-drop the One Ring, so they injected information into Celebrimbor's head. The writers needed Galadriel to have a ring, so they made it fall on the floor next to her, and they forced Gil-galad to act out of character. The writers needed Galadriel to have a reason to travel to Eregion, so they injected information into Galadriel's head. The writers needed Galadriel to be proven right, so they injected information into Galadriel's head, and they had Camnir accidentally get hit by an arrow so that he could be healed. The writers needed to build tension for the upcoming battle, so they injected information into Galadriel's head. And finally, the writers needed King Durin to go insane, so they made the ring turn him insane immediately, despite this demonstrating in no uncertain terms that Sauron is a fucking idiot. If the writers need a character to do something, they just make a ring or a palantir tell them a piece of information so that they can act on it. The writers generally prefer to use bullshit of the magical variety to advance their plot, but they are not averse to employing mundane bullshit when required. Two examples are the heraldry of the King of the Southlands, which is very important in Season 1, but in Season 2 we learn that the circumstances that led to Sauron having it are random chance, and the fact that some guy was carrying this heraldry is evidence that merely carrying this thing does not and could not possibly mean that the bearer is the King of the Southlands. But, as we went through in Season 1, the writers make Galadriel believe this to be true via information she acquired off-screen. And secondly, the battle plans carried by the Orcs. The writers needed Arondir to learn of the coming battle, and so they made him find a map. There are things that occur prior to him finding the map, but all of them are insane and contrived, which means the writers essentially injected information into Arondir's brain. Another indicator as to how lazy and or incompetent the writers are is that they relegate critical moments of character development to take place off-screen in between scenes. This is largely as a direct result of the desire to pack in as much cock-teasing cliffhangers as possible, but here I want to focus on the impact those cliffhangers have upon the characters. Here are a handful of examples of very important character decisions that take place off-screen, and we never understand exactly why these characters made these decisions. Círdan decides not to destroy the rings. Círdan decides to wear one of the rings. Gil-galad decides to let Galadriel keep a ring. Elrond decides to accompany Galadriel to Eregion. Eärien decides to steal the Palantir. Durin decides to bring Celebrimbor's proposal to his father. King Durin decides to accept the rings. Durin gives up on trying to convince his father to stop digging. Gil-galad decides to send the army to Mordor after receiving Celebrimbor's letter. Elrond decides to negotiate with Adar. In many of these instances, we can come up with answers and fill in the blanks ourselves, but by having these decisions occur off-screen, the writers are robbing us of multiple opportunities to learn about their characters.
With politics, it always starts with the characters. It starts with what do the characters believe, and again, it really starts off also with morality, and characters try to do the right thing. And politics for politics' sake, we find can really quickly become sort of dry, and yes. It's hard to really get people to invest in are we going to build? I mean, there were
make believe political dilemmas.
Like there were times where we made a lot of hay out of sort of like they're going to build an aqueduct, and and there's various guild leaders talking about the aqueduct and coming in and giving the pros and cons for the. And it's like it ends up being watching paint dry, because it's like watching a city council meeting for a city that's not your city.
Indeed, I for one can't think of a fairly recent show in which some of the best character scenes took place during council meetings. Shame about Season 2, though. Stay tuned. It's coming. Anyway, where the writers of Arcane viewed something as mundane as a council meeting as an opportunity to build the world and develop the characters' relationships, the writers for Rings of Power are instead like, hell no, council meetings are boring. We can't just have a scene where people discuss the prospect of building an aqueduct. What the hell does fucking Kemen have to say about the logistics of building an aqueduct? Anyway, imagine if in The Lord of the Rings, Sam decided to accompany Frodo to Mordor, and this decision was made off-screen whilst we were elsewhere in Middle-earth. Imagine if we never saw Frodo decide to trust Gollum, and we missed his justifications to Sam. Imagine if the writers cut off the latter half of Faramir's conversation with Denethor, and the next time we see him, he is charging his men towards Osgiliath. Again, we can fill in the blanks. We have ample reason to accept that Sam would stay with Frodo, that Frodo would trust Gollum, and that Faramir would lead a suicide charge back into Osgiliath. However, the problem with omitting scenes like this is not that the characters become unbelievable as a result. The problem is that these are difficult scenes, both for the characters and the writers, because they are either emotionally intense or they feature complex moral choices. If you are a talented writer, then these kinds of scenes are the perfect opportunity for you to sink your teeth in and come up with something truly excellent. If you are a pair of hacks with no business going anywhere near a script, then these kinds of scenes are going to be terrifying, because they require that your characters have depth, that you understand that depth, and that you are fully able to envision yourself as the character within the setting being presented with whatever the choice may be. None of this is true of Rings of Power, and so when we skip to episode 2 and Gil-galad doesn't address the prospect of Galadriel keeping one of the 3 elven rings, we have to assume, oh, well, I guess he didn't care. When King Durin accepts the rings, we can only assume, oh, well, I guess he was in a bit of a pickle and the rings might help. When Círdan decides not to destroy the rings, we can only say, well, he is old and wise, so it's probably for the best. In these examples from Rings of Power, I consider it cheating by the writers because these are critical decisions and/or conversations that were simply skipped in favor of cliffhangering all over the place. Another great failing of Rings of Power is that there is very little sense of scale. I have already talked about distance and time, so here I'm going to focus on scale with particular regard to faction strength and the sizes of armies. Failure to communicate this kind of information was also a problem in Season 1, but it is far more so in Season 2, because the logistics of the various armies are far more integral to the plot this time around. Scale is particularly important in epics such as The Lord of the Rings or Rings of Power for multiple reasons. Seeing large crowds of hundreds of people can help to make certain sequences far more impactful, as instead of seeing the Kingsmen round up 10 to 20 people, we could instead see them rounding up 1,000 people, which would make Numenor as a setting more believable and establish a greater degree of consequence to Miriel's actions. The suffering would be heightened, and sequences like this would become more evocative. The most critical reason why clarity with regard to scale is important, however, is how it relates to the stakes of any given conflict. If we do not understand the size of the force occupying Osgiliath relative to the size of Faramir's army, then it will be far less clear what Faramir is doing when he returns to the city. If we do not understand how many Uruk-hai are attacking Helm's Deep, then it will damage the various emotional beats we hit during the battle, and the tug-of-war between desperation and hope will be far less effective. But anyway, let's have a look at how Rings of Power Season 2 handles, or rather doesn't handle, depicting the scales of its various factions. Starting with the Orcs. There is a gathering of Orcs at the start of Season 2, numbering at perhaps 1 to 200. The first time we see the army, they number maybe 2 to 300. In Episode 5, we see a rabble of maybe 50 to 100 Orcs. In Episode 6, we see an unclear number of Orcs in the forest, perhaps numbering in the 500 to 1,000 range. In this later shot, we see 14 fires, indicating potentially 1 to 2,000 Orcs if we assume that there are a couple of hundred next to each fire. We see a wide shot lasting a couple of seconds that shows again maybe a couple of thousand Orcs charging into the riverbed. Throughout the battle, there are a handful of additional shots that show a few hundred Orcs at once. As you can see, these are almost always shot from ground level, which means it is impossible to ever get an idea for how large the army actually is. As Celebrimbor looks for Merdania, there is a reasonably effective wide shot showing thousands of Orcs. When the Elves arrive, we again have another shot showing a few thousand Orcs, although both of these shots are incredibly brief. Towards the end of the battle, we also have a shot showing 1,000 or so Orcs marching across the river. The number of Orcs in Middle-earth and the number of Orcs that march on Eregion is perpetually shrouded in mystery, because giving any sort of clarity makes it that much more obvious that the Elves are incompetent fuckheads for allowing this to happen. The only shots in Season 2 that effectively show that there are indeed thousands of Orcs are these ones, and these shots last only for a couple of seconds each. The population of Lindon appears to be about 60 people, as this is the most we ever see in one place, and we have no idea what the overall layout of Lindon is like. I actually don't even know if it is accurate to describe Lindon as a city, as it appears to consist of the set with the tree and the set at the Grey Havens. We see a meeting between Gil-galad and his 4 military commanders, implication being that Lindon has 4 armies. However, we never see the full size of the Lindon army. This means it is not clear to the audience where exactly the army is, when there is a clear desire to build suspense in the form of, will the army from Lindon arrive in time? Because we never actually see that the army has left Lindon in the wrong direction, this is both more confusing and less cathartic when they do finally show up. Rather than building suspense and showing us chess pieces moving around the board, the writers conceal their chess pieces and then reveal that actually this particular chess piece is now here.
we're gonna have the horse charge. The horses are coming in from over there. They're
Right.
gonna come towards us.
Yep.
There are 200 elves coming in on the horseback.
We later get 2 baffling shots showing a few hundred horses from ground level, which means we only see the front line, and again, we have no idea how large the army is. The charge itself is seen from 2 slightly better perspectives, although, again, neither indicate the true scale of this army. During the night portion of the battle, we do not have a single clear establishing shot, and so the size of either army, and the general power balance between them as the battle progresses, is never made clear. As morning comes, we can see quite clearly that there are 30 elves left, and there is no implication that more of them are off camera. During this sequence, at least 15 of them are killed, which means there are maybe 15 elves left after the battle. Much of Season 2 builds towards the inevitable conflict between Adar's forces and Gil-galad's forces, but it is not until about halfway through Episode 7 that we get any indication as to the relative size of each army.
The enemy outnumber us 10-1.
In the case of Helm's Deep, for example, we don't need numbers, although we do get these from Legolas. We can see how many Orcs are coming, and we can see that the men of Rohan are woefully outnumbered, and the stakes of the battle are reinforced repeatedly in the latter half of the 2 towers. Anyway, the population of Eregion appears to be about 30 to 40 people, and we only ever see about 12 soldiers defending. In Khazad-Dum, there is a relatively crowded market, but this market is very small, which perhaps exaggerates how crowded it feels. We see a queue of dwarves waiting to see the king, numbering perhaps 30. After the mountain is healed, we see 2 very brief shots of a crowd of dwarves listening to King Durin, numbering maybe a few hundred. These couple of seconds do adequately convey the scale of the population of Khazad-Dum, and we see a very similar shot later when Durin is rallying the support of the people. In Khazad-Dum, every conversation happens either in the market, in Durin's home, or in the throne room, and occasionally we see stuff happening in the mines. The one single, complete establishing shot showing an army, in Rings of Power, is this one here, which shows the Dwarven army before it departs. In Numenor, we have King Tar-Palantir's funeral, which is attended by 20 to 30 people. Miriel's coronation is attended by a couple of hundred people, and this scene actually does a half-decent job at conveying scale, as the set is quite large, and it appears to be packed with citizens. When the Sea Guard is stripped of rank, there appear to be maybe 10 to 15 of them present. There are 24 people at the oldest shrine in Numenor paying tribute to the fallen soldiers. When Elendil is put on trial, there are again about 100 people present. The trial by Abyss is attended by about 60 people. When Earion rounds up the leaders of the faithful, this group is approximately 30 people. Meanwhile, Pelargir is occupied by approximately 50 people, and the Stoors village consists of about 40. Now, turning our attention towards the Lord of the Rings. I am limited in what I can show you here because most of the establishing shots of armies are too long for me to include without getting blasted by YouTube's pesky copyright system.
Bullshit.
So although I am only going to let these shots play for 3 to 4 seconds each, bear in mind that many of these shots are long, as in over 10 seconds in some cases. Many of these shots are fully CG, some of them are composited shots, some of them are among the greatest shots in the trilogy, but all of them are deliberate, crucial, and effective. Also, unlike what I just did for Rings of Power, I simply can't show you every wide establishing shot in The Lord of the Rings that is used to show the sizes of the various armies and factions, because there are simply too many. First off, we have the 12-second long shot showing the last alliance marching towards the Orc army, followed by multiple wide-ish shots giving us an idea as to the scale of the battle, finishing with the wide shot of Sauron exploding. The Shire is not a particularly vast location, but compared to something like the Stoors village, it is the size of a fucking planet. Bilbo's party takes place pretty early on, and there are multiple wide shots showing us the size of the crowd, giving us an idea of how many hobbits live there, thereby reinforcing what is at stake in Frodo's quest. In Rivendell and Lothlorien, we do not see very many elves at all, far less than we see in Eregion or Lindon. However, we know by the time we reach Rivendell that the elves are in the process of leaving Middle-earth, and much of Elrond's dialogue relates specifically to this, and so there is an in-universe reason why we only see 20 or so elves in either location. Moria is fucking huge, and we are told that it takes 4 days to reach the other side. This, combined with the numerous wide shots showing the architecture of this dwarven city as the Fellowship travels through it, very effectively conveys the massive scale of this location. we have a clear establishing shot showing the size of the Uruk-hai force sent out from Isengard, which is very important for us to see, because the sequence at Amon Hen on its own does not adequately show how many Uruk-hai there actually are. There are just lots, and we don't know if there are 100 or 1,000, which would drastically alter the stakes of the fighting. We later see the same Uruk-hai in full in the two towers, thereby showing us how many are left. We have another clear shot showing how many wild men are fighting for Saruman, and during the burning of the Westfold we have excellent shots like this that are simply nowhere to be seen in Rings of Power. During the Black Gate sequence, there is an army of Easterlings marching into Mordor, and although this army is never explicitly shown again, and so can be presumed to either be a part of the army that attacks Minas Tirith or the army that defends the Black Gate, the number of soldiers we see, and the amount of time it takes for them to pass through the Black Gate, gives us a clear indication as to the size of this army. Eomer's Rohirrim are seen in their entirety, from multiple angles. We see hundreds of people attending Theodred's funeral. There are multiple shots showing us the peasants leaving Edoras. The Warg Riders are never seen in full, but it is clear enough as we know that there are more than 20 but less than 50. The same is also true of the soldiers from Rohan. There are thousands of soldiers seen in Osgiliath during the flashback. The Uruk-hai army is repeatedly shown in full, and is explicitly referred to as tens of thousands. During the battle, they are shown multiple times from multiple angles, and this sense of scale is greatly aided by the audience's understanding of the layout of Helm's Deep and the surrounding geography. We clearly see how many elves there are at Helm's Deep, both prior to and during the battle. Legolas refers to the defenders as numbering 300, which is in line with what we see, and the Helm's Deep sequence is honestly full of these kinds of shots, which is partly what makes it such a fantastic battle sequence. There are approximately 20 riders who follow Aragorn and Theoden at the end of the battle. Eomer's forces are clearly shown from multiple angles, alongside the Uruk-hai. There are multiple wide shots of the Ents attacking Isengard. There are hundreds of survivors from the battle for Helm's Deep, predominantly women and the elderly, seen in Edoras afterwards. Showing Gandalf riding up the multiple levels of Minas Tirith helps to establish the structure of the city, as well as its overall size and population. Put simply, it is fucking huge, and it feels fucking huge. The Witch King's army is seen leaving Minas Morgul in a relatively narrow formation, and although we don't see the full size at this point, we do see that they don't stop coming, and they don't stop coming, and they don't stop coming, as the hobbits climb the stairs. The Witch King's army is the largest force we see in the trilogy, and prior to the start of the battle, the only reference we had was that there was a seemingly endless supply of orcs leaving Minas Morgul. As they approach Minas Tirith, we get multiple shots from in amongst the army, but again, we do not truly understand the scale of this force at this point, which I believe was a deliberate choice by Peter Jackson. It is only when Denethor looks out onto the battlefield, and the camera pans up, that we get this shot, which fantastically shows us how insanely huge this army is, but before we can properly comprehend this, the catapults start firing, and the siege begins. The Orc force invading Osgiliath is shown in boats, and we see how many boats there are, giving us an idea of the size of the attacking army. Faramir's forces fleeing Osgiliath are seen from a distance, and they are again seen in wide shots as they charge back into battle. These shots of the suicide charge are similar to what we saw of the Lindon army in Rings of Power. The difference is that the size of Faramir's force had already been established prior to this scene. Theoden discusses the number of soldiers that he has, and we see the entire encampment from a distance. When the armies of Rohan arrive, we see the size of the attacking army once again, and it is clear that the defenders have barely thinned it out whatsoever, thus reinforcing the state of the ongoing battle. We have one of the most effective shots in the entire trilogy, showing the vastness of Rohan's forces as they begin their charge. When the Haradrim arrive, we have a shot from ground level that nonetheless captures the scale of the incoming threat, 20 Mumakil. These CG shots with the Mumakil are among my favourite shots in the trilogy, in particular this one here, that goes on for 9 seconds, and so thanks to the YouTube gods I can't show you because the bots will become angry, but you know the one I mean. It is fucking glorious. The scale of the army of the dead is rather meaningless as they are so overpowered that it doesn't particularly matter how many there are, but even so we see a few wide shots that show us the army entering the battle. There is a wide shot of Mordor, yes, fucking Mordor, as in the whole thing, showing the orcs taking the bait and moving towards the Black Gate. And finally, there are multiple shots that show us how many men are left and how many orcs they are dealing with. We don't see the full size of the orc army, but narratively this is not necessary, other than to communicate that the men are hideously outnumbered, which is absolutely made clear. I was going to provide more examples from the Hobbit trilogy, but I really don't think I need to. As flawed as the Hobbit movies are, though, this smart and effective use of big epic wide shots to show us what is actually happening in these massive battles is something that I will always praise about Peter Jackson's filmmaking. In conclusion, Rings of Power is the most expensive TV show ever made. If we adjust for inflation and divide the total budgets by the runtime, we can see approximately how much money these series cost per minute of runtime. The Lord of the Rings trilogy cost approximately $765,000 per minute. The Hobbit trilogy cost approximately $1,509,000 per minute. Taking into account both seasons and the rights, Rings of Power cost approximately $1,280,000 per minute. So, yes, it is cheaper than The Hobbit, but The Hobbit looks far more expensive and makes extensive use of CGI for better or for worse. Given the kinds of things Peter Jackson and Weta Digital were able to accomplish with The Lord of the Rings back in 2001, Rings of Power looks that much more pathetic by comparison. Peter Jackson's vision necessitated the creation of a crowd simulation software called Massive, or Multiple Agent Simulation System in Virtual Environment, which allowed these massive armies consisting of hundreds of thousands of soldiers to battle each other, something that had not ever been effectively depicted prior to The Lord of the Rings, and something that has since become used in multiple large-scale battle sequences. In Rings of Power, they did no such thing. With the exception of maybe 3 or 4 camera shots across the entire season, we are limited to seeing perhaps a couple of hundred people at any one time, although the vast majority of crowd shots contain no more than about 40 people. If nothing else, this was the area that Rings of Power could have excelled at. A common criticism of modern blockbusters is that they contain massive soulless CGI battles, and that all of the effort and budget was seemingly put into superficial visual fidelity rather than script writing or characterization. But Rings of Power doesn't even contain massive soulless CGI armies slamming into each other.
We really wanted to find a fresh approach. We didn't want it to feel like, the masses of armies crashing together that you've seen before.
Rings of Power is meant to be epic. It has an epic budget, and it is based on an epic work. And yet it fails almost entirely at depicting anything close to the scale that it is attempting to depict. Once again, Rings of Power infuriatingly steals from the Peter Jackson films in service of its singularly cynical and manipulative goal: to monetize people's nostalgia for the Peter Jackson trilogy. Because Rings of Power is written by witless worms, every opportunity is taken to insert camera shots or direct lines of dialogue that reference the Peter Jackson films. Rings of Power is not capable of being a competent piece of artistic expression in and of itself, and the writers stealing from something that they didn't make is pitiful and embarrassing. Actually, it's worse than that. Amazon owns everything related to Rings of Power. They have the adaptation rights for The Hobbit and The Lord of the Rings, including the appendices. However, these rights are limited for use in the creation of TV shows. But hold on, you may be thinking. Rings of Power is not telling the story of The Lord of the Rings or The Hobbit. Those stories take place thousands of years later. Well, dear viewer, yes, you are absolutely fucking correct. Amazon does not own the rights to adapt the story that it wants to tell. They are attempting to adapt the story of the Second Age of Middle-earth, and this story predominantly appears in the Silmarillion and Unfinished Tales, neither of which Amazon has the rights to adapt. They are only able to reference events that took place during the Second Age of Middle-earth if these events are mentioned in either The Hobbit or The Lord of the Rings. This means that if a piece of information, a character, or a place appears in the Silmarillion but does not appear in the appendices of The Lord of the Rings, Amazon is not allowed to include it in their TV show. Setting aside just how fucking dumb this is on a foundational level for just one moment, Warner Brothers also owns the adaptation rights to The Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit, but these are limited to feature films. Anything that appears in either The Hobbit or The Lord of the Rings can be adapted by Warner Brothers into a film, which is why they were able to adapt the story of Hera Hammerhand, because these events appeared in the appendices for The Lord of the Rings. Warner Brothers also owns the rights to any merchandising that is based on the films, which is why there are Warhammer miniatures for the Warner Brothers properties, but not for the Amazon properties, as Games Workshop have a deal with Warner Brothers, not Amazon, and not the Tolkien estate. Although I find it very funny that they have made a fucking Hera Hammerhand miniature. Who the hell is going to buy that? Anyway, what all of this means is that essentially Warner Brothers and Amazon could, if they wanted to, create separate adaptations of the same stories. And if this is what Amazon had chosen to do, then fine. It might be utter shit, but fine. You go and spend billions of dollars on one of the worst TV shows I have ever had the displeasure of watching. But that isn't what happened, is it? The writers, producers, and showrunners for Rings of Power are not content with telling their own story. They want to remind you of someone else's work. They want to toe the line as close as fucking possible. They want to evoke the Peter Jackson films. They want to benefit from what someone else made 25 years ago. And because you, the viewer, are a fucking simpleton who claps like a seal when you see the thing that you know, you will clap and you will say, "Thank you, Daddy, please more." I have no doubt that lawyers were involved because Amazon flatly would not do this if they were not certain that they could get away with it. But here are some examples of Rings of Power stealing from the Peter Jackson trilogy. First off, we have cinematography and framing choices that are quite clearly designed to either look like they came out of the Peter Jackson films or to visually reference the events of those films. And we, of course, have direct dialogue references.
Rule them all as one.
One ring to rule them all.
He is no man.
I am no man.
They must be destroyed.
The ring must be destroyed.
I will not utter it again.
Which I will not utter here.
We're going in circles.
We're going in circles.
Just admit it. We're lost.
Let's face it, Mr. Frodo. We're lost.
We would be abandoning all Middle-earth to its fate.
Do we leave Middle-earth to its fate?
Can you not see?
Can you not see?
What time do you think you have?
What time do you think we have?
That which has not yet come to pass.
That have not yet come to pass.
The Lord of the Rings.
Lord of the Rings.
What business is it of his how I conduct myself in my own realm?
Business isn't of yours what I do with my own thing.
What is this place?
What is this place?
I feel no rest here.
I will find no rest here.
There are nameless things in the deep places of this world.
fouler things than orcs in the deep places of the world.
Orcs are on the move.
Orcs are on the move.
Take it.
Take it, Gandalf.
Go back to the shadow.
Go back to the shadow.
Crafting the 3 and the 7 has left him diminished.
I will diminish.
It is mine.
It's ours.
Or perhaps Khazad-Dum would prefer something more precious. The rings of power. They will be deemed the most precious. Celebrimbor's mind is gone.
Theoden, king of Rohan, whose mind is overthrown.
We are alone.
We are alone.
Not alone.
Not alone.
You have proven your quality.
You've shown your quality, sir.
Eregion has fallen into shadow.
He has fallen into shadow.
The rings are mine.
The ring is mine.
Old friend, my old friend, old friend.
We also have the random nonsensical reappearance of the Doors of Durin, the prototype ring created by Sauron which sends Medania to the unseen world, and Poppy giving a monologue to close out the season with an attempt to tie all of the various narrative threads into one cohesive whole because this is what Sam did in The Two Towers. All of this is deliberate, and every single one of these references was a calculated move to insert a piece of something that Peter Jackson created so as to benefit Amazon's Rings of Power. The goal was to trick you and make you feel like you are watching The Lord of the Rings. You are not. Rings of Power is a TV show focused wholly on the what and never on the why. The writers have decided that Season 2 needed to include the Siege of Eregion, a duel between Galadriel and Sauron, an eagle in Numenor, Gandalf getting his name and his staff, and the ring driving King Durin mad, leading to his death via Balrog. It doesn't matter in the slightest how any of these things manifest within the story. All that matters is that they manifest within the story. The characters, places, creatures, and magical devices are utilized in service of hitting these preordained narrative beats, and Rings of Power takes very little effort to try to hide this manipulative and contrived writing. These writers are no strangers to avoiding the consequences of the actions these characters take, perhaps the most egregious example being the fact that no one realizes what Galadriel actually did at the end of Season 1, and so Galadriel is unable to learn from this mistake. This lack of recognition also damages Sauron, as Sauron revealed his identity for no reason in Season 1, and logically he could only expect that Galadriel would put the whole project on pause, which means him revealing his identity only makes it harder for him to get what he wants. When characters die, they are never mentioned again. Diarmid, Damrod, Daemor, Brank, Commander Malandol, Valandil, Rian, Glug, Medania, King Durin, Adar, and Celebrimbor all die during Season 2. And the only mention we get of any of these characters after their deaths is the funeral discussion between Durin and Disa, and Galadriel recalling Celebrimbor's words to her. Characters in this show are used for their purpose and then removed once that purpose has been filled. They are all treated as puppets that allow the writers to show us the things that they want to show us. Rings of Power is going to go down in history as a special kind of failure. It had no excuse for being anywhere near as bad as it is, and yet, Season 2, astoundingly, managed to be even worse than Season 1. The only things I can compliment about Season 2 is that some of the CGI looks expensive, namely the eagle, the spiders, Damrod, and the Balrog, and I like some of Bear McCreary's musical score.
I say this, and I don't know if people believe it when we say this, but like, we are our own harshest critics. There's nothing anyone can say about the show that one of us hasn't already said, oh, this didn't turn out, oh, that was supposed to be better, oh, that didn't work, yeah.
To the point, we actually made a pact with each other as Season 1 came out that we would not hurl reviews at each other to back up points that one of us would have made during the development process.
But the show has to get better every season, every episode, every hour, and at the end of the day, no one's going to be a harsher critic than we are on it. We want it to be the greatest thing ever, and it's never going to be. So there's always going to be something we could have done better, and we're always going to lay it all on the field.
I hope that this is not true. I desperately hope that this is hyperbole, and that these showrunners are not aware of the magnitude of problems present in Rings of Power. If they are aware of 10% of the problems that I have raised, then they still knowingly shipped a faulty product. I would like to believe that these two genuinely care about Rings of Power. They are just bad at their jobs. But if they are anywhere near as critical of their own work as they claim, then this would suggest that they don't give a shit. Or that they are too stupid to recognize the very obvious writing problems.
The work exists outside of any creative who helped make its intention. It is what it is, right?
It is.
The bicycle is like weirdly a symbol of potency and like male virility and like a phallic symbol. Did Zavattini and De Sica intentionally put that in there? It doesn't matter.
Right.
It's in there, right?
Yes.
You might not have meant for me to read that, but I read that.
Yes.
Correct.
This also sheds a bit of light on their perspective regarding death of the author. The showrunners appear to share my view, that the work stands as it does, irrespective of the author's intent. And I don't care if George Lucas were to tell me that Darth Maul got reincarnated as an Ewok. I can just ignore him, because there is no suggestion in the work itself that would support that statement. If we push this idea slightly further, and say that George Lucas's objective in telling the story of Star Wars across his two trilogies was to convey that Darth Maul became an Ewok, then we could say conclusively that George Lucas has failed utterly in achieving his goal, and that he misunderstands what his work actually is. So how does this idea relate to Rings of Power?
Where she is now in her arc is, we've always talked about her going from warrior to, the Lady of Lorien, or impetuous, hot-headed, intemperate warrior to the wise, magisterial Lady of Lothlorien. She's now she's taken several steps along her wisdom arc, and I'd say she's a good sort of halfway there.
What the fuck?
The writers can talk all they want about how much Galadriel has grown as a character, but when I watch the show and I absorb what is actually in the show, I am going to respond, are we talking about the same Galadriel here? You guys genuinely think that by the end of Season 2, this character is halfway to becoming the Galadriel we know from the Peter Jackson trilogy? And this disparity with which the creators view their own work versus how myself and many others interpret the work is, frankly, shocking.
We kind of live in a time where I feel like people are constantly being pushed toward binary arguments on just about everything. And I'm curious, as showrunners of a show that's got huge viewership of fans, but JD, I know, this quote was out there a little bit ago, there's also a good number of trolls and stuff. How do you separate out as you look at the criticism around your show, what's good faith criticism and what's not? Or do you guys just kind of tune out everything and plug away on the story and just kind of try to block out all the noise?
We yearn for good faith criticism. It's so important. It's vital. And so, I think you can often tell pretty quickly when you start reading something, if it's someone who's genuinely engaging in good faith with the material that's there and, has things that work for them, things that didn't work for them, things they want to be better. Sometimes people just come with an axe to grind. And when they start hurling invectives and, being insulting and demeaning to either our collaborators or to the process we've gone through or any of those things, that just becomes sort of like spiritually and creatively corrosive, and it's not actually going to help. It doesn't help anyone become a better boxer to practice getting sledgehammers like hit in their face. But it does help to have a good sparring partner.
The problem with this analogy is that you, as the showrunners of Rings of Power, are not a boxer practicing with sledgehammers, with people like myself taking on the role of the sledgehammer. In this analogy, you have entered the ring wearing a pair of boxing gloves, and you have then shat all over the floor and made a poo angel. Meanwhile, sledgehammers like myself are going to be standing in the boxing ring, watching you do this, and critiquing your failure to do anything approximating boxing. You don't understand how to throw a punch, you don't understand guard position, you don't know what an uppercut is. Your understanding of boxing is that you know that you are meant to stand in the boxing ring, and that you are meant to wear boxing gloves. That is how much of a failure Rings of Power is. It is a TV show, it is a story, and it contains characters and narrative progression in a technical sense. The visual effects are sometimes very convincing, the acting is occasionally excellent, and the music is generally effective. Everything relating to the story, the characters, and the world in which they exist is fundamentally broken. If people, sledgehammers like myself, have offered good faith criticism, which I honestly believe that I have, and I also throw in some insults and jokes and call you guys incompetent battery-eating chucklefuck Neanderthals, then that does not invalidate the criticism that I have levied. If you are unable to handle such criticism, then unfortunately that is a you problem, not a me problem. The reason I am doing this is because I like good stories. I am interested in what makes a story good or bad, and I am interested in highlighting the differences between a good story and a bad story. I believe that this is important because I have standards. I believe that if terrible work is rewarded or even tolerated, then film and TV and storytelling in general will suffer as an art form. No one was expecting Rings of Power to be as good as the Peter Jackson movies, but there is flatly no excuse for it being this bad. The difference in quality between Peter Jackson's The Lord of the Rings and Amazon's Rings of Power is about as vast as is possible to comprehend. We are literally comparing the greatest trilogy of movies ever made to one of the worst seasons of TV ever made. But with that, dear viewer, we have finally made it to the end of my coverage of Rings of Power Season 2. Before I sign off, I want to say thank you to all of you who have been watching and have made it this far. I will always be thankful to Rings of Power for giving me the spark to create the videos that resulted in my channel growth. I thoroughly enjoy the exercise, and seeing that so many people are also enjoying my videos is immensely satisfying. What you can expect from the channel in at least the near future is an autopsy-style video covering what exactly went wrong with Arcane Season 2, which is going to build off of the foundation I laid in my Season 1 videos for Arcane. That video is going to be long, so it will come out when it is ready. After that, assuming nothing else gets in the way, I will be finishing my extended versus theatrical series for The Lord of the Rings. Again, that video is going to almost certainly be more work than the first two, so please be patient, it will come out in due course. After that, I don't have any specific plans, but if you have any suggestions, please leave them in the comments below. In the video description, you will find links to the community Discord server, my Patreon, as well as my second channel where I re-upload any streams from the main channel, the music I create for these videos, and some oddball videos that don't belong on the main channel. A final special thank you to all channel members and patrons, and I will see you all in my next video.